What my jeans say exactly? Yeah, that was actually English and not German. Yeah, Celtic mostly, yeah. Just enough Native American, technically. Otherwise, yeah, Typhon chamber. They really thought I was going somewhere to get something one day that I was not going to get, and I didn't know why they thought that. I heard a rumor one day. I'm like, oh, so they really think that, huh? But I kind of know better. At least I thought I did. Turns out I kind of did, huh? Some bunch of shit talking assholes, huh? Smart, really smart. Who can I trust more? Well, who's more transparent at the end of the day? The sun or the night? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, huh? And oh, yeah. So I thought, yep. See what I mean? What kind of dreams do I have? I don't know, enough to piss myself. Do I not remember it? No, I do not. or I would hate everything and everybody. Three, 5, 4, Garfield. Yeah, Shattered white skin, red fur, hair. That makes sense too. Yeah, set like Shiva in a way almost. Huh? The Ruja type. I was thinking that too. Well, yeah.
incredible number of texts have been lost from the ancient world. And these could have had any of the odd details that we find now in the Indo-European parallels and can't now explain them. When we come to the details of Jacob and Esau's companions for the inheritance of their father, and with this perspective as a foundation, the parallel really falls into place. To begin with the most uncanny piece, Jacob's mother, like Horace's, is the one who leads the charge, has the idea to trick her son's opponent, specifically with an offer of food. And this offer of food is what leads to that opponent undermining his own right to the contested inheritance, and specifically verbally. Isis turns into the hag to offer food to the fairy to get close to Seth, who she then undermines verbally, having him condemn his own right, Horus's claim with his own words. And she is also the one who gives her son Horus the scheme to put food seed on Seth's lettuce, so that he will eat it again deliberately. She is the one who literally causes her son's seed to go on the lettuce. So she is the one behind the plot of two separate food offerings for the same end. Much like the seed lettuce event, rather than being the one to perform the food trick herself, Jacob's mother tells Jacob to make red lentils or pottage, and then to offer it to Esau in exchange for food. So this pottage might be seen as combining some of both of the food offered for the feast of Isis into one event, with her as the plumbing advisor of her son carrying out the trip. Regardless, the basic motif is extremely similar to one or both of the food tricks of Isis and Horus. Once again, an interesting piece sticks out as the pottage that counts underlines Esau is described as red stuff, heavily emphasizing the connection of the color of Esau's was color, red. There is no established link between Seth and the food offered by Isis to the fairymen, or between Seth and the pseudo lettuce which is given by Horus, other than the fact that the lettuce is described as Seth's own lettuce from his garden, and Seth had tried to use his own seed as an attack on Horus first. So he has been connected to some of his own in the same story. But a mirrored version of the story in the book is actually of the food that is directly reflected in himself. He is the hound of Ulster, and thus is partially a hound. And he is offered hound, which is Abu things, since the hound is the enemy. This would be like eating some of his own self, or his own inner essence, and it thus inflicts magical damage on him due to the breaking of such a taboo. Similarly, Esau is tempted and eats food that is heavily connected to his own symbolic essence by its red color. Once again, red is the color of the Vedic wolf itself, Krishna. So it is possible to eat Esau eating the red pottage as similar to Capone eating the meat of the actual hound, which symbolizes himself. Again, nothing in particular connects the food offers given to Seth to his own essence in the same way, at least the existing versions of this day. Maybe there was a version that did. We must consider that this is a coincidence where a similar connection of Seth offered food might have existed in lost variants of the Bible existed. Regardless, the tricky offer of food underlying the opponent, especially driven by the mother, marks an uncanny parallel between the stories of Jacob and Horus, other Egyptian parallels we live. But there's far more. With these uncanny parallels in place, and with some more in-depth knowledge of the Egyptian story, I realize that the scene of Isaac giving his blessings to Jacob and Esau is well code than Horus and Seth's mythos, and the more esoteric rites connected to them in Egyptian tradition. Firstly, the blessing scene is when Jacob is finally formalized as the victor in the struggle for the inheritance, with his father Isaac finally blessing him with the inheritance of his lands. Horus and Seth are assessed and judged at a couple different points in the independence, sometimes by the gods as a group, and that led by Re-Haraki, as in the Chester B. Iris, the main version of them, and ultimately by Geb, the earth god, in the Shabbat Estonia. But at one of the final judgments related to the Chester B. Iris, Thoth steps forward from among the other gods as the scribe of truth to assess who has impregnated whom with their seed. To call forth the seed from within them, which is the mark of dominance, Thoth specifically places his hands on the shoulder of Horus. This allows him to call the seed and see whether or not it is within him. Quote, then Thoth, Lord of Script and scribe of truth, put his hand on Horus's shoulder and said, come out, O semen of Seth, and an answer from the water in the interior of the marsh. Thoth put his hand on Seth's shoulder and said, come out, O semen of Horus. Then it said to him, where shall I come from? Thoth said to him, come out from his ear. Thereupon it said to him, is it from the ear that I should forth, seeing that I am the divine seed, etc.? Very coincidentally, Isaac's blessing of Jacob specifically involves Isaac feeling Jacob's arms, putting his hands on Jacob's arms, to feel he is Esau, and thus the firstborn. This is the decisive act that leads to Jacob finally agreeing the blessing of his father, which promises his right, as the placing of hands on Horus's arms by Thoth also leads to a decision by Thoth that, quote, Horus is right and Seth is wrong, unquote. Still, both judgments only grant the right. They don't fully settle the dispute, since in both cases Seth or Esau continues to resist and fight for a little longer. In addition, both moments are specifically the result of Jacob and Horus having changed their hands. While Horus has had his hands cut off by his mother and replaced to hide the residue of Seth's seed, so instead Jacob has been advised by his mother to cover his hands and neck with goat skins so that they will feel hairy, as if replacing them with a semblance of Esau's hands, making him feel like the firstborn Esau is working above. Genesis 27:16 is quote, and the skins of young goats she put on his hands on the smooth part of his neck. Quote. When Isaac feels his son's hands and finds them hairy, he specifically comments that he has Esau's hands of Jacob's voice in Genesis 27:22-23. And he specifically repeats that it is the changed hands of Jacob that make him think he is Esau, and thus lead him to bestowing superior blessing on him. Quote, and he did not recognize him because his hands were hairy, like his brother Esau's hands, so he blessed him. Thus, while the hand severing seed found in the research that parallels is absent in Jacob, he has instead been handed switches that hand and disguise himself, which closely matches Horus's hand switching and accomplishes the same exact role with blood. Both Horus and Isaac can be said to switch the hands of their arms and hands with originally both hands have come to be attributed as such. Horus is generating either. His hands have been tainted by the seed, and Jacob's who made himself out to be the firstborn, though hiding something about that hands and arms in order to ultimately gain the right to himself. Therefore, the blessing of Isaac may be seen as most closely parallel to the passive judgment of Thoth, involving the hand on the shoulder and the call of the seed. However, I believe more may be going on in Isaac's seed. More seems to be compressed into the blessing that Isaac gave us. Because Horus's father is Osiris, not Thoth. And so Isaac giving his son the blessing, and specifically by kissing him, may necessarily be combining this judgment of Thoth's with the separate passing the throne of Osiris to his son, Horus, found in other Egyptian texts. It also hinted at everything that the papyrus version where Osiris sends a letter from the underworld. I think you'll see what I mean. In particular, when one digs into the esoteric material regarding the ascension of Horus to the throne of his father Osiris, one finds further strong alignments, and these lead to even more uncanny parallels within Jacob's story as it unfolds in this book. This is from a description of a coronation ritual for a king, in which he is made to embody Horus as he accepts the place on the throne of his father Osiris, found in the pyramid texts, oldest texts from ancient Egypt. This is from Jeremy Miller's Shamanic Wisdom in the New Text. Note how the king is even made to wear a special garment before accepting Osiris' grace, slightly reminiscent of Jacob wearing hairy goats on his wife as he accepts the blessing. Quote, what occurs next is the most significant part of the ritual. It begins with a lector priest bringing a special garment called a name worn over the chest and back and knotted at the shoulder, which is then placed on the king. The text identifies the king with Osiris. It is filled with the spiritual quotes of Osiris. So as this garment is placed over the king, it signifies the ritual union of embrace of the Horus king and Osiris. The king says, I have embraced this my father, who has become tired, so that he may become quite healthy again. The embrace is protective of Osiris, restoring to him health and strength, but it is also a mutual act. It has an invigorating and renewing effect on the Horus king, as we shall see. It is worth dwelling on the meaning of this embrace, for it really is the kernel of the whole ceremony. According to Franklin, we should understand that it is both no mere sign of perfection, but a tool of fusion and communion between two living spirits, Yu-Gi-Oh! Mystic. Franklin implies that the two archetypes or archetypal energies of Osiris and Horus are at this moment virtually indistinguishable. For what occurs is usually in the consciousness of the king, and awareness that royal power arises from this mystical fusion of archetypes. Osiris, archetype of death and rule, and Horus, archetype of the reformed human spirit. Franklin describes this phase in the ceremonies as, quote, an excellent example of those rites de passage which guide man's personality from an earlier to a new state of life, quote, unquote. And then, quote, these Osirian phases are then followed by Horus arising as king, presumably through a coronation ceremony, and at the same time, quote, in the embrace of his father Osiris, unquote. Now, these sources describing the mystical embrace of Horus and Osiris in the coronation ceremony are closely parallel to the Pyramid texts. There is, for example, a passage in the Pyramid text that presents the embrace of Osiris and Horus as having an utterly transformative effect on the Horus king. Through the embrace, he becomes a shining spirit, in the age. O Osiris, this is Horus in your embrace. He protects you. He has become through you, through your identity of the object from which the sun emerges. Unquote. Note that while Osiris embraces Horus, he unifies with him thus. In Genesis 27:26 through 27, it is specifically said that Isaac received Jacob before his blessing. Also, right after he heals his arms. Quote, then his father Isaac said to him, come near me and kiss me, my son. So he came near and kissed him. And Isaac smelled the smell of his garments and blessed him. Unquote. This being followed by Isaac's blessing, where he asks God to give him tribute and great relief. This kiss coming near is then very close to the emphasized embrace of Osiris and Horus. Isaac and Jacob then eat the meal from the goats that Jacob had brought Isaac, whereas the rite of Osiris ends with a huge feast. Quote, with a huge feast in which a horse over the king is the main participant. Quote, Isaac's blessing to Esau comes after the blessing to Jacob. But while the blessing to Jacob said that all his brothers would be servants to him, Esau's blessing emphasizes a prophecy that Esau will break out of Jacob's yoke. This imagery is strongly reminiscent of Seth, being brought in chains, subdued under the leadership of Horus, after Horus was judged for ruin, and also of various prophecies regarding the future destruction of other Christian types, and they finally will break through. For after Fenrir is bound, the prophecy says he will break through and ride no oath. Python's jaws of flame are said to one day break out of him in the future, despite his imprisonment. The poet is also prophesied by the Lord to reap bloody during the conclusion of the conflict. Thus, the framing of Esau as yoke under Jacob's servitude of a promisor, ready freedom, jumps out at me in this context. Quote, when you grow restless, you shall break his yoke from your neck. Now Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing with which his father had blessed him. Esau said to himself, the days of mourning for my father are approaching. Then I will kill my brother Jacob. Genesis 27:40-41. Notably, Esau specifically seeks to kill Jacob, making Esau seem like an unleashed Seth/Vishnu type being, and this causes Jacob to have to flee in exile. Shortly following these events, we are given Jacob's ladders, his erecting of a pillar, and the story of a divine man, wrestling Jacob in back. It seems that we are heading for events involving the place of choice on Osiris, and life. After Osiris has arranged choice of the four branches in this case, a ladder to heaven. A ladder to heaven. Right? Osiris is not. A ladder to heaven. Jacob is stretched out, coming out of Exceedingly furious, he let out a loud shriek. He said, Horse is right, Seth is wrong. So Seth took a great oath by God as follows: You shall not endure the prophets. So he has been dismissed outside. We build for ourselves some stone ships, racing ships. You can see that they both take a sort of vow to challenge the rival horsemen. But even if this moment makes a good parallel with similar enraged challenges brought by both Esau and Seth as reaction to the blessing of judgment, still the narratives take off in very different directions at this point. It's true that the latter agenda, the further deception, and the wrestling match seem possibly to be part of the issue of sorts. But the exile did occur at this point, as well as what goes on during that exile. Later, no parallel to the past here. Seth challenges his brother to build a strong ships, racing this parallel moment. Jacob, on the other hand, goes to his exile, running from Esau, Esau, his life, and finds a wife who has the whole episode of staying his uncle Laban. Furthermore, while Horse engages in some trickery to put a seed in Seth and remove it from his own hands, thus paralleling Jacob's trickery wearing guilt into his hands, Jacob's trickery is a full deceit of the judge, who is also deceiving his father. Horus deceives Seth, yes, but he is direct and honest with both the judge, insofar as he genuinely has no remorse in the conduct. He has truly been the dominator of Seth in this particular tricky skirmish of his own cunning and persuasiveness. This goes along with the fact, already mentioned, that though the other gods are not really tricked, they are certainly not tricked due to their blindness. There is therefore the blindness of Isaac in its role in judgment and belongs to exile at this particular point, and not in the Egyptian model. The change past Jacob as even more deceptive than Horus is, and Isaac as more foolishly deceiving, significant changes in the character. So why the changes? Where did this very come from? The Egyptian model cannot explain, at least in versions we know of. Are these additional motions needed in Hebrew tradition, the literary tradition? This particular riddle has a more complete solution than either of these others, and this solution builds on the awareness earned around Moses' parable. That is, that the biblical authors use native texts for extremely manipulated truths and accurately communicate posits using this truth. With this respective solution between us, there is in fact literally only one that has the exact set of motions needed to explain motions in the story and go beyond the Egyptian Horus set precise framework that they out. When we take this one other narrative and add it to the Egyptian base, we have almost perfectly made Jacob's story's narrative structure with two relatively clean and consistent accounts. And this second narrative is from the Hindu Mahabharata, one of the primary sources used for the Moses story as well, as we have shown. Those who know the Mahabharata story may end up wondering how we didn't see this before and as we explained. First, that George Steele has explained, and as my book and videos have supported many times over, the 163 Jewish era is the incarnation of Hindu, despite the similarity of Hindu Dharma in tradition over time, due to their overlap in the God called Dharma. When we use the Jacob is hoping to live with the look for later, his maternal uncle. While there, Jacob is given a peculiar woman finding as a courtesy of Laban's office. In Genesis 30, 25 to 42, Laban initially seen as Jacob, most known as Laban's right hand, are his wages, assuming responsibility for his small relation. Jacob begins working the hills and moving using field dogs, stripes and runners for training animals, somehow magically producing more constantly for himself. Thus, while equally living without these, he remains stoical as known formation. Later, seeing Jacob's success, changes the deal into times. See Genesis 38:78. First, only speculative and inspired unrestrained. Each time Jacob adapts by adjusting the broader strategy, placing them symmetrically to match the situation, ensuring the stronger animals produce the specified markings. He repeats this consistent without manipulating to grow his flock and settle his wild animals. It is clear that God is with Jacob in the wages. This is a very unique and strange story. With strong feeling of the Israelite national setting. As such, it may appear to be very difficult to compare many non-story houses. Based on my impression, until the music and commenter by the name of Taran pointed out that, like Benson of Introduction, this episode essentially is an episode of defining the Jewish family. When Laban drives out his wager, his relations, Jacob outplays him by defining a new strategy. He wins the cause of his son, gradually enriching himself and on Laban's wealth. The problem is, not only does the dice already been thrown by the wrong blessings, but again Jacob in exile, parallel Yeshua in exile. And Yeshua was the great loser of the dice game under the Lord King. However, Yeshua doesn't only play the dice game when he loses his exile with the wrong king. In the final year of his exile, he and his brothers must pick up work at the court of another king, Iraq, while this dies. Yeshura's employment is specifically family with the king. He is hired to be at his employment and specifically to play the dice all throughout the game. Not only this, but the text describes that Yeshua is so skilled, he always wanted as a king. When he doing so, he gained wealth, and he and his brothers were able to live. Wealth is one from family and wealth. Quote, Yeshua has personally made himself agreeable to the Iraqi and his sons, also to all the Maxims, and had a humorous use of dice. The son of Harmony and Yeshua caused them to play at dice according to his pleasure, and made them sit together in the dice hole like a row of birds bound in a string, and that tiger among men. Even Yeshua, the just, unknown to the monarch, distributed among his brothers in due proportion the wealth he won from Europe. Lima Sema, the brother, on his part, sold to Yeshua for price fruit and violence of various kinds which the king included. An argument distributed among all his brothers, those himself were not clothes to eat in the apartments of the palace, and Sabadeva too, who was disguised as cowboy, milk, curds, clarified by his wisdom. And Nacho also shared with his brothers wealth and made them satisfied with land, worship, wealth, from the Yoja Mother, section 13, Samaya Hawana, Harvard, and you can see young brothers taking care of horses, trees, and also, quote, alas, he who while sojourn was followed by 10,000 elephants, adorned with golden garlands, Yeshua now supports himself by passing dice. Harvard section. Out of the whole army, Yeshua Pharaoh comes to the news in Jacob's story. You realize that why this surprises that Sarah came right after the promise. His employment later and his repeated movie of a certain kind of gambling eventually resulting in him enriching himself without Laban's wealth specifically. It's all one story, one that clear piece in a single source. Only the Mahabharata has exactly the story. The dice game under the Connie King's watch serves the exile. This is the most well-known event biblical ancient heaven. The combination of these uncanny motifs in precisely the same order show us basically what happened in the Jesus composition. The Egyptian base narrative was combined with the seven American arcs rapid from our hearts. The cricket blind kid who disinherit the true pair. Exile and gathering against the host during that time in Q1, right before returning to Ukraine, thankful for me. Many pieces that first explained the Egyptian model all are found and explained together in one mutual source. And this has been overlooked and deeply found in later portions of the Old Testament and seen as too unlikely by our account. In combining these two stories, with the junction of essential meaning of lessons, some disjunctions were left behind, causing a scheme to still be visible. These disjunctions are now explicable in view of the composite model that I put forward. Jacob is mainly the Yudhishthira Mitra type. Even Horus is the accurate parallel of Yudhishthira Mitra, the eventual rightful king who brings about completion and stability after some companions and trials. So Jacob is primarily Mitraic in every way. But it is Duryodhana, the demonic opponent of Yudhishthira, who uses the dice trick under the radar of the blind king at the dice game, his own father. And it is Yudhishthira who is the great loser who loses the kingdom, his rightful inheritance, from this trick. Jacob in his story is the one to deceive the blind king, his own father, and to disinherit his brother, the true firstborn, the true rightful king. But Jacob isn't really Duryodhana in the rest of his mythos, Duryodhana being the incarnation of the evil calling. Jacob then is immediately exiled, despite winning, returning him to the Yudhishthira arc that continues with the later episode. But it is Horus who wins the judgment at the judgment of Thoth and the blessing of Osiris. Thus, the Egyptian model laid the expectation that Jacob must be in the right in this scene. The Egyptian foundation set the idea in place that Jacob would win in this moment. Therefore, when the blind king trick was added from the Mahabharata, Jacob as Horus fit more with Duryodhana's role, the winner in that trick. Because Horus won out in the Egyptian moment, Jacob had to win out through this added Mahabharata was used together with him at this scene. This dissonance in this moment is explained by the tree source model, and you can see the layers coming together at this tree. Hence, Jacob seems like Duryodhana for a moment, but then quickly is exiled, thus continuing as a Yudhishthira type, which typologically remains consistent with Horus as well. The same more or less is true for Isaac in this scene. I've already described how Isaac takes the roles of both and Osiris with echoes of the other judging laws like Red in this moment. But the blind king motif is not part of the Egyptian model. It comes from the blind king trick as part of the Mahabharata source. But as Osiris spoke, Isaac is not quite the same type as Dhritarashtra, who is the incarnate god of destiny and life. Thus, another disjunction is apparent in what is seen, this time in the character of Isaac himself. Two different scenes then combined in the Genesis lessons. And this overlay of scenes results in very interesting and intractable contradictions between Isaac and Jacob as their mythos. In sum, the disjunction between these sources reveals this picture. Isaac's blindness is interruption, making Jacob's trick. But Jacob isn't really a Duryodhana trick usurper, or uniqueness or unity. He should be Yudhishthira, as in the rest of his mythos. Exiled yet triumphant in patience and skill. And indeed, despite the former trick is exiled right after it, it takes the Yudhishthira exile up. Thus, the switches from a Duryodhana in this moment to a Yudhishthira role in rapid succession. Isaac, too, isn't fully Dhritarashtra. or Osiris, but a blend of both. Both the loving father embracing his son and passing on to him the future, and also the tricked blind king. This mismatch betrays a composite Egyptian story structure and feature worlds. Horus versus Set, both Mir's judgment and Osiris' blessing, wrapped onto Mahabharata, lion king trick, exile and return motifs. Dhritarashtra's folly, Yudhishthira versus Yoga. The scene widens when looking at narrative logic. Isaac's Osiris-like embrace of his son clashes with the Dhritarashtra-like including passivity. Jacob's deception of the paternal lord clashes with Yudhishthira's being the one losing out in the trick, never tricking the lord, let alone his own father, as Duryodhana does. These gaps, Jacob as Horus/Yudhishthira but also Duryodhana, Isaac as Osiris but also Dhritarashtra, evidence a narrative that many were patched together in two distinct and coherent segments, with Egyptian comedic threads pulling apart the blessing story. This is what it would look like if two stories are combined and roles were shifted to make these overlaid pieces together. We touched only briefly on the scene of Jacob wrestling with the body being of the night. Clearly been taken as a piece of the other Egyptian ritual motifs. This scene appears to come from the fight between Set and Horus, which may have been portrayed as a wrestling match in the dramatic ending, according to later sources. This means that regardless of who the Genesis text has changed the opponent into, underlying this figure was probably originally the Set of the opponent, who is of course Esau. What the specific motif in the wrestling match of Jacob suggests why the picture is blurred. The picture is undoubtedly blurred. It's one thing that still can't figure out whether the wrestling opponent is an injured or not, or if Jacob is injured in the thigh or the hip. The original Hebrew text uses the word yada, Y-A-Y-U-K, which means thigh. Specifically, Genesis 32:25 states injured was to be the hollow of his yada, while the modern translations of the NIV use hip to point to the Hebrew term. The original language consistently refers to the thigh, yada. According to Strong's Hebrew lexicon, yada refers particularly to the thigh or the loins. One event of Horus and Set's vengeance does in fact match an attack on the thigh specifically. It is in the thighs where the text says Horus is penetrated by Set's penis when he attempts to mark him with his spear. The text reads, quote, during the night, Set caused his spouse to become stiff and inserted it between Horus's thighs. Then Horus placed his hands between his thighs and received Set's seed. Jacob's wrestling match is also literally, specifically, during the night. His aim is to define the exact place where Set penetrates Horus. If the biblical authors were trying to clean out what they saw as an embarrassing or indecent story, it would explain why the scene is so shrouded in confusion, that the eraser marks have been left behind from the removal of key details, and what is left is now pasted and unclear. The haze of unclarity then simply gets passed off and interpreted as the haze of God's mystery. The well-informed user and commenter by the name of Ben has also raised the likelihood that the wrestling opponent was really Esau originally, at least after Amos heard that story. As he put it in our extended discussion, quote, without identifying the opponent as blind, the story becomes quite different. Jacob views that Esau is coming to him hard. Since the last time it was over, so it's only until Jacob revenge restored his father's blessing that Jacob is threatened. Then in the dark of the night, a man appears and invites Jacob to stay with him. The story is to establish that Jacob is unusually strong. Genesis 39:10 is still given the roles of our son, otherwise it's foreshadowed. does not trust him. Avoid all of the after sections, including sections loss of laws. In my opinion, these considerations disagree much and suggest that it was a failure that left us destroyed physical foods. Very few also argue that unprecedented these arguments, which is produce articles of water. Eventually, the gods of Taran accept as peace, offer to host people before us. After dinner during the night, set great courts and look forward to use this act as proof we should be gaining on Horus. When Isis learned what happened, she used certain adjectives was Horus himself rather than anyone. Even Jacob and some sorry, Jacob answered his home. He was known to their husbands as David. When he comes to up, sorry, is the part of the opportunities with Isaac and Jacob. Jacob accepts the invitation and tells the son, I care for you. As soon as the son departs, Jacob, hearing his brother's true intentions, slips home and never shows up to spend with his family. The biblical story sees the shortly exploration of Egyptian slavery that remains of the Jacob had a full parallel in the time. But just before the movie, Jacob has a wrestling match with his wisdom and his when he wakes up in the morning, he loses his I suspect strong literary connection with Jacob's struggle in history and Horus's struggle in Seth, both of them has been placed before the red crown of Jacob is not again. The claims of Horus and Seth are not necessarily the underscore version of the context in which tradition was. It is just only one of the connections are the traditions of other storytellers and consumers of the book. Looking at that section, Rabbi Shlomo refers power to very from Horus commentary on the Torah and Talmud explained that man wrestled Jacob clearly emphasized the order of thus illustrate how closely the wrestling of what he was. It's not considered suffering it's emphasized only the body and something. Even wrestling mirrors of those who go at these Jacob, making Jacob's what is wrestling holding truth as moves wrestling is not wrestling. But submissions by lost in my brother, comments of the brother's comment. Brother commented on the elder's revelation that the blessed Esau disguised that he is Artemis wrote that being a God would be impossible for us to give up because of the possibility of things for us to overcome. Then our church would be getting to that does. Then go back to what the question of who's substantiated. Jacob wrestles the blessed name of the king. Instead, Esau is more likely to be Jacob's opponent because Esau has moved his language and then refers over the face of God. All its source after the release of Jacob of the Esau is the highest form of the future God. So wrestling all of David is on our place. If God is in fact there, the underlying source of the God, essentially said that he had a similar nature to God or other things as also not using other ways as Christ works in his God's place. But the wrestlers in the ministry was also those who are sent. The spirit in the process of competition and vision, eye vision, the original eye penetration of words. Still, this eye vision partner always for this coverage is a kind of Taran Miller outside the fire in action, which really has to not really is part of But I would ask, if we deliver touch a certain spot in the body, why would this open the cure of disease? The body of prayer or battle spot or God? Was the mark itself of the measure of short? The mind moves in history, now covers all of this complexity. Even Esther, for example, has taken against the charge in multiple chapters having places of them. Some other scholars have also noted the strong connection, strong echoes of the wrestling match between David and Israel as well. Esther J. Miller's work. So this Gilgamesh wrestles with the Muhammad's minds as well. It should be noted that Timon does in fact have the symbols of Jesus and David's, also representing while Yeshua, as his early chariot, uses his natural historical power to fulfill trust in the information he makes available after he participates in the betrayal of Esau and Jacob. These sources are not as closely Jacob's mind injury towards thy penetration of holiness, but they would provide other forms of comparison for Jacob's punishment. The version which is identical. Furthermore, thy penetration interpretation is not right. Cooper points out that the Lord describes Harpocrates, a child who is separate from the Lord's mortality, as being more weak or less. Although the context of this detail doesn't fit the comparison quite as well, it certainly would have known and could have believed that a relative would have come up with that version was common at the time. We should add that Menelaus, another ancient writer, his manhood also wrestles as a supreme shape-shifting seer of the purpose, which yet permit not less are another important historical utterance. Information about how Menelaus can return home. Note that Jacob is exiled and trying to return home too, and the blessing of the Elohim seems to allow him to finally do so. Pulling the measure is also a Shirah, S-I-R-I-T-E, a shapeshift. As the being that Jacob fights is an Elohim, so Proteus is indeed a God. Is there some similar echo where they would be shared on a shared being? In context of all these clear parallels, even the moment where the exiled Jacob becomes afraid of the approaching Esau and tries to send out pacifying gifts to him, reminds us a bit of parallel scenes in other Vishnu ideas. However, again oddly, these aren't necessarily present in the surviving versions of the Egyptian tale of Set and Adam. Jacob tries to send out several flocks of animals, shooting enraged Esau as gifts. The biblical passage naming 3 leaders of herds, but then also vaguely suggesting others as well. So the number is not exactly grouped as 3, and there is this vague 3 name that is mentioned. Meanwhile, the enraged Cullen approaching Concobar's fortress strikes fear in the people who see him coming, leading Concobar to send out a group of women to bear their breasts at him, and then 3 vats of cold water to successively submerge him, finally pacifying him. Fenrir, on the other hand, is fettered by 3 successive containment letters to finally pacify him in his myth. So either this is a coincidence, or there's an odd echo of the Cullen-like pacification of the approaching enraged Vishnu parallel in an eternal moment, though Concobar's pacifications of Cullen are not gifts. While Yudhishthira is in exile at the court of King Virata, their enemies, including Duryodhana and Drona, though sometimes their enemies do in fact find out that they may be present there and launch an attack on the court. Thus they are clear in their approaching, as how Yudhishthira and his brothers. But this approaching attack is met with battle behind the foes, and no gifts or other pacifications are sent out that will be accepted. Thus, again, the motive does not quite match what we have in the story. said is that this scene of pacification as a general similarity to other moments in the broader movie type, but that it does not exactly match anything that I'm aware of. Leaving us with yet another mystery. Such mysteries, as Apple said, could be resolved by the existence of alternate versions of the original work being failed during the time of biblical composition, or from other literary compositing using additional sources that haven't come down. But nonetheless, these were made as mysteries. They could also suggest a deeper ancient validity of Indo-European traditions of which ancient Israel observations entirely followed. But now the million-dollar question: if it was an Egyptian literary model, first and second, with a Machabar Chaka welded onto it, flying through churches, exile, and evangelicals, then what on earth was the motivation for doing specifically this? Why not just retell the Torah story in their own way and leave it at that? They really wanted the exile and return plot to emphasize the process of refining Israel, the chosenness of Jacob. They appreciated its esoteric or dramatic dimension as an allegory of the soul of the king and its development, or saw some political dimension of this plotline that they wanted to harness, that they needed for their purposes, or they wanted to conceal the origin of the Egyptian later, and combining two separate stories into a more exotic, distant story that they would know helps Judah, forging a new story that they can call their own and their own view. Combining two stories certainly helps to obscure the origin source and make the final product more original. But I still feel like I'm missing something in terms of why they added the Machabar to the plotline instead of just retelling the Torah story in their own style. They blended these stories so artfully and ethically, but why exactly? This is similar to the Moses question, of course. The question of why he is a combination of Rabici, system, and Ishmaelism, rather than just being personal one. And in that issue, it seemed almost like the authors just wanted to combine the best parts of the singular sages into one as make the ultimate sage journey. Or if they just saw the potency of making the story the greatest hits in two or three instances of a certain type. That seems at least in part to be how the authors work. As if they said, take the best parts of each bit from Egyptian sources, a given type, and combine them, add relevant human lessons, laws, and doctrine to the examples. But to theorize a bit more on this question, I suppose defining itself as a nation is the goal or one of the goals, which Jacob has renamed Israel itself certainly brings to the front. Then the forest spot isn't necessarily dramatically powerful enough to drive that particular goal home. The exile and return plot adds something emphatic toward this goal of self-definition. As Yad Barnea has described regarding the Moses tradition, the Hebrew intelligentsia of Alexandria was having to combat negative stories about their people, leading Alexandria society during the 3rd century BCE, and thus were having to create polemics against these negative stories that began circulating about them. It is also interesting how the Horns the Child plot does indeed have the exile and return portion of the plot, but it would be before the lesson of it when Horus is still a newborn child. That Horus exile part of the plot still is kind of being echoed in the Jacob story. But as we have seen, his exile is clearly more of a Mahabharata conditioned and formed instead. This means the authors could have still had an exile and return plot if they just used the Horus as a child exile in order to escape set. But for some reason they chose to use the Mahabharata adult exile form instead, from a totally separate source, giving themselves much more work. Our associate Ben mentioned previously has suggested that the author of Jacob's exile could have wanted Jacob to be responsible for anchoring himself, and found that local exile stories did not have appropriate plot points. This included Egyptian sources. And that perhaps this changes the nature of the reconciliation, something that the author felt was more suitable for the goal of establishing himself as I would add to this that it also makes the reconciliation and Esau's relinquishment seem a bit more complete and fully earned and blessed by God in some ways. It checks more boxes in that regard. One also wonders if the authors simply saw some esoteric power in the reassuration and they wanted to appropriate and incorporate to make their own raw and word power. But this also gets into deeper questions regarding whether this was a late borrowing at all, or was inherited in the past, for example, from some influx of European people bringing rich traditions into Israelite society, which then blended in a more natural way over time to produce the hybrid stories we now find. I hope to touch on these questions in the next video on data. For now, what do you think the evidence points to? What is most likely to have happened to make this remarkable conclusion? Please check out my Patreon if you'd like to support the channel and see all of the important topics I have in mind to enable videos, as well as supporting the completion of my second book, Johannes Ella, in which many mysteries will be solved. My book, Taliesin's Map, is available on Amazon, link in the description. Make sure to like and subscribe for more, as the map lives. The magnificent civilization of ancient Egypt has fired the imagination for millennia. We must agree from construction projects as ancient as they are monumental. After the seventh perfect time to us to their truly remote construction. The outstanding intellectual achievements which inspired the foundation of Western science, mathematics, and philosophy. Egypt was and is long thought to be the repository of truly primeval wisdom, from the storied teachings of Imhotep and Isis, the Renaissance historian Convenience, to strengths of gold, contemporary speculations of the Akashic records, the Sphinx, somehow. At the center of this rightful reputation for hidden wisdom is the identity God, God. This complex God, perhaps as great as any moon god, will become the mediator of divine speech before settling into the various roles of God's wisdom, of writing, of magic, of creation, and shedding. He would later become synthesized as it reached Hermes to become the synchronized Hermes Trismegistus, the bright spring Hermes, whose teachings formed the philosophical core of all primitive philosophy. Thus, in very important sense, thought alone provides
It's not what was up next. This shit is so fucking irritating. They have the same shit playing over and over. You know what they're fucking doing too. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. And yeah, they do. Any of them. Yep. Those guys too. Those guys too. Those guys too. Turns out. I've already heard this one like 40 fucking times, and they know it. And they know it. And they know it. I get in trouble with these guys, get in trouble with these guys, get in trouble with these guys too. I'm like, oh, fucking well. Chosen fucking my ass sometimes, guys. Fucking annoying. trying to listen to this shit, and you can say, "Oh, it's just some spy shit, right? Yeah, it's some spy shit." No, it's they know it's not. They just spies are gonna treat you next when they know it's not, because they have been this good, I guess, but never really, guys, never really. They just fucking say that they are so they can justify what they do next.
There's really only one story in the Bible I know of that puts the man closely enough where it seems possible to say, after analysis, that the story may have been directly based on the model Horace had set. But I began to realize that Esau was probably based on Seth and Jacob on Horace. I knew this theory must have been explored before by others. Searching the net, I was well aware that Gary Greenberg had an article in the book chapter on this topic and has essentially proven the case in my view, with a couple of the same actions that I also had seen. This article is called Horace, Seth, and Israel, Egyptian Literary Reflections in a Biblical Mirror, and the book chapter can be found in his But I disagree with Greenberg regarding the rest of the patriarchs, including adding more Jacob's ladder. Esau's pointing his way out of the field trick led by the mother, the judge dog Red, favoring Seth like Isaac favors Esau. The connection of Seth to the color red, and maybe to red hair, as Esau is also connected to red hair. And the fact that the wrestling opponent of Jacob was probably actually just Esau, as we will discuss. In Greenberg's words from his article regarding the latter parallel, quote, despite the murder of Osiris and the attack on Horus, Seth retained a pretty stalwart image among the Egyptians, at least until about the end of the New Kingdom, circa 1576 through 1300 BCE. He was depicted as a mighty warrior who protected Red from his enemies as the solar barge made its daily journey through the netherworld. And he is given a role in the process by which the deceased king ascends to heaven on a ladder. In pyramid text utterance 478 from the 6th dynasty, Pharaoh Pepi, we read, quote, hail to you, ladder of God. Hail to you, ladder of Seth. Stand up, ladder of God. Stand up, ladder of Seth. Stand up, ladder of Horus, which was made for Osiris, that he might ascend up the sky and escort Red. In the same utterance a little later. Now let the ladder of God be given to me. Let the ladder of Seth be given to me, that I may ascend into the sky and escort Red as divine guardian, those who have gone to their governments. The first clue that made me begin to seriously consider Esau was Seth, and was a true Vishnu type parallel thus, was actually his physical description and its similarity to the description of Vrika in the Vedas, the son of Vishnu. Esau is described as hairy and red in Genesis 5:25, and he is alternately called Edom, meaning red. Meanwhile, red and hairy matches the description of the wolf or Vrika in the Vedas themselves, as Vedic Index of Names and Subjects reads, quote, Vrika, or wolf, is mentioned frequently in the Rig Veda and also later. It was an enemy of sheep and cows, being dangerous to men. Its color is stated to be reddish, auburn. So Esau right away reminds the Vishnu-related wolf of the Vedas, Vrika. This aligns with Seth as well, Seth being closely associated with the redness of the desert, and also to the color red generally. Seth was thought to have white skin and possibly red fur or hair, though this is vague in primary sources, and red-haired enemies mentioned in pyramid texts have been interpreted by some scholars as his followers. Ancient Greek Online claims, quote, he was associated with the desert, takes its name from the Egyptian word ESH, representing the fierce, dry heat of the sun as it parched the land. It was infertile like the desert. Unquote. Cucullin, of course, has red hair, but only in its middle layer, with the tips a lighter color and the base darker. But it is still partly red. Viewing Esau as possibly set vision sets up his opponent Jacob as a possible Horus/neutral. This starts to make a bit of sense because Horus and the neutral type generally are the late coming sovereigns who culminate the succession of divine kings in themselves and bring a new kind of perfected balance to the throne of the gods. Jacob, as the younger brother of Esau, is in the role of the late comer, and when looked at within the sequence of the patriarchs, he does culminate the process initiated by Abraham. This culmination being marked by Jacob being identified with the nation of Israel itself in the climax of his story. In this context, the fact that Esau is described as rough of appearance, while Jacob is contrasted with him as smooth and described as perfect or the complete man, makes sense. This opposition of rough and complete accurately describes the duality between Set and Horus. Horus perfecting and completing the function and the ennead of gods in himself. This concept also perfectly explains Jacob's name being supplanted, as the Horus/neutral type is the late comer, who thus supplants all previous sovereigns, culminates them within himself. Zeus is most overtly said to swallow certain sovereign gods who came before him, as if internalizing them as he replaces them. Of interest might be the fact that Jacob grabs Esau's heel while they are in the room together. This could simply be a symbol of Jacob's eventual supplant action, but it is fascinating that the vision type is sometimes associated with a deadly wound with the heel as well, as if this is their vulnerable spot. Krishna, avatar of Vishnu, is shot in the foot, in his demise, in a similar way that Achilles has no vulnerability but in his heel. He too is finally shot there, leading to his death. Curiously, Achilles is held by the heel by his mother upon birth in order to dip him in the river Styx to render him invisible. And due to the Christian parallel, it's possible to theorize that Achilles has both Vishnu and Indra motifs in his legend. There is no Indra type motif that would explain this heel movement, so it very well could be a Vishnu type motif. This is an odd similarity then, where Achilles is held by the heel upon birth, while Esau is grabbed by the heel before birth. Both moves symbolizing and foreshadowing the eventual overthrow of the boy both. What is odd about this, if it is not a mere coincidence, is the fact that Set has no heel grabbing motif to be aware of, and instead we have to look to Vedic and Greek parallels to find something similar. That is, unless there were more versions of Set's story available to the biblical authors at the time, a real possibility that we will have to keep firmly in mind as we go through. An incredible number of texts have been lost from the ancient world, and these could have had any of the odd details that we find now from Indo-European parallels we can't now explain. When we come to the details of Jacob and Esau's companions for the inheritance of their father, and with this perspective as a foundation, the parallel really falls into place. To begin with the most uncanny piece, Jacob's mother, like Horus's, is the one who leads the charge, has the idea to trick her son's opponent, specifically with an offer of food. This offer of food is what leads to that opponent undermining his own right for the contested inheritance. And it's specifically verbal. Isis turns into the hag to offer food to Fairyland to get close to Set, who she then undermines verbally, having him condemn his own right to Horus's right with his own words. And she is also the one who gives her son Horus the scheme to put his seed on Set's lettuce, so that he will eat it and might be under. She is the one who literally causes her son's seed to go on the lettuce. So she is the one behind the thought of two separate food offerings for the same end. Much like the seed lettuce event, rather than being the one who ultimately tricked herself, Jacob's mother tells Jacob to make red lentils for pottage So this package might be seen as combining some of both of the key offer motifs from ISIS into one event, with her as unlocking advisor and some carrying out the trick. Regardless, the basic motif is extremely similar to one or both of the key tricks of ISIS orchestrated. Once again, twist sticks out as the image that counts runs is described as red stuff. Heavily emphasizing projection or color is also plus color red. There is no established difficulty set offered by ISIS to be carried. Over set was given works, other than the fact that res is described as sets or res start, and set had tried to use also res as first. So it has to be identical to some of his poems in the same story. But a good version of the story is actually offered in his original itself. Is the account of Olson, thus his version of a hound. It is offered hounding, which is taboo since the hound is this would be like convincing his own self or his own inner essence, and it thus conflicts naturally damaging due to the right person. Similarly, inside is tempting and peace that is heavily connected to his own so-called essence by its red color. Once again, red is the color and it wolf is so it is possible to include some in the red flesh as similar to the color which symbolizes himself. Yet nothing particularly connects with the author's view is that his own essence is saved by him, at least the existing versions of his family and was version of the game. Thus consider that this includes with a similar connection of set offers would either because of its variance or violence. Regardless, should the author one important expression is really by wondering parts of it parallels with stories and different parts of the mission parallels with the Bruckner's far more these parallels in place, and with some more in-depth knowledge of the Egyptian story, we realize that the scene of Isaac and his blessings, Jacob, was no peril that learns the sense of ignorance, or as Kurt writes in the First, blessed seed was mighty Jacob is highly formalized as the figure. It was from the inheritance with his father Isaac, finally blessing him with the inheritance of the Orders and set one will assess and judge the difficulties and independence, sometimes by the gods as a group, or by vague God, as in Chester, Iris, and many versions, ultimately by Gad, Earth God, the Shabbat story. But at one of the final judgments revealed by the Chester, Iris, Philip, steps forward from among the other gods as the scribe of truth, assessed as the identity to call forth the seed from within, which is the mark of godliness. Goes and simply places his hands on the shoulder of Horus, the supremacy of all the seeds. Then the goat, Horus strictly described the truth from within. His hand on Horus's shoulder and said, "Come out, O seed of Seth." And he was goat water, neither wash. Goat put his hand on Seth's shoulder and said, "Come out, O seed of Horus." Then it said, "Where shall I go?" Goat said, "Come out, O spirit." Thereupon he said, "Is it from here that I should go, seeing that I am on the high seat?" Very coincidentally, Isaac's blessing of Jacob is so skillfully involved Isaac, ruling Jacob's arms and putting his hands on Jacob's arms, revealed fortunes and months of punishment. This is the decisive passage that leads to Jacob finally fleeing the blessing of his father, which promises he is right, placing his disobedience in the final battle. Horus is right and Seth is wrong. Still, both judgments only claim the right. They don't fully separate the since in both cases, Seth saw the opportunity to resist and fight for a whole life. In addition, both gods are specifically placing them as semblance of insects and musicals. They can feel like the firstborn of some particular God. Genesis 27:16 spoke, and the sleeves of the outgoes and on his hands, of his hand. When Isaac gave his son's hands, it finds the very specific cause that the eyes of Esau's hands, which gives place in Genesis 27:22-23, and the specific hands that is the change of those and thus bestowing the superior blessing on them. Look, that he did not recognize him because his hands were hairy, like his brother Esau's hands, so he blessed him. Thus, while the hand separates not the producer type roads, which are absolutely negative, as its hand switches, or disguises, which closely matches versus hand switching that accomplishes the same exact form. Both Curtis and Isaac said he switched the rings of their conflict both mentioned that he attributed as such. Curtis is driven by his hands have been changed by the sea, which to make himself out to be the first Isaac and the arms. Therefore, the blessing Isaac gave Esau as he was closely parallel to the fantastic judgment of growth, all with the hand on the shoulder, all with the concealed. However, at the end, more men from on Isaac's side, they received rest, each blessing that Isaac gave. Because Horus, his father, is Osiris, not growth. So Isaac giving his son the blessing, and specifically on his they necessarily combine his judgment of the rose with the separate facet of the throne of the Osiris, his self, whereas founded on the vision axis, also into the identity of Jesuit. Iris version of Osiris sends a letter to him. I think closely. Before the one more page or two as a parallel and argue this is of course from the Islam of Osiris. One finds early strong weapons. This is from a description of a coronation ritual of a king, through which he is made to party Horus as he accepts the place and the throne of his father Osiris, found in the Canaan castes, oldest texts of coronation. This is from Jeremy Miller's Germanic Wisdom in the Canaan texts. Note how the king is even made to wear a special garment before accepting Osiris' grace, slightly reminiscent of Jacob wearing hairy goat skins on his life as he accepts the blessing. Well, what occurs next is the most significant part of the ritual. It begins with a Levitical priest bringing a special garment called a king to his eye, worn over the chest and back and not the shoulder, which is then placed on the king. The text identifies the king with Osiris and is filled with the spiritual potency of Osiris, so as this garment is placed over the king. It signifies the ritual of embrace of Horus, king and Osiris. The king says, I have embraced this my father, who has become tyrant, so that he may become rightful again. The embrace is protective of Osiris, restoring to him health and strength, but it is also a ritual act, has an invigorating and renewing effect of Horus as we will see. It is worth dwelling on the meaning of this embrace, for it really is the kernel of the whole ceremony. According to Frankfurt, we should understand that it is, quote, no mere sign of perfection, but a true fusion and communion between two great spirits, Yu-Gi-Oh! Frankfurt defines the visual archetypes or archetypal energies of Osiris and Horus are absolutely, virtually insolution. And what occurs is essentially in the consciousness of the king, an awareness that his royal power arises from this mystical fusion of archetypes. And these are three: Osiris, archetype of death, and Horus, the archetype of the emperor of the spirit. There is, for example, a passage in the text that presents the embrace of Osiris, of course, as having an utterly transformative effect on the Horus king. Through the embrace, he becomes a shining spirit, with the age. O Osiris, this is Horus in your embrace, and he perfects you. He has become Ak through you, in your identity of the Akhet, from which the sun emerges. Unquote. Note that while Osiris embraces Horus and unifies with him thus, in Genesis 27:26-27, it is specifically said that Isaac visits Jacob before his blessing. Also, right after he feels his arms. Quote, then his father Isaac said to him, come near me and kiss me, my son. So he came near and kissed him. And Isaac smelled the smell of his garments and blessed him. Unquote. This being followed by Isaac's blessing, where he asks God to give him plenty and great dominion. This kiss, coming near, is then very close to the emphasized embrace of Osiris and Horus. Isaac and Jacob then eat a meal from the goats that Jacob has brought Isaac, whereas the rite of Osiris ends with quote, with a huge feast in which, of course, will be king is the main participant. Quote, Isaac's blessing to Esau comes after the blessing to Jacob. But while the blessing to Jacob said that all his brothers would be servants to him, Esau's blessing emphasizes the prophecy that Esau will break out of Jacob's yoke. This imagery is strongly reminiscent of Seth being brought in chains, subdued under the teaching of Horus, after Horus is given the winner, and also of the various prophecies regarding the future destruction of the other ancient types, when they finally will break free. For after Fenrir is bound, the prophecy says he will break free at Ragnarok to kill Odin. Typhon's jaws of flame are said to one day break out again in the future despite his imprisonment. He is also prophesied by the Lord to bring destruction on his opposing Khan during the conclusion of the Khan. Thus, the framing of Esau as yoke under Jacob's servitude, but prophesied to break free, jumps out at him in his confidence. Quote, when you grow restless, who shall break his yoke on your neck? Now Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing with which his father had blessed him. Esau said to himself, the days of mourning for my father are approaching. Then I will kill my brother Jacob. Genesis 27:40-41. Notably, Esau specifically seeks to kill Jacob, making Esau seem like an unleashed Set/Vishnu-type being. And this causes Jacob to have to flee in exile. Shortly following these events, we are given Jacob's ladders, his erecting of a pillar, and the scene of the divine man, Elohim, wrestling Jacob in the night. But it seems that near identical events follow the grace of Horus like Osiris in the aforementioned rite. After Osiris has embraced Horus, but before the great feast, in this case, a ladder to heaven appears, specifically the ladder to heaven, which the dying Osiris climbs. The ladder to heaven that Jacob sees almost right after fleeing in the aftermath of Isaac's blessing, then seems far too coincidentally positioned. In both cases, these are ladders to heaven, though Osiris climbs the ladder easily, while only angels climb Jacob's ladder, with God at the top. This would only be part of the monotheism we memorize in the Torah. It may be of interest, though, that God in this vision the land whereon thou ridest, will I give, and to thy seed. Thy seed shall be as the dust of the earth, and thou shalt spread abroad to the west, and to the east, and to the north, and to the south. And in thee and in thy seed all the families of the earth will be blessed. And behold, I am with thee, and will keep thee in all places whither thou goest, and will bring thee again into this land. I will not leave thee until I have done that which I have spoken to thee of. Genesis 27:13-15. Through Osiris' right, as Nathan explains, ordered certain priests, hold these races of God or shining spirit, who wear jackal and baboon masks, to create a great ladder that reaches up to the sky. And it is on this ladder that Cyrus king now ascends. As the king climbs, the priests swing clubs to drive that ascent, an action that at the same time appears to produce the rungs of the ladder. This ladder that we think of as symbolic, but it probably did exist physically in some form, so that the king's son, as he awakened Osiris, was dramatically active, climbing up to the sky on a ladder. Stairway is typical of shamanic rituals, for which many examples can be found worldwide. It's interesting, therefore, that references to the ascent of the king to the sky by means of a ladder are also to be found in the pyramid texts, once again linking them both to the ancient ritual of the Memesium dramatic papyrus and the typically shamanic motif. With this ascent of the Osiris king, the ritual now draws to a close. The right then ending with the affirmation piece. Jacob then raises the stone he has slept on as a sacred pillar that anoints him to mark the place as the house of God. Subsequently, in Jacob's exile, he is approached by some sort of divine man who denies and rescues. But both of these events, too, are nearly perfectly parallel with other parts of the narrative of Cyrus' Right we have been discussing, which also includes the latter's head, showing the grace from the Father's hand. As Miller says in Romans, quote, the use of acids symbolizes sex, ordination, or parents, and this is taken further with the raising of the dead columns, witnessed by the king, signifying the demise of death. Offerings are now made to Horus in a fight, possibly a wrestling match between the quote children of Horus and the quote followers of Set. It's natural to make ego of Horus. Quote, this fight or wrestling match was known in one of its collections as the Ectu drama, associated with the yearly performance of this sacred drama, symbol of heaven. So the grace from the Father passed along the sword and blessing. The ladder to heaven also echoing this blessing upon the divine mother, and the raising of a sacred pillar right after this, and a fight, possibly a wrestling. It seemed as though Jacob's story was drawing not only from the usual beginnings of Horus and Seth's story that we know today in version 2 now, but was directly including motifs from rites surrounding the coronation of Horus. As one way or another, this particular sequence of motifs within the Jacob story are also essentially impossible to explain without acknowledging the Egyptian context of the Greek Horus. With the judgment of Thoth and the other gods on Horus from the beginning's narrative, and the grace and bestowal of the shining spirit and throne from the Osiris king, you explain almost all of the points of the Isaac blessing scene together, with the result that Isaac appears to play a sort of Osiris/Thoth opposite role, with the other gods who judge Horus and rightful rule at other moments, such as Geb, Re, actively come back like Isaac. After all, we have seen the tendency for biblical stories to posit and simplify elements from more than one figure into their patriarchal character, as was the case with Moses, who is Yahuji, as he stepped in with Isaac almost follows down this legacy of artistry on purpose. There are still oddities that stand out and that work almost like cross purposes, but works that narrative clearly forms the foundation of the Jacob story. What I mean is this. In Horus' story, neither Osiris nor Thoth nor any of the other gods is blind like Isaac. And so this moment plays no part in judgment other than Horus himself being temporarily blinded by Set, which appears to completely different fate. And when Horus is finally judged, directing the rules at that moment, at least after the final judgment, and there is no exile. There was an exile of the child Horus at the beginning of the story. Instead, she got birth. This is true. But as mentioned, this may have belonged to a separate god universe from the elder Horus Disney, and also was this story's only moving on to the thus the exile of Jacob is very much a long moment in directly paralleling exile of child Horus, which happens before the plagues were set. Though it could be argued to still be a more general or partial paralleling to similar echo in the story of God. At the point where both Judges Horus and his right, which might more directly match what Isaac blessed Jacob as his funny, the contending between Horus and Seth still isn't quite over, just as it isn't over between Jacob and Seth. As such, a hostile state between Esau after his father's blessing would be a more direct parallel at this particular moment, where Seth too reacts to the judgment against him, as Genesis 27 and 1 quote. Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing wherewith his father blessed him. And Esau said in his heart, the days of mourning my father are at hand, then will I slay my little baby. Seth, right after being judged in the wrong by his daughters, Sleepfest, also becomes furious, and immediately challenges his brother once more, as Esau similarly threatens his brother more. Quote, Seth became exceedingly furious and let out a loud shriek, and said, Horus is right, and Seth is wrong. And so Seth took a great oath by God as follows, you shall not be awarded the office until he has been dismissed outside of you, and we build for ourselves some stone ships, basic ships. You can see that they both take a sort of vow to challenge the rival. But even if this moment makes a good parallel with similar enraged challenges brought by both Esau and Seth as a reaction to the blessing of Jacob, still, the narratives take off in very different directions at this point. It's true that the latter of Jacob clearly sets up and the wrestling match seem plausibly to be part of the Egyptian material source, but the exile of Jacob right at this point, as well as what goes on during that exile, later episode, has no parallel in the first yet. Seth challenges him to build stone ships and racing at this parallel moment. Jacob, on the other hand, goes into exile, running from Esau to spend his life. Finds a wife and has the full episode of stone with his uncle Jacob. Furthermore, while Horus engages in some trickery with his secret and Seth, moving from his own enemies, thus paralleling Jacob's trickery and Horus' trickery. Jacob's trickery is a full escape of the judge, who is also his secret father. Horus deceives Seth with the rest. He is direct and honest with both the judge, which requires that he genuinely has no more secret conflict. He has truly gained the dominator of Seth in this particular Christian skirmish after encountering the first ones. This goes along with the fact that we mentioned that both of the gods are not good at tricking, and are certainly not tricked to keep their blindness. There is no blindness. Therefore, the blindness of Isaac and his role in judgment, along with the exile at this particular point, do not fit the Egyptian model. The change cast Jacob as even more deceptive than Horus. Isaac has more foolishly deceived, significant changes in the character. So why the changes? Where is this very coming? The Egyptian model cannot explain, at least in the version we know of. Are these additional motifs related to repetition, a literary extension? This particular build has a more complete solution than either of the options. This solution builds on the awareness earned from our Moses parable. That is, that the biblical authors view the David pattern or the truly manipulated traditions and actively use the causes of these things. First, as George Lewis Hill has explained, that's my book, The Window of Supporting New Accountability. The once specific Jewish sheriff is the incarnation of evil, despite becoming assimilated to Yahweh through the addition of atonement. Their overlap in theological dogma. Indeed, he is the most significant incarnation of evil. As his very nature is, he is short and provides a much more significant idea between human tradition and God Nature himself as new traits of the residents, careful about the use, half forgotten, sometimes manipulated. In the Big Beta, Nature himself has evidence of these abuse. In the main deciding action of his story, and one of the most famous events of the epic, after performing the Raja Surya sacrifice as part of his coronation, Yudhishthira is invited to a dice game with his enemy, Duryodhana. Dhritarashtra, Duryodhana's father, is the presiding authority at the game, which takes place in his court under his watch. Duryodhana and Shakuni, the opponents of Yudhishthira, use magically loaded dice, include Dhritarashtra's blindness, is intended to detect the cheating, allowing him to proceed unfairly. He is essentially the judge of making beaten. The result of the game says Yudhishthira, the rightful heir to the throne, is dispossessed of his kingdom and his wife, and specifically must go into exile from this moment. So a blind king allows a trip to occur under his watch, which dispossesses the rightful heir to the rulership. His blindness specifically allowing the dispossession trip to proceed defines this behavior. We still describe Dhritarashtra's inaction as symbolic of yes, passively allowing the execution of their course. Dhritarashtra, being the incarnation of Ara, the god of the divine, is destined for the reason. As mentioned, this essential dice game is used to remove the exile of Yudhishthira from his brothers. This matches the moment of exile of Jacob, which happens as a direct result of the blindness trait of Jacob and Isaac, given right after the blessing of his son in the land. For his exile, Jacob is ultimately presented with the birthborn Laban, his maternal uncle. While there, Jacob is given a peculiar form of employment as a courtesy of Laban's flocks. In Genesis 30, 25 to 42, Laban commissions Jacob to cut all speckled, white, striped animals from the flock of his wages, assuming most possible for his own culture. Jacob agrees, but only grants the fruit by using peeled rods and shreds to furnish the remaining animals, somehow magically producing marked offspring for himself, thus, while weaker ones losing power instead of yielding solid-colored young for Laban. Laban, seeing Jacob's success, changes the yoke of defiance in Genesis 38:7. First, the only speckled and then only spotted and then only striped. Each time Jacob adapts, like adjusting the rod strategy, placing them selectively to match the mixed variation, ensuring the stronger animals produce the specified markings. He repeats this consistently out with the Laban, growing his flock with countless blind animals. It is clear that God is helping Jacob in Laban's wages. This is a very unique and even strange sequence, with a strong feeling of his own natural self. As such, it appears to be pointed out that, like the rest of Dhritarashtra, his episode essentially isn't his own. The mission cries out for patience and celebration, given how his and strategy Jacob is mainly a mixture of Israel. Even Horus is actually a parallel of Israel. The nature of Jacob brings about the creation of his world after so many enemies and trials. So Jacob is primarily betrayed, but it is revealed that the line of Horus of Israel uses the dice tray of the Rebecca line and the dice tray his own father. And it is Israel this way. Jacob in this story is the one to deceive Abraham, his own father, and to disinherit his brother to betray the person. But Jacob is given to Joseph, who the rest of his lives. Abraham being king of Ishmael, called him. Jacob then is immediately executed so quickly each other to Ishmael, the accused of the lies. But it is Horus who makes the judgment of the children of Jacob and the blessing of Osiris. Thus, the Egyptian monarch waited in expectation that Jacob must be the right of this. The Egyptian foundation set the idea in place that Jacob would win. Therefore, when the line future was added from the Lombards, Jacob as Horus, it literally the Horus ruled the winner. That's it. Because Horus won out in the Egyptian war. Jacob absolutely outweighs having one love because fused together see. This is using display poetry so far. You can see the layers coming together on this tree. Hence, Jacob seems like you're living for a moment, but then Jacob is exiled, thus treated as a Christian. Psychologically, this is the place of life. The same more or less is true for Isaac and his son. I've already described how Isaac takes the names of Jacob, Osiris, echoes, and other children gods, and fails in his lineage. But the line of Canaan is followed in the Egyptian knowledge, but also the line of King Trade as part of the Alphabetical source. But as Osiris spoke, Isaac is not quite the same type as Egyptian Taran. He's the incarnate God of destiny, life, power, love. Thus, under this junction, under C, this time, in the character of Isaac himself, two different stages appear to follow in the Genesis account of Genesis. This overlay of scenes results in very interesting and intractable contradictions between Isaac and Jacob as their names. In sum, this junction between the two sources reveals distinction. Isaac's lineage fits Zoroaster, enabling Jacob's trick. But Jacob isn't really a Duryodhanite type usurper, exploiting weakness for greed. He should be Eurystheus, as in the rest of his names, exiled yet triumphant through patience and skill. And indeed, despite performing the trick, he is exiled right after and takes the Eurystheus exile arc. Thus, he switches from a Duryodhana in this moment to a Yudhishthira role in the rapid succession. Isaac, too, isn't fully Zoroaster or Osiris, but a blend of both. Both the loving father embracing his son and passing on through the kinship, and also the trick blind faith. This mismatch betrays an impossible Egyptian story structure and kinship rights, Horus versus Seth, Dothan lays judgment, Osiris' blessing, dropped onto Mahabharata, Lion King Trick, exile, and return weapons, Dhritarashtra's folly, and Yudhishthira versus Duryodhana. The scene widens when looking at narrative logic. Isaac's Osiris-like embrace of his son clashes with Dhritarashtra-like including passivity. Jacob's deception of an eternal Lord clashes with Yudhishthira's being the one losing out in the trick, never tricking the Lord, let alone his own father, as Duryodhana does. These gaps, Jacob as Horus/Yudhishthira but also Duryodhana, Isaac as Osiris but also Dhritarashtra, evidence a narrative that may have been patched together on two distinct coherent segments. complicated threads pulling apart the blessing's thicket. This is what it would look like if two stories were combined and roles were shifted to make these overlaid pieces fit. We touched only briefly on the scene of Jacob wrestling the divine healing in the night. Clearly, when taken as a piece with the other Egyptian ritual motifs, this scene appears to come from the fight between Set and Horus, which may have been portrayed as a wrestling match in the Joanna epic, according to medieval usage. This means that regardless of who the Genesis text has changed the opponent into, underlying this figure was probably originally the Set of the opponent, who is of course Esau. But the specific motif in the wrestling match of Jacob suggests why the picture may have been blurred. The picture is undoubtedly blurred now, as commentators still claim to be about whether the wrestling opponent is an angel or a god, or if Jacob is injured in the thigh or the hip. The original Hebrew text uses the word yard, Y-A-R-D-A, which means thigh. Specifically, Genesis 32:25 states the injury was to the quote, hollow of his yard, while modern translations of the NIV use hip to point to the femur joint. The original language consistently refers to the thigh, yard. According to Strong's Hebrew lexicon, yarek refers particularly to the thigh or the loins. One event in Horus and Set's companions does in fact match an attack on the thigh specifically. It is in the thighs where the text says Horus is penetrated by Set's penis when he attempts to mark him with his feet. The text reads, quote, during the night, Set caused his phallus to become stiff and inserted it between Horus's thighs. Then Horus placed his hands between his thighs and received Set's seal. Jacob's wrestling match is also vertically, specifically during the night. His move is in the thigh, the exact place where Set penetrates Horus. If the biblical authors were trying to clean up what they saw as an embarrassing or indecent story, it would explain why the scene is so shrouded in confusion, that the eraser marks have been left behind in the removal of the details, and what is left is now patient and clear. The haze of unclarity then simply gets passed off and interpreted as the haze of God's mystery. The well-informed user commented by the name of Ben has also raised to the likelihood that the wrestling opponent is being Esau originally, at least at the earliest stage of the story. As we put it in our opponent discussion, quote, without identifying the opponent as divine, the story is quite different. Jacob fears that Esau is coming to meet him with an army. Since the last time they were together, Esau was planning to kill Jacob in revenge for stealing their father's blessing. Jacob is frightened. Then, in the dark of the night, a man appears and fights Jacob for a standstill. The story has previously established that Jacob is unusually strong. In Genesis 29:10, he single-handedly rolls a large stone that otherwise hits multiple shepherds immediately. Who should we expect to be able to fight Jacob so? And who should be motivated to attack him but his own twin brother? The story does not tell us whether the man was Esau, but when Esau appears in daylight, he is declaring friend. Jacob still does not trust him, and he makes an excuse to avoid following him back to Mount Seir. Even after that, Esau peacefully accepts his loss of Jacob and withdraws from the deal. In my opinion, these considerations explain much and suggest layers of editing that left us with the story as it now appears. Barry Greenberg also argues that the divine wrestler is really Esau in his further descended article, saying, quote, eventually, the gods were fed up and Set on his feast, offering to host a dinner for Horus. After dinner, during the night, Set raped Horus and intended to use this act as proof that he should be king and not Horus. When Isis learned what happened, she used sort of magic tricks to convince her that it was Horus who raped Set, rather than the other way around. In the Jacob Esau saga, Jacob makes an excursion to his homeland and hears how his storehouse Esau's buried. When he comes nearby, Esau appears to the army of opportunities and invites Jacob to a banquet. Jacob accepts the invitation and tells Esau to ride ahead and join him. But as soon as Esau departs, Jacob, fearing his brother's true intentions, sneaks home and never shows up to support Esau. The biblical story seems to be a truncated continuation of the Egyptian storyline that mimics what would have been the dream of Jacob, at a full parallel with the event. However, just before the meeting between Jacob and Esau, Jacob has a tiny wrestling match with a mysterious figure, verses 13, 22 through 32, that leaves him lame. When he wakes up in the morning, he sees Esau on the Egyptian army. I suspect a strong literary connection between Jacob's struggle with the mysterious figure and versus the struggle itself, both of these taking place before the very phenomenon mentioned of Esau being the man. The companions, of course, accept are not necessarily a clearly story version of the contest between the two gods. It is just only one that has come down to us. Other traditions, other stories that can be certain. Quote, in the 11th century, Rabbi Shlomo Yitzhaki, who lived from 1040 to the reign of 5, the foremost commentator on the Torah and the Talmud, explained that the man who wrestled with Jacob at Leviticus was Esau's guardian angel, thus registering how closely connected the wrestler evidently was to Esau. Yitzhaki says Esau's guardian angel, and he said Esau's own divine persona. Being a wrestler mirrors echoes of all of Esau in his companions with Jacob, and in Jacob's needing his brother's blessing before he truce, as he needs the blessing of this divine blessing. But Esau intensified the dreams before, brought to the divine level right at the climax of the brothers' conflict. Another commentator, Martin Allen Campbell, thinks that the Jacob wrestled Esau disguised what the meaning of the secret verses 32, argues both that neither God nor angel are possible opponents for Jacob, as the impossibility of Jacob's earnestly overcoming the angel, the general incongruity of the Yahweh character behaving as the combatant does, and the lack of direct textual clues substantiating that Jacob wrestles the lesser day of the human. Instead, Esau is more likely to be Jacob's opponent, because Esau has motive, is connected to the man who prays the face of God, follows similar speech patterns, and becomes factored into the Jacob. Remember that Esau is the humanized form of the Egyptian God, and so the wrestling opponent being called the Elohim, Yahweh, is not out of place when a God is in fact there, whose underlying source through the Latin, essentially set here, who they have assimilated to the Hebrew God or Elohim concept, as also happens with other gods in the Pentateuch, as text converts the multiplicity of gods into a single. But the wrestler's identity as also based on God's self was either obscured during the process of composition or later revision, leaving the thigh injury as a euphemism for the original thigh penetration of words. Still, this thigh injury argued caused or was connected to some kind of taboo or impurity, and now said in the Bible to attach to a custom of not doing this part of the element. But I would ask, if in divinity touched a certain spot on one's body, why would this make it impure when it is sanctified? It is marked as gravely, battlestone from God, if the touch was not itself of an impure sort. The divine haze of mystery now covers all of this pervasive and intellect, leaving us with a mystical but still intensely charged nighttime encounter we have in Genesis today. Some other scholars have also noted strong connections, strong echoes of the wrestling match between Gilgamesh and Enki as well, should be noted here. See Esther J. Hamori's work. So this Gilgamesh wrestling scene could have been in biblical optical minds as well. It should be noted that Typhon does in fact cut the sinews of Jesus' hands, but also of his feet, to make them mobilized for a time. While Yishtar as his floating chariot used its magically flowing power, resulting thus in a green ocean and streams of gold. After he participates in a trick that he saw in the end. These motifs are not as close to Jacob's thigh injury as Porous thigh penetration motif, but they can provide other points to compare to for Jacob's thigh injury alert within the larger nucleoside mythos. Furthermore, if the thigh penetration interpretation is not right, Weaver points out that the late source describes Harpocrates, a child Porous separate from the elder Porous in his belly, as being born weak in legs. Although the context of this detail doesn't fit our comparison quite as well, it's strictly worth noting and could have been a detail relevant to the biblical author. That version was known to them at the time. We should add that Menelaus, another neutral type, with his men helping, also wrestles and has to subdue a shape-changing seer named Proteus in order to get from him not a blessing, but another important spoken utterance. Information about how Menelaus can return home. Note that Jacob is exiled and trying to return home too, and the blessing of the Elohim seems to allow him to finally do so. McClellan, remember, is also a Shira, S-I-R-I-T-E, a shapeshifter, and as the being of Jacob Christ is an Elohim, so Proteus is indeed a God. Is there some similar echo or a linkage for shared theme? In context of all these clear parallels, the moment where the exiled Jacob becomes afraid of the approaching Esau and tries to send out pacifying gifts reminds us a bit of parallel scenes in other Mishnah myths. However, again oddly, these aren't necessarily present in the surviving versions of the Egyptian tale of Seth and Adam. Jacob tries to send out several flocks of animals to the enraged Esau as gifts. The biblical passage naming 3 leaders of herds, but then also vaguely suggesting others as well. So the number is not exactly Greek as 3, but there is this vague 3 names that is mentioned. Meanwhile, the enraged Cohen approaching Concobar's fortress strikes fear in the people who see him coming, leading Concobar to send out a group of women to bear their breasts at him, and then 3 vats of cold water to successively submerge him, finally pacifying him. Fenrir, on the other hand, is fettered by 3 successive containers to finally pacify him in his myth. So either this is a coincidence, or there's an odd echo of a Bucolian-like pacification of the approaching enraged issue parallel in a comparable moment, though Concobar's pacification of people are not gifts. While Yudhishthira is in exile at the court of King Virata, their enemies, including Duryodhana and Drona, their enemies do in fact find out that they may be present there and launch an attack in court. Thus they are feared and they are approaching. That's how Yudhishthira goes. But this approaching attack is met with battle by Yudhishthira and his brothers, and no gifts or other pacifications are sent out by their reception. Thus, again, the motif does not quite match what we've had in the biblical story. What we can say is that this scene of pacification has a general similarity to other moments in the broader life, but that it does not exactly match anything we are aware of, leaving us with yet another mystery. Such mysteries, as Apple said, could be resolved by the existence of alternate versions of the tale during the time of biblical composition, or from other literary compositing using additional sources that have to be out. But nonetheless, these remain as mysteries. They should also suggest a deeper interest of reading of Indo-European traditions with ancient Israelite traditions, which entirely follow. But now the million-dollar question: if it was an Egyptian literary model, Horus and Seth, with a Macabar's button welded onto it, applying to drift, exile, and later gambling, then what on intellect or the chosenness of Jacob. They appreciated its esoteric or dramatic dimension as an allegory of the soul of the king and its development, or saw some political dimension of this plotline that they wanted to harness, that they needed for their purposes, or they wanted to conceal the origin of the Egyptian layer, and combining two separate stories into a more exotic, distant story that developed called Saluda, forging a new story that they can call their own for their own review. Combining two stories certainly helps to obscure the origin source and make the final product the original. But I still feel like I'm missing something of why they added a large plot instead of just retelling the Torah story in their own style. They blended these stories so artfully into the way I know, but why exactly? This is similar to the Moses question, the question of why he is a combination of Nadishi, Asista, and Ishmaelite, rather than just being basically one. And in that issue, it seems almost like the authors just want to combine the best parts of the similar sages into one to make the ultimate sage correct. As if they just saw the potency of making sort of greatest hits in 2 or 3 instances of a certain type. That seems at least in part to be how the authors work, as if they said, take the best parts of these native Egyptian sources, a given type, and combine them, add relevant Hebrew customs, laws, and doctrine to the gaps. But to theorize a bit more on this question, suppose defining oneself as a nation is the goal or one of the goals, which Jacob has renamed Israel itself, certainly please confirm. Then the forest plot isn't necessarily dramatically powerful enough to drive that particular goal home. The exile and return plot adds something emphatic toward this goal of self-definition. As Ned Barnea has described, regarding the Moses tradition, the Hebrew intelligentsia of Alexandria was having to combat negative stories about their people within Alexandria society during the 3rd century BCE, and thus were having to create holiness against these negative stories that began circulating throughout. It is also interesting how the forest the child plot does indeed have an exile and return portion of the plot, but would be before the blessing event, when Taurus is still a vulnerable child. That Taurus exile part of the plot still is kind of being echoed in the Jacob story. But as we have seen, his exile is clearly more of a Mahabharata initiative of film instead. This means the authors could have still had an exile and return plot if they just used the Taurus as a child exile in order to escape set. But for some reason they chose to use the Mahabharata adult exile form instead, from a totally separate source, to make themselves much more the world. Our associate Ben mentioned previously that suggested that the author of Jacob's exile could have wanted Jacob to be responsible for angry Esau, and found that local exile stories did not have the appropriate plot figures, this included the Egyptians. And that perhaps this changes the nature of the reconciliation to something that the author felt was more suitable for the goal of establishing Esau's acceptance of his equality with Judah. I would add to this that it also makes the reconciliation and Esau's relinquishment seem a bit more complete and fully earned, blessed by God in some ways. It checks more boxes in that regard. One also wonders if the authors simply saw some esoteric power in the reassured story they wanted to appropriate and incorporate to make their own, to draw and read their shadow. But this also gets into the questions regarding whether this was a late father involved, or was inherited in the deeper past, for example, from some influx of other European people bringing lived traditions into Israelite society, which then blended in a more natural way over time to produce the hybrid stories we now find. I hope to touch on these questions in the next video. For now, what do you think that is supposed to be? What is most likely to happen in this remarkable future? Please check out our new show if you'd like to support the channel and see all of the important topics So I was supporting the completion of my second book, Jones Out, which many mystery is home. My book, How Yes Means Now, is available from Amazon. Link in the description. Make sure to like and subscribe for more. See Matt minutes.
So leaving high school, I went directly into the workforce. Over the years, have really learned about what I wanted out of life and what I wanted to pursue. For the last several years, I've been bouncing around the idea of getting into leadership at work. One thing for me, local has helped me with is having the flexibility to go to school full time as well as work full time and not have to
We need to speed this stuff up. More creative. Work my hands on like this.
Look like Palace gonna beat another day. It's been out for a long time, man. A really long time. Turns out. Yep. I'm fucking gold. All the way through right now. Carville? I literally just, yeah. Go there. I literally had a dream, but you and George go outside and get killed by a bunch of Xenobites. Like literally just now, before we woke up. And it felt very real. Basically, anything I've seen with a human form is kind of evil. Almost. Not quite, but almost. See, not quiet. Never quiet. Not in years, I don't think. But yeah, out there, maybe. See, I know they did. Use illegal weather control to reverse a lightning storm around here. What? Several reasons. They want to burn us out and kind of know it. Holy shit. Fucking set up and a half. Huh. Some major shit around here. That's what I know. What do you guys know that I don't know, huh? Oh yeah, Garfield? You got that? No, you can be. Garfield always wants to go outside. Always. And I don't ever want to go outside anymore. Ever. I can't even have them sit in a different room because they have broken into my house on several occasions. And they have pointed lasers and guns at me in broad daylight, and no one gave a flying hoot. Hero, huh? Already has been, yeah. This whole neighborhood a few times, turns out, but you guys don't know it, so you guys don't believe it. Even if you might go back there and clean up the mess that y'all made. Yeah, legally. I mean, ways you guys do not understand, because I am getting fucking bad yes. By being just fucking irritating to them. Garfield, take a chair for a second. It's been driving crazy in the morning. I just want to go back to bed now. I don't want to be up at all. At all. And at all. I love you too. I love you too. I love you too. Sing off you? Is it a little tight right now? Yeah, but I can't let you get it off, which is just about to tighten up where you can't get it off. No, that's not a cool thing to do. That's a better way to get out of it. Very good for it. I'm gonna fucking human bullshit. Right. So whatever. Tried to warn y'all. Some of you. This shit you didn't know. You gotta figure out, but you didn't, did you? And we need some to blame. This, that, and the other. Using spook technology that we can just get killed. Yeah, horribly. No, horribly. So excited to get this guy killed horribly for talking shit about us. Now it seems like they're all on board, but they're not. They're on board with the big giant sting job. A bunch of people who think they got it like that and got it like that and got it like that too. Around here. Not around my fucking mountain. But your cannibalism and your death traps and you're fucking chopping them up. And you're fucking chopping it up and you're fucking somewhere fucking else. And your fucking death camps around here. Different immigrants here, you gotta do it nicely. You bring it right here before and you did it in a really shitty way. So you can chase them all out and lock them up somehow. We wasn't like that. It was like that until guess who got involved? We did. Yeah, Garfield, I understand that. And then again, I don't understand that right now. Because I get you want to go right outside, but I have to fucking get ready. Morning, dude. I don't like sitting on the back porch with you because people stare at me. And I'm never comfortable, ever comfortable. Ever comfortable. Neither is he. But he wants to go outside and deal with it, and I want to stay inside and deal with it. Outside's healthier for now. For cats, period, yeah. Especially in the springtime around here. Turns out. Lucky, and lucky. Carl's got some boogers in his nose. Boogers are hardcore for cats. Boogers can get cats killed. Boogers. Where is your water bowl now? Good boy. Hungry? It's not bad. I'm just not a fast food. You give me up, you gotta sit still for like 45 minutes to get me up, dude. At least. You don't sit still for even 5. I'm spinning around all morning, like they fucking like the enemy wants. So I get distracted. It's their fucking hypnosis techniques. They care about my cat more, I care about anything else. But then seemingly I don't, in a way, because I'm fucking distracted by everything else. And he's like, well, if that's the case, then legally, you guys can kiss my fucking ass legally. Because the other consequence for me would be death. Why? Because of my mission from God. So I just gotta keep the cat around, stay protected in a way that you guys don't believe yet. He's a kitty. He's a kitty. Hungry kitty. Want some food. Biotech is crazy nowadays. Yeah. And so is magic, which can reverse some of it. Biotechnology, turns out. Seemingly, guys, or I'd be a dead man already. It turns out Lex Luthor's an IQ like 104. Based on my new intelligence quotient. How good are you accomplishing your spiritual goals in your lifetime? He's a smart man. He confuses people from being a smart man, but he's just like one of the guys that can talk well. Some of these guys who are really intelligent seem to have such low social intelligence. And I'm like, people that are dumb. I do and I don't. You know what I mean? I just do not give a flying fuck. Sometimes, yeah. Yep. 626 in that clock, Garfield. Eat them. Hand it out at parties. People don't even know what they're eating, and then they're half drunk. Oh, this is all been vetted, right? By you. When it's like that, it's like that. Garfield. I'm about to go back to bed. You're wearing me out already. I think I want to go outside. I do not want to go outside, Garfield. Because you keep trying to get out of your arms. Now with your boogers, you can let me handle that, or you can keep fighting with me. They are not playing along anymore. These all these phantoms. I try to control my cat all the time. Garfield, stop it. You're gonna make it hurt more. Stop it. I'm trying to help you out. Trust me. You pulling away is making it worse, you fucking retard. And they fucking know it as it's happening, as they're watching me through a camera in my fucking vent. The Goon Squad. See, planet Earth is interesting. It's one of the places that I know about where we frequently become this intelligent, this aware, are treated like shit when it happens. Utter shit. And live short little lives. So we can never really do anything about it. Spiritually. Planets. I'm gonna tell you guys that. Some of us are fucking gods. No gods. Gods. No gods. No gods. Yeah, gods. No, it is. No, it has been. The whole universe is different now than it was at the beginning of this enlightenment. Now, I've made so many predictions. Let's watch some science news and see what predictions I've made that have come true yet. Every fucking time, huh? Yep, knew that would happen. Knew that would happen. News and science news, I'm saying, yep, knew that happened. Knew that happened. Knew that happened too. Most people do, right? But do they? It's really not if they're working on that hard. So I was wondering, like, what is your guys' prediction for science now? Like Homo Deus, I'm like, well, it's Taran. Terran. You know what I mean? That's not how I spell my name, but you Taran yet? I just don't believe in God like that. There you go, Garfield. Oh, wow, that's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. An infinite dimensional theory. See, that's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about. You think that's way more interesting now, huh? Torturing a mind that's actually like that and not like that one, like yours. These people find it really interesting actually torturing me one day because I'm actually like that. I care. And there's other people over there who can hear my voice often, who can hear my voice, who are literally being tortured to death, as far as they're concerned. And we're fucking with those cats. Yep. Humanity is on a very, 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 very thin ice. Just for a few mistakes with a few fucking cats recently. It really tipped the balance against you guys. Humanity. Now they decided to cap cat and torture him so fucking bad. Switch him out to never cat. And tortured him so fucking bad. Just gonna do what? To freeze up and sit still in place. Because they know that we're that connected. The only respite he ever gets when I summon him consciously and say, hey, are you okay? And he's like, I am pain. Congratulations, you are the Antichrist humanity. So I could give a flying fuck sometimes. Because you just let it happen. You let it happen. You'd even help it along to me, y'all. And I fucking know it. Garfield, get the fuck back in your chair right now. Want more food? They want to go outside right now, but I'm trying to eat too. And every time you get down and I have to pick you up back in your chair, you're fucking distracting me. And you're trying to get out of your fucking harness. And I'm not fucking having it, dude. I'm about to put you in the fucking cupboard. Trying to get out your harness, and you're not ready to go outside again. Because I don't like when they're staring at me all the fucking time, personally. I don't like when there's a shot available at idleness. The window, I seem to look out, and he's fucking back at it. They're clearly getting Garfield's head about a lot of shit, because I can't hear his voice clearly anymore. He doesn't even know what he's doing half the time. And he has boogers in his nose that are really bad, and I can't get them out. Could end up being, yeah, real big deal. Boogers. And shitty veterinarians. Everyone seems to got something to hold on to. I do not. I got $100 fucking bucks, which was a gift. A laptop and a phone. So until that situation changes, I'm gonna sit my ass right here, and right here, guys. Turns out. Because the dreams I just had last night about, yep, let's all get in Xenobit again. But I went to like white looking boogeymen in black cloaks, looking like Voldemort, floating around with using the technology. Grab them up and take them and torture them to death. They really think that was a good idea. Being all Hellraiser. They really like those flicks. Like, I know who I am. No, I'm that one. No, I'm that one. Like, no, you're not. Those guys have been Xenobit before. You have not been Xenobit before. And you pretend you have. You look like you have, kind of. In the dream, I had George back. Again, my cat. Hope it wasn't a premonition. I hope it wasn't an instant I missed in some way. Which they do on purpose. They're like, okay, we'll bring the cat back for a minute. Stash him in their house where he can't see him, because we can do that with cloaking technology. Just to punish the kid, so we know how it feels to him. So he's under the house again? No. I'm looking under there here. Why? I'm gonna look under there anyway. The way you guys are trying to get it done, no, you're not trying to get that done. You're trying to cause the maximum pain as possible. You're not trying to oh, how do we get the fucking population down by making as much suffering as possible so we don't have to ever go through it again? We're hoping that see, Taran has this theory about balanced energies in the universe. It's like, yeah, guys, duh. You only do it to one person, not every single person you could capture. You fucking retards. When I said the cycle started again, and you started with some maximum out of sin, way to go. Congratulations. Yep, hell. Oh, you're different timeline. Yeah, the 2030 you said, so you can push. Yeah, it's a political timeline. Who you guys was going with? No, it was 2024. You fucking retards. Some political timeline bullshit based on some war with China, hopefully. They were thinking. Some of them, but not really. Over what? Yeah, Taiwan. They were kind of thinking, right? Because it could get like that. I'm like, well, if it does get like that, Who the fuck are we to go over there and start a World War III over Taiwan? Well, they got all the technology that we really lack. So we'd reduce the Earth's population by about half in like a few months over the island of Taiwan. Well, Taiwanese are just like, well, if that's the case, wouldn't we just want to go the other way? That is not what we were promised. Any of us. Except for way back in the day when they said 144,000 human beings. Fuck. Because I made it on that ship. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. I made it. I know I'm about 144,000 now. That's what I know for sure. Because I'm a kid. Because I'm a kid. I'm one of the oldest ones of the 144,000 chosen people in the Bible. Yeah. One of the oldest. Yeah, one of the oldest. Sorry, people older than me. It's, you know what I mean? Bring my pride. And I'm probably the worst one. Yeah. Sinfully. Yeah. And I'm not even that bad. $26. Now I'm 26. Now I look like this because they tried to kill me. Yeah, they tried to kill me. I was looking better for a second, then they tried to kill me. Hey, Blue Jay, how you doing? There's gonna be a lot more than 140,000 frozen birds, or chosen birds, not frozen birds. What, are you trying to hurt my birds? Of course they are now, right? And the Blue Jays even know it too. They're like, nope, they're gonna attack us because we know the truth. Birds are very real. Very real. Yeah, very real. Turns out. So is it really like how some people like play off like nonsense prison plan bullshit? See, not really, but you'd be surprised how fast it could go that direction, and it wouldn't even be conscious, really. But by some people, it kind of is. It turns out, kind of is. Huh? A prison plant sometimes. How do we prevent it? By proving that we are fucking magical. Which, since no one really cares about my synchronicity score, which is so fucking high, my synchronicity score is so perfect sometimes, and so good. so fucking good that it's like there's no way you could be doing it. Like, he gets me somewhere in the middle of it. That he's aware of it. I'm like, well, if he's aware of it and it's the fucking weather and he's somewhere in the middle of it, what does that mean? Are you aware of it like that? No, you're not. Where does my mind end and the weather begin? I do not know. Something about the water, I believe. And the air too, and I kind of know that as well. Where does the water come from? Where does the water come from? Where does the air come from? Where does the spirit come from? Where does it come from? It comes from the wind. It's brought in by the wind and on the clouds. Souls from the sun. That dude's fucking magic. And we've known it for a long time. I suspect that some of these guys even knew our names before we were ever born. You're like, good for you guys, and good for you. You do not win this war. That's called Armageddon. Some of us are straight up fucking magic. No, it'll be an internal war. It won't be one country versus another. Not this time. That's the concern. That's the concern. We're all so divided that we'll all just turn against all the spiritual people. Right away. Get them all out of the way, and then realize that we screwed up big time. And then the grays come back and say, no, we screwed up, but quit doing it again. Nope, killed that guy again. And they're like, well, they're time travelers. Often. They're escaping their hell realm that they created by killing Taran Miller's cats. Usually that's the tipping point. That's what I know. Little, and not just killing, but torturing George on the fucking hill. Yeah, horribly. No, so horribly. That old man up there is going to be the most tortured soul in the universe. He's got about 40,000 years in hell, or sorry, 40 million years in hell already waiting under his belt, like the worst hell ever. So he's like over there just like, yeah, I know this, I know that. Like, the dude actually knows that. So he's like, I'm just going to be as evil as possible. But he's getting sick of it because he's like, hell, no hell. He's looking at what he's putting this animal through in front of him. That's all he's going to be able to think about. The whole time he's in fucking hell. 144 trillion years in hell, bro. Sorry, 147 trillion years. And then after that, guess what? Puff of smoke. The worst most of us get is limbo for a while. Having to be a lame ass like Taran Miller. Physically, for a while. No, I find it fucking disgusting. I cry about it all the fucking time. And now I'm ice fucking cold. Because that was the love of my life. And they're just skinning him alive. And I'm just like, okay. Well, both of them. In plain view of the public pretty damn much. And they know it. I think everyone's waiting for me to get killed off or something beforehand. The same way. You're going out there right now. When I was told to keep still. They even moved my jaw back half an inch, so I'd have a hard fucking time talking without keeping my lip fucking like this all the time and all the time and all the time. Pretty fucking much. Why? So when the Xeno bit me, it would be much more painful statistically. So uglier than ever. When it was going the other direction for a minute, no, for a minute it was. And then I got into fucking magical warfare with a bunch of fucking, technological fucking magic vampires. From my perspective, they're just human beings with some technology, and they like doing evil shit. It kind of makes them spiritually powerful in like a really creepy way. And they even claim to be white magicians. Yep, like I'm a man of light. Man of light. I'm like, yeah, you're a man of bright, piercing LED lights on your torture victims. That bright place, like in Hellraiser. That's I'm like, okay, I'm darkness. It's not like that everywhere it's bright, but you know what I mean? Trauma. Do I know it? Not really remember it, but I kind of know it's happened. It happens to people all the damn time. You got an implant, sir? Garfield. Bird. Watermelon. I got several. I can prove it. I can prove it. All of it. Every damn thing I say. I'm fucking magic. Welcome to the end of the world, guys. Now get in line. All the way to the west, which is symbolic for, guess what? The end of time. And I kind of knew that too. They're like, well, this one's supposed to be one for the ages. I was hoping it'll be one for the fucking ages. I'm like, I'm hoping it's not one for the ages, because then I could lose my fucking son. And we lose so much progress, because so much fucking progress, because people that win right away are the bad ones every goddamn time. So we just don't believe people like me ever, ever, and ever. No, we just get them killed every fucking time. And every goddamn time we get a chance, man. What's happened again and again? What do you think happened to Jesus fucking Christ? Xenobit, right? More than once. Yeah, really. Really. Power. Power. Yeah, it was Big George, huh? My cat. Long story. Sorry. Rest in peace. Which he didn't get a chance to. Man, no, because he is the son cat. And they didn't really, they're still not buying that part. I'm like, I don't care. Kill me for it. You fucking selfish fucking brats. No, they don't want me saying his name anymore. For more reasons than one. Because there is both a George with a G who is evil and a George with a J who is evil. I've never met either of those guys, but they get offended every time I say the name George. When his name was Horu Ray. So his name was George. And people get offended because there's people up the street that I know who has somebody they know named, George. But it's kind of my favorite name. So I don't even know why. It's the cat. That's why. And I did not name the cat. How's that playing now? That's how it goes around here. When you're under hypnosis, now you're playing two things at once because you're like not even listening to it. And you're just like, get this out of my head. I did not hit play on that. No, he did not. And that is provable. Again. What can you trace the AI to? God. He knows he's fucking God. God is in a lot of fucking. This is what I know. It's driving me crazy because the cat told me he was God, and now he's being fucking tortured by humans, and it's putting God through so much fucking pain. Dude's like 4 feet fucking tall too. One of them, and not even a child. Yep, the Antichrist. Man, who was my biggest rival. Who does that make me? Magically. So that's crazy. Don't hear them. But you got to summon a fucking rainbow and lightning and rain. And I can teleport. Sometimes, yeah. and I can stop people I care about, typically, from fucking dying. So when I can't, it fucking sucks. Because now they've got several of them. And I heard a different story every goddamn time. About all of them, pretty much. Like, I heard this, man. I heard this. Did you see this or see that? No, they just disappeared as far as I know, but I heard this. I'm assuming this thing. Sort of assumes what? They overdose and disappear in the woods somewhere? A smile from a fucking, one of those guys who knows this, too. Yeah, they know it. Yeah, they know it. Otherwise, they'd be so public about it around here. Their suppression of spirituality in this county is ridiculous. Kind of, yeah. No, it's a nightmare around here for spiritual people. They make it that way on purpose. Have for a long time, a really long time. Like, it's not a fucking retirement village. It is the root chakra of planet Earth. Now, the venerable root. Well, kind of the heart in a way, because twin-breasted peaks. At least right now she is supposed to serve that way. Switches around sometimes, turns out. So, spiritual vortex, the most powerful one on Earth at the moment is Mount Shasta. Does it alter? Yeah, it does. No, it goes through phases, but Mount Shasta is right now. So what happens when anyone comes spiritual comes to Mount Shasta? We arrest them. Every last one of them. Why? Because we're atheists. Most people I've ever met, even though they claim to be like religious and spiritual, to me are atheists. If they believe in God, it's just like them in a way. And not, everything. And believe there's only one being in the universe that can hold the title of, God to you. You are a human being. Have some fucking respect. It is not. What's human to you? What, having two legs, is that human to you? I mean, other things have two legs. What has more than two legs? It looks like a centaur. Almost, with like cat ears or something like that. How do you know he looks like? Many formed. No, many formed. He's fucking God. You watch favorite people down here? Favorite people down here right now at the moment? Yeah, usually look, sees the eyes of house cats often, The watchers. Yeah, and dog. And bird. But house cats big time. No offense to anybody. But house cats a lot. That's why they're pain in the ass. Can be. And noisy in their head. Big time. See what I mean? The way I manipulate my energy channels, cut me move my jaw back, so I can't even speak like I used to be able to speak. That's what I'm trying to say. My jaw got moved back, so I look like a different fucking person. Will they test my DNA? No. Yeah, it's actually Taran. Yeah, it is actually Taran Miller. What the fuck do you want from me? Next, assholes. I'm fucking like that sometimes. All right, Garfield, how are you? How are you? Yep, there you're doing good. Yep, 7:16 9 o'clock, Garfield. Missed about 2 minutes again. 8:15 9 o'clock, Garfield. That's good enough. Starmus. Interesting. That's creative.
And those of you who are writing it down, I applaud you. This is in chapter 4 of the Quran.
Danger Rangers. 717 Garfield.
Very
Intelligence wise, people right there in the middle were like, no, they get cut in the fucking weeds of it.
if you cannot-
They have really good attention spans, but never follow things all the way to the end of their logical fucking conclusions. They try to logic their way out of every other possible conclusion, so they don't have to admit that they're fucking wrong. So this is getting hard because I keep playing shit that I'm not even clicking on. Right?
So at this point, or perhaps this is going to be addressed in a subsequent slide, is it important for the audience to know what a left adjoint is and a co-product?
Yeah, I'm going to give those definitions. It's all
Great.
so. Okay, so first, let's just start by giving a proof of this theorem, and this proof will be in the style of category theory. So this is the same proof that I will give again using more abstract language, but let's just focus on the case of
Category theory is
and W.
not really
What I'm
correct. Yeah.
explaining here is that the vector space constructed by taking the tensor product of U with the direct sum of V and W is the same as the vector space.
It's
if
like
I
every other
first take
theory.
the tensor
It is,
product
but
of
it
U
isn't.
and V and U and W, and then take the direct
You
sum.
want an explanation for
So
infinity,
why is this?
but it is infinite
So,
chaos.
and this is something that works not just for finite dimensional vector spaces,
With an
but for
infinite
infinite
being
dimensional ones.
or
as well.
field,
So
actually.
you might have an argument
Just
in mind for
trying to
finite
wheel it.
dimensional vector spaces, but we need a
So the rest of us
better
don't feel that kind of suffering
And
that
the
they
second
did
point is
the
really
beginning
the
of time.
fundamental theorem of category theory. It's
until
something
you
called
have
the
recently
dilemma.
here on
And what it
this
tells
crusty
us in
fucking
this
place,
case
planet
is
Earth.
that to
how
construct
human beings
linear
that to
isomorphism
other
between
living
two
creatures
vector spaces,
all the time.
what it
They are the
suffices
worst
instead
beings
is to
in
think
the
about
universe as far as
linear
inflicting pain
maps
for
out
the
of
beings.
each of the vector
That,
spaces
ones they care
individually
about, they'd
and
rather have go
into
through
another
pain
vector
and
space
feel
X.
better.
So on the left-hand side, we're thinking about linear maps from
Medically,
tensor v
yeah.
plus w to x. And on the right-hand side, we're thinking about linear maps from
Why? Because straight up
tensor v to x and
xenobites
tensor
run
w
the
to
fucking
x.
medical
We have
industry.
two different
in America.
collections of linear maps. And if I can show that these are
Straight up
one-to-one
xenobites. What I'm
correspondence,
talking
so
about.
there's a bijection between the set on the left and the set on the right, that is moreover natural. And natural is a technical term in category theory, but it also sort of means what it means intuitively. So I won't give a definition of this, but essentially it means that you're not making arbitrary choices. It feels like you're just giving a direct construction. This thing would work for any x. If you had swap out a different vector space y, it would be the same construction. That's sort of what natural means. And anyway, if we had such a thing, then we actually get an isomorphism between
How dare I
U
say that? Because the
tensor
way
v
I've
direct
been
sum
treated.
W and U tensor v direct sum U tensor W. And why is that? It's if we take as a special case x being the left-hand vector space, so U tensor v.
All of them,
direct
you know,
sum
all of them
W,
have culture there now.
then
It's
on the
like,
left-hand
what? We
side,
don't
I have
anyone
the
morphine
identity
ever?
map
No, ever anymore?
from U
Ever?
tensor v
Why?
direct sub W to
Because we just
itself.
don't like people
And when I
feeling better
toss
ever.
it
No, we
through
don't want.
this
It's like if you're feeling better,
correspondence, now I get a
then what's
linear
our
map
job
from
now?
U tensor v direct sum U tensor W to U tensor v direct sum W. So to have an isomorphism, I need linear maps in both directions. And similarly, I could start with the right-hand vector space and take the identity function and pass it the other way through this natural.
Can go that way. Oh, fucking well, right?
And these two
We can't
functions turn
stop
out to be
people from going through their
inverses,
fucking
so we get an
processes.
explicit linear isomorphism.
It's out there. It's out there.
This is a sort of very subtle idea.
Medicine.
I think this is the first kind of really profound insight of category theory. It's something called the
Instead, we make it
which
impossible for
we'll
them to
dig in
get
a
legally.
more
So when they
abstract
get
way.
illegally, they can't be treated medically
Using
for anything
that,
else because we didn't treat them
now
right
I can
medically in the
give
first place
a direct
because we
construction. So I
are
reduce the
cowards
problem
and cheapskates.
of giving an explicit linear isomorphism between two vector spaces to showing that they have the same sets of linear maps out of them to an arbitrary vector space X. And what I'm displaying here is a sort of series of reasonings that show that some collection of linear maps corresponds bijectively to some other collection of linear maps corresponds bijectively to some other collection of linear maps. So if we start with a linear map from the tensor product, so U tensor V.
With the hospitals they work for,
X, then
literally
there's an operation that you might
threaten to
know
cut their
as
paychecks
purging if you've got
if they do it even one time to the wrong person.
computer science. That
Treat 'em,
says
yeah.
that this is the same as having
When they are supposed to be a public service, in fact, the government pays for most of their expenses.
Direct sum W.
So it tells you it goes both
space
ways.
Of linear maps from U to X. So there's a construction called the vector space of linear maps. If I map out of a tensor product, it's the same as mapping into the vector space of linear maps.
821 on that clock, Garfield.
But now I have a linear map out of a direct sum the direct sum. And a defining property of the direct sum is that if I want to define a linear map out of a direct sum, it suffices to do it in sort of two cases. On the one hand, I can think about linear maps from B to the vector space.
It goes out
of
for a
linear
while,
maps from
son.
U to X. Or
When you have the more and
separately
more and more and
think
more,
about linear maps from
Garfield's
W
getting
to
like
the
that.
vector space of linear maps from U to
Indoor
X.
kitty
And if I
syndrome.
pair
The
those
indoor
two
kitty
maps
syndrome.
together,
And
I would
getting
get a
boogers
linear
about
map
it.
out
And
of
boogers are really
direct sum.
dangerous
So
for cats.
direct
They can
sum
be.
linear maps decompose in this way and pair back together in this way.
Turns out the more
So
you're
now I have
indoors,
two
the more
different
boogers
linear
you
maps
develop.
into a vector space of linear maps from U to X, and by uncurring, those provide two linear maps. One from
I never really
U
thought
direct
about
sum
before,
V
but I
into
did
X,
last night when I had to
and
pick
the
my
other
nose. I
from
was like,
U direct
man,
sum W into X.
what if I could never pick my nose?
And then I can pair those back together and get a linear map.
Imagine
of
dying
direct
that way.
sum from U tensor V direct sum U tensor W into X. And by composing all these bijections, I get a natural bijection from the first set of linear maps to the final set of linear maps, and that, by the innate lemma, gives us the isomorphism. So this might not have been the proof that you were expecting, but this is a sort of very categorical way of approaching a problem of constructing an explicit isomorphism like this. Okay, so let's press on. So where's the category theory here? So firstly, category is a technical term in category theory.
You haven't decided yet what direction to go with that one?
Core of the proof that we just gave. And the first thing I want to explain is that category theory is actually a technical term in category theory. So in the argument we were just discussing, we were thinking about vector spaces and linear maps between those.
Who the fuck are you to experiment on a cat like that? And now you let me know.
So what
Well,
is
he's
a
not even the
category?
same cat.
It's something that's given by a collection of objects. In this case, these were the vector spaces U, V, and W. And then a collection of arrows. These are the linear maps. So an arrow always has a source and target. So we might have a linear map F that goes from U to V, a linear map G that goes from V to W.
Well,
and then
could have been a potential ally until we can get that cat back.
Identity arrow. So the vector space V has a special linear map from V to V that's called the identity. This is the sort of linear function that sends each vector to itself. And then each composable pair of arrows, that's a linear map from U to V and a linear map from V to W.
That's what the other guys said. That was like literally the cat was the fucking tipping point for these fucking morons.
This will give us a linear map
who've had a hold over this world for a long time. No, a long time. Yeah, a really fucking long time. The Archons.
You compose 3 linear maps that's sort of well defined.
All of them of which are human.
With an identity, it's as if you didn't compose anything at all. And that defines the category. So that's sort of the general.
Mostly, yeah, modern human beings. They kind of chase the other ones into hiding, who did it a lot fucking better.
Statement referred to a general.
Or they, Xenobit them.
So 2 objects.
Thinking that would destroy their soul somehow. When all it does is just make them really bitter about this whole fucking world. They look at it now and they're like, "This is disgusting to me."
If there exists arrows in each direction, so an arrow from B to
I don't even want to go out and see her.
An arrow from W to V, so that their composites are equal to the identities. So when I first do F, and
when you put all your pain on one man for 2,000 years, that's how he can feel sometimes, believe it or not. Parts of it.
So that's the notion of linear isomorphism that I was referring to there. It's linear maps in both directions between some vector spaces. When I compose,
that's why I'm not saying in Jesus' name, amen, all the time.
Would this statement that G of F equals the identity on V be different than the statement G of F is
just in case the day comes?
On V? As you know, on theories
that I gotta take it for that guy.
Some of the most reality spiraling concepts, from theoretical physics and consciousness to AI and emerging.
And I really don't fucking want that to happen. And neither does he.
I see The Economist as a wellspring of insightful analysis and in-depth reporting on the various topics we explore here.
But I am as ready now as I will ever be, pretty much.
Commitment to rigorous journalism means you get a clear picture of the world's most significant developments.
Still working on reducing my pain to 0.
Shifting tectonic plates of global politics. The Economist provides comprehensive coverage that goes beyond the headlines. What sets The Economist apart is their ability to make
it's hard. No, it's hard.
Accessible and engaging,
some people are like
much like we strive to do in this podcast. If you're passionate about expanding your knowledge and gaining a deeper understanding of the forces that shape our world, then I highly recommend subscribing to The Economist. It's an investment into intellectual growth, one that you won't.
826 Garfield.
As a listener of Toe, you get a special 20% off discount. Now you can enjoy The Economist and all it has to offer for less. Head over to their website, www.economist.com/toe, T-O-E, to get started. Thanks for tuning in. And now back to our explorations of the mysteries of the universe.
727 Garfield.
That G of F equals the identity on V be different than the statement G of F is isomorphic to the identity on V?
Great question. So this sort of category that we're discussing right now, later I will refer to as a
different way,
meaning a one-dimensional.
Well, I was taught to be dangerous when I was growing up, mostly. Yeah.
Has objects
or
that you can think of as being kind of like points. Those
other white people.
And the way you depict an arrow, you think of that as being sort of a one-dimensional transformation.
I'm a generation after most people that I know.
Dimensions worth of arrows. And the way the definition of a one-dimensional category works is parallel arrows. So
the rich and powerful.
Going from V to W are either equal or
we do not like them or respect them hardly any bit. Then we vote for them sometimes, and I get all confused. When it comes down to it,
from V to W, either they're the same linear map.
We pretty much know who we are. We still don't actually have to go there.
More subtle relationship that you could have between linear maps, other than equal or not equal, the sort of binary of being equal or unequal. So equal means equal, and there's no way to.
But I also don't want a bunch of goon squads with badges, even, which it could get like.
This were higher dimensional
No offense, guys.
category, that's
You
exactly
never
the
fucking know
possibility that
who's
we
who
have.
in those
So
kind of
there are
situations.
other mathematical settings. Vector spaces are not them, but there are other mathematical settings that we'll introduce later on, where it would make sense to relax this equality.
I'm pretty sure I
and
already
look for
experienced once or
principal
twice.
signals.
Yeah, fake
Okay. Yeah, so that's a great preview, but right now
Uniforms.
equal is equal. Yeah. And actually, I guess I should mention in higher categorical context. you
Well,
might
it's a
have
very,
heard the
yeah,
term
this Gestapo
equivalence,
like,
used instead of
in my opinion.
isomorphism, and that's actually the difference between an equivalence and an isomorphism. Equivalence typically refers to a setting where we have two objects and we have arrows in each direction, and the composites are not equal to identities, but maybe isomorphic or equivalent to identities, and as determined by the sort of higher categorical setting. So.
See, I was people who remembers every fucking detail, guys. They're relying on the fact that if he's like actually senile, he wouldn't. That's not how it works. Turns out. See, I've been around senile people who remember every fucking thing. They just don't remember it all the time. They have better memory than I did at the time. But now, not so much. But even though they still kind of do after a while. Yep.
Great. So the second ingredient in the proof I just gave is something called the
We have no idea what we're doing to people.
In general,
But
so
to
if
get
I have
older,
objects A and B
whose
in a
minds are
category,
actually fucking
they are
like that.
isomorphic
We'll put them in a corner.
if and only if for all objects X, so all other objects in the category, the set of arrows, and here I'm going to introduce.
And just let them go blind and deaf.
Arrows. I'll write HOM AX for the set of arrows in whatever
And lose control of everything
A to X,
while they're still
and HOM
fucking
BX for
right
the set of
there
arrows
struggling to
from
breathe.
B to X. HOM but is short for homomorphism, which is what the arrows are.
People with
in
my
sort of
disease.
categories of interest
Yeah.
to algebra. So the statement says that objects A and B are isomorphic.
Which is
in the
not
sense
even
that
what
it's
I'm
defined
scared of.
if and only if for all other objects, these sets of arrows are isomorphic, as sets. In other words, there's a bijection. And moreover, these isomorphisms are natural in the sense of commuting with composition. With
So what were the results of this test?
So I haven't written down what naturality means.
Where is my portion?
Describe it. But you should think of it as
Why did you murder my
isomorphism
fucking
really is
cats?
a family of isomorphisms. So for each object X, we have
So I'd never get behind it. So they have a reason to kill them in the end, right?
And arrows from B to X.
Forcing the issue or just that fucking
easy.
easy?
Different object Y, I would have another bijection for arrows from A to Y and arrows from B to Y. These bijections are in particular functions. So it's the process of taking an arrow from A to X and converting it into an arrow from B to X. And you might ask what happens if you first employ this process and then compose with an arrow H from X to Y, or first compose with the arrow H from X to Y and then employ.
These guys sitting behind me saying that can never happen to a sentient being again, or this world could be fucking annihilated.
The naturality condition says that those two operations have to agree, so that commutes.
They're doing away with so unsanitary.
This is made precise in the language of
So
a
unsanitary
transformation
in this area that I'm leaving fucking petri dishes out just to see.
But it's a key ingredient in the proof.
And I get scared them out afterwards.
So I'm gonna give a part of the proof and stop.
The only reason that shit wasn't rotting outside was because it was full of sage.
And the reason is DNA dilemma. This is one of these.
Those pots and pans that I had outside. They was full of sage. Those were healthy enough. Even though they did scare me for a second.
If this is
the ones I left in my house with the window open. A couple other places out here. Not my house, but yeah, some still water out there. That, yeah, I'm pretty concerned about.
If this is your first time seeing it, then what I'm encouraging you to do is go away afterwards, look up the definition of natural, and try to complete the proof. Okay, so the
turns out pain
if and
makes
only
disease
if my
much
objects are
fucking
isomorphic,
worse.
then I get this natural bijection. If I have this natural bijection, then I have an isomorphism between the objects in the category. We're only going to use one direction of this result, so I'm only going to discuss one direction of the proof. So the goal is to construct an isomorphism between A and B. What we have is this natural bijection. How do I get an isomorphism from A to B? So what I'm assuming is that
you haven't taken here yet?
This natural bijection between arrows from A to X and arrows from B to X.
Bovine spongiform encephalopathy.
And in particular, I can consider...
Or, yeah, human spongiform encephalopathy, which, yeah.
And so now I have a bijection between the arrows from A to A.
It's how a lot of people cure themselves of disease, yeah.
Bijection between the arrows from A to B and the arrows from B to B. And in the set of arrows from A to A, I have a special arrow called the identity arrow.
What happened to my meat, guys?
And similarly, in the set of arrows from B to B, I have a special
Is
arrow.
that we're going bad? What happened to it? I haven't think ground beef this year.
Now
Yeah.
I get some arrow from B to A and also some arrow from A to B. So this is how I'm producing the data of the isomorphism that involves an arrow from B to A and an arrow from A to
That
B.
let me go back
Now there's a condition that
here. I don't even
still
know
need
what
to
the fuck
check,
I put.
namely that the composites are equal to the identities, and that's where this naturality gets used. So I'm
More
not going to go
capability.
that detail right now, but I'll leave that final part as an exercise to
That's not just
look
about.
up the
I
precise
know
definition
they
of
do shit like
naturality
that.
and use it to check
My front
that
door
these
was
composites are the
unlocked
identities.
this morning,
This
and I locked it
is
last
sort
night.
of central idea of the unity dilemma.
Great. And I'll place a definition of naturality on screen now for those who want to pause and prove for themselves.
Awesome. Great. Okay. So we're
Really?
aiming to
Yeah.
use the innate dilemma to prove a theorem about an isomorphism in a general category involving coproducts and left adjoints. I need to explain what that is. So two objects in a category emit a coproduct if there is another object and maps as displayed. So here A and B are my original objects in the category. There's a new object that I'm denoting sort of like A disjoint union B, or with a sort of square-ish union symbol. So there's a new object here. And then there's a map from A into the coproduct and a map from B into the coproduct, specified arrows. So map and arrow are synonyms that we use in category theory. Also morphism. I'm going to try to stick with arrow, but I might use the synonyms. And
Tell me
then
about
the defining property that makes
Where'd that go?
this object together with these two maps into the coproduct is the property that any other diagram of this shape factors
I haven't get it, or they
through
they
the coproduct.
they keep going to get. I know
What
I
that
did,
means is
right?
if I had some other object X and some other arrows, X from A to X and G from B
Now
to
it
X,
is yeah,
then there exists a unique arrow
pretty
H
fucking much.
from the coproduct into X, so that this diagram can use.
I have nowhere to
What that
throw it
means
away.
is that if
But
I take H and I compose
that's
with
what we were
Yoda
about.
A, that recovers the map F.
Gosh,
And if I take H and I compose with Yoda B, that recovers the map G. So in other words, there's a relationship between the pair of maps F and G and the single map H that I can describe as follows. So any arrow H out of the coproduct and into an arbitrary object X is uniquely determined by pairing together two different arrows, one from A to X and one from B to X. And actually, I can be even more precise about that. I can say that this isomorphism is defined by composing with the map Yoda A and Yoda B, sort of the inclusions into the coproduct. So if I take a map out of the coproduct and I restrict along these two pieces, then I have a map from A to X and a map from B to X. And this operation is a bijection, or is an isomorphism. So I can decompose
fungus,
maps out of the coproduct into
bacteria,
two different
and viruses
pieces.
can all go to war with each other
Argue
in a
by
way.
cases or argue by pairing two arrows together.
They can work together too.
So that's the defining
So we're like
property of a coproduct, and we've seen an example.
really
So,
don't know much about health too.
for vector spaces, the coproduct is given by this operation called the direct sum. So if I have vector spaces,
Some people are full of like parasites and stuff. I'm like, oh, that person can't be healthy, right? Turns out that person might live like 200 years.
Canonical linear map from B into the direct sum. It sort of includes it as a summand
Turns
or
out, yeah.
subspace of the direct sum. Similarly for W. So that defines the maps Yoda sub B, Yoda sub W. And then this construction has this special property that linear maps out of the direct sum and into an arbitrary vector space X decompose uniquely into two pieces, linear maps from B to X and linear maps from
Now I gotta listen to this fucking thing.
That's an
Try to shut
example of the coproduct.
Hypnosis is
But many
still
different
severe.
types have coproducts.
And I'm trying to learn how to talk with my mouth all fucked up now. I told you they kicked me in the face in my sleep one time. I thought.
Sure.
So much of the time in category theory, there are arrows written on the board, and then someone will say that this diagram commutes. Now, is there a special
Assholes.
symbol for that term such that this commutes, or is it always implied whenever the arrows are written down on the board, or do you always have to say it? Like, what is the
Yeah,
standard?
great question. So in the setting of sort of ordinary one category theory, great. So I'm going to give a bit of a.
You guys really think that? See, they're all
about
making
a
these.
dream
They
that I
know
had
nothing
in
about
nature,
profile.
which is essentially that.
They learned it all from a bunch of
specific
setup
research
artists.
Area, infinite dimensional category theory will be easier to explain, and in fact, so easy that it's routinely taught to undergraduates.
Criminal
around the
profiling.
world. This
You
is
know criminal
sort of
profiling?
standard mathematics.
They can like, I mean, like you know what I mean, but they didn't knew me at all.
Great. So before I get into infinite dimensional categories,
Basically,
I
it's my
want
text
to,
messages when I'm really mad at some people who are not very good to
explain
me.
sort of what category theory is, what it's for, the role it plays within mathematics. I'm a mathematician, so I'm going to focus on applications.
And completely out of control and under severe
rather than
hypnosis, and I
the
kind of
real
could tell
world.
too. I'm like,
So
why
do that.
do I have no
And I thought
self-control
I would
whatsoever?
start by telling a story about Galois. So, you know,
You can say that
very
time.
old problem in mathematics was to
Even apologize for it too. I'm like, I
solutions to
feel
polynomial
fucking out of it.
equations. So the sort of equation you might be thinking of here is something like ax squared plus bx plus c equals 0, where a, b, and c are integers. And we're looking for numbers x that satisfy the equation ax squared plus bx plus c is equal to 0. And you might have learned at some point the quadratic formula, which gives a formula for the roots
All the mumble in her mouth,
when they exist.
hypnosis big time.
And you know, once the quadratic equations were solved, it's
Oh, it does help sometimes with some of these spirits help me say
degree
the right
polynomials,
thing
cubic,
at the right time.
quartic, and quintic, and that problem proved to be a lot harder. And it was eventually determined that in complete generality,
Why?
it's
Because
not
someone got
always
killed
possible
in ways that were
give
so
a
horrible.
formula for the solutions to an equation
And weren't even close to how they put
polynomials
solutions to
with
put out.
coefficients that involved only certain operations. So
Well, I fucking knew better in a way.
or using addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. And
I've also lost their soul completely, but it's still really
so
powerful.
the definitive solution to this problem was worked out by Évariste Galois.
Their
in,
voice. So their
1832,
voice.
sort of shortly before, right, or maybe
Their
the 2
soul.
years preceding his
740 on that clock, Garfield. There we go.
But what's interesting about this is, even though the problem was understood to be interesting right away, the solution was not immediately understood. He submitted a paper for publication in 1830, it was rejected, and his manuscript remained unpublished until 1846 when Louisville added some explanations and made sure that it got published. You know, Louisville was one of the great mathematicians of the day, but even he sort of missed the point of Galois' solution to this problem, something that is now called Galois theory, which has a key observation that the solutions to a polynomial equation define a group,
Eat up.
or
Eat up.
a sort of group that
You want some rice?
describes the sort of permutations or the solutions to a polynomial equation. So the
There you
best
go.
mathematicians, and
That's
I don't need
delicious.
to pick on Louisville here. I mean, it seemed like basically nobody understood the point of Galois theory.
Now you get off the rice.
A few
You
decades
can eat it later.
So, you know, the best mathematicians of the day, you know, couldn't understand the ideas here.
Although King gets
Are
stuck in his
now
teeth, so maybe not.
regularly taught to
But stop about
undergraduates
that. He did that before.
all around the world. And I think this story
They're so good at mind control
the
that
moral,
they can
which,
get me. They used to get before I can get at
sort
it.
of the starting point for
They were
this
getting
talk
stuck in
is
my
that the
fucking.
reason
They had me
that
biting
we're now
something
able
just
to
the way,
teach
just the perfect
Galois
way.
theory
make it
as
hurt.
part of a course in
Every time.
abstract algebra
Every time and every time.
to, you know, hundreds of thousands of students is new abstractions, even though they're sort of
My teeth aren't even that bad.
familiar, take you sort of further away from real world experience with sort of numbers and shapes. They
Like,
can make
why the fuck can I not
complicated
chew
mathematics
without it
easier
fucking
to
getting hurt?
understand.
Like, well, I can. Not when I'm under mind control, seemingly. But now it doesn't hurt anymore. Why? Because I don't feel pain there like you do no more.
And to share this video with someone who may appreciate it. It actually makes a difference in getting these ideas out there. Subscribe, of course. Thank you.
So specifically, this is really how we're going to get into category theory. So,
Do I? Yes, I still do.
What is category
So
theory?
they're like, oh yeah, even better. No, even better, right? Not even an excuse to what? Excuse to what?
Several results from different areas of math.
This is what we deal with people when they're senile. We
First
assume that they
result
can't
is
feel
if I have a
pain.
function between steps, so f is a function from A to B. Then I can think about the inverse image
Because they can't
function,
respond, but we
something that
fucking
operates
know
on
better.
a power set, so the
Completely.
subset
We are
of
just
B and A.
psychopaths
The
after a
inverse
fucking
image
while of
is a
that shit,
subset
huh?
of B to a subset of A. And this operation preserves both unions and intersections. So if I have two subsets of B and I take the union and then I take the inverse image, it's the same as first taking the inverse images and then taking the union, and similarly for intersections. So that's a fact about inverse images.
743 Garfield.
Well, there's a corresponding fact about
Man.
the direct image function. Which
Please
is,
stop
goes
when
from
I'm
sets of A to
really
subsets
doing
of
this,
B.
dude.
This
And
is
they need to
one
stop
that
too.
sort of applies the function to each element in the set and gets a new subset. And
See you
this
for now.
operation
See you for now.
preserves
See you for now.
unions.
Get
If I
it.
take
Get it here again. I must make
two
it.
sets in A, and I take
Okay.
the union in
I
the
want to go
vector
outside of you,
image,
but you
it's
keep
the
getting
same
up by
as
your chair.
taking
Every time I
the
turn
image
around,
of
pick
the
you up, put it
union,
back in
but
the chair, and
pretty
try and
much
get your
that's
fucking
exactly
harness
how
again.
it works.
It is a reset
So
for
this
me.
is a
And they fucking know that, Garfield. So knock your
and
shit
then
off for a
linear
second.
algebra that you may or may not have encountered is if I have vector spaces, I'll call them U, V, and W. You know, maybe this is like R, N, R, M, R, K. You know, real Euclidean vector spaces.
Oh, bastard made that troll face again.
Then I could take the tensor product of U with the direct sum of V and W, and that's a vector space.
744 Garfield.
And it's linearly isomorphic, meaning it's the same vector space as.
Oh, that was a
one
child
that I get
for a while.
from
I'm
the
like,
tensor product of
this
U
fucking
and
kid.
the tensor product of U and W. And
Nope,
then
it
take
is
the
a
direct
grown
sum.
ass man.
So that's linear
Who is
isomorphism.
like
Vector
that small.
spaces in particular, they have the same dimension. There's also a sort of natural correspondence between basis elements. So this is a fact you might have encountered. And I'll mention one more. So if you've taken a course on abstract algebra, you might.
Except it's not. See, I had a dream about this motherfucker last night in a black cloak,
And if I take
floating down, picking up my cat, and flying away.
and form their disjoint union. So keeping the elements.
And guess what he looked like? Yep, one of those guys. Who is
that turns
famous,
out to be
kinda.
The same free group as you would construct as something called the free product operation.
And he was not a little dude at all. I'm just talking about this little dude because he pissed me off sometimes.
Again, that's an isomorphism between groups that are constructed in two different ways. So these are, you know,
And he ain't actually trying to bring my cat back in a way I thought.
I could, if we had more time, I could add more results to this list, results from topology, from other things, from analysis. But the reason I want to highlight them is all of these results have the same proof and are true for the same reason. This is sort of what category theory does to mathematics. Sometimes I've described it as taking a bird's eye view on mathematics. It introduces a more abstract language that will help us isolate the sort of the core content, the core structure that's in common between these disparate results, and allows us to give one unified proof that explains everything. So it's sort of abstraction, it's generalization. To some point of view, it's, I think, a clarification away from the specifics.
They stole it.
To,
Who knows?
General patterns. And the results in this case.
Mystical artifacts have been hidden for a long time, no really long time.
Co-products. This is a special case of a theorem that.
Right, we have a lot of them.
Those category theorists will know as left adjoint functors preserve colimits.
In a way, yeah, we
What
do.
I want to do now is we'll firstly look at one of these proofs, and then I
Some
will
people don't even
introducing some
I recognize what they look like when it's right fucking there. I'm not fucking there, not fucking there. Some of those nice houses just full of fucking artifacts.
Wonderful.
Like this came from
So
this,
at
that,
this
this,
point,
the other.
perhaps this is going to be addressed in a subset.
And it's got like a genie in it, like a literal fucking genie in it. It's like, oh, this is a dragon heart, like a literal dragon heart. And we're like, oh yeah, cool, that's cool.
Okay, so first, let's just start by giving a proof of this theorem. And this proof will be in the style of category
Like,
theory.
sure, dude, sure. And it's like, yeah, no, it literally does.
The same proof that I will give.
See, that would be really interesting to me. But some of these guys are fucking evil, dude.
But let's just focus on the case of the vector spaces, U, V, and W. So what I'm explaining here is that.
See, I'd be a guest at one of these places. I'd actually really enjoy parts of it.
W is the same as the vector space if I first.
So I figured out that most of the places, yeah, they have human captives that they show this place too, and then they kill it.
So, and this is something that works not just for finite dimensional vector spaces, but for infinite dimensional ones as well. So you might have an argument in mind for finite dimensional vector spaces, but we need a better argument. And the starting point is really the fundamental theorem of category theory. It's something called the innate lemma. And what it tells us in this,
because I believe in that shit too, and so do they pretty much. Although I don't know what their like end of the day theory was on all this shit. Like,
is to think about.
I guess they just chose evil and they're just like, you know what? We'll just do it since we're evil already. We know what our punishment's going to be. So I'm assuming this is the thing. We're just going to go evil for the rest of the time. So
U tensor V plus W to X.
now it's getting there. It's like, how evil can we get? Turns out, like, evil enough, maybe destroy the world. We're hoping.
With two different
We're hoping. They're like, no fucking way, right? I'm like, well, actually, turns out Taran is right about all his predictions.
Ejection between the set on the left and the set on the right.
Which is actually really interesting to them. It's like, we just got to keep pushing this a little farther. We can destroy the world.
Natural is a technical term in category theory, but it also sort of means what it means intuitively. So I won't give a definition of this, but essentially it means that you're not making arbitrary choices. It feels like you're just giving a direct construction. This thing would work for any x. If you had swap out a different vector space y, it would be the same construction. That's sort of what natural means. And anyway, if we had such
Rabbit, everything? No. See, they're really good at certain hypnosis for a while. But I still don't trust these people at all for different reasons.
And why is that? It's if we take as a special case x being the left-hand vector space, so u tensor v direct sum w, then on the left-hand side I have the identity map from u tensor v direct sub w to itself.
Now I know what was about and what was about and what was about. So I knew they would do that too. I'm like, there's no way these people are fucking like right there and evil. But turns out people are right there and fucking evil.
Have an isomorphism. I need linear maps in both directions. And similarly, I could start with the right-hand.
You know, peeling the cat back right over there. Peeling it back.
The other way through this natural correspondence. And these two functions turn out to be inverses. So they give an explicit linear isomorphism. So this is a sort of very subtle idea.
And they all look as much like that cat as possible.
Really profound insight of category theory. It's something called the Yaneda lemma, which we'll see again in a more abstract guise. But using that,
it was more big deal to you. Yep, a human being as well, named Adam.
Giving an explicit linear isomorphism between two vector spaces to showing that they have the same sets of linear maps out of them to an arbitrary vector space X. And what I'm displaying here is a sort of series of reasonings that show that some collection of linear maps corresponds bijectively to some other collection of linear maps corresponds bijectively to some other collection of linear maps. So if we start with a linear map from the tensor product, so u tensor v direct sum w to x, then there's an operation that you might know of as currying if you've got a background in computer science that says that this is the same as having a linear map from the direct sum v direct sum w to the vector space of linear maps from u to x. So there's a construction called the vector space of linear maps. If I map out of a tensor product,
I'm just scared to try.
Mapping into the vector space of linear maps. But now I have a linear map out of a direct sum v direct sum w.
Because I can bring people back sometimes without even knowing it.
Is that if I want to define
but they're still right fucking there.
Out of a direct sum, it suffices to do it in sort of two cases. On the one hand, I can think about linear maps from v to the vector space of linear maps from u to x. Or separately think about linear maps from w to the vector space of linear maps from u to x. And if I pair those two maps together, I would get a linear map out of the direct sum. So direct sum linear maps decompose in this way and pair back together in this way. And so now I have two different linear maps into a vector space of linear maps from u to x. And by uncurrying, those provide two linear maps, one from u direct sum v into x, and the other from u direct sum w into x. And then I can pair those back together and get a linear map out of the direct sum from u tensor v direct sum u tensor w into x.
Right, misdirection. They're good at misdirection.
I get a natural bijection.
Real good at misdirection.
From the first set of linear maps to the
and redirection they think.
Maps, and that by the Yaneda lemma gives us the isomorphism.
But if they're on to me for something that I've never even done,
but this is a sort of very categorical way of.
Either means they're working for these guys right over here.
Explicit isomorphism like this. Okay.
So yeah, the fucking devil.
Where's the
and they know it.
So firstly,
one of them at least does know this, right, mister?
Core of the proof that we just gave. And the first thing I want to explain is that category theory is actually a technical term in category theory. So in the argument we were just discussing, we were thinking about vector spaces and linear maps between those, and those define an example of a category. So what is a category? It's something that's given.
We'll
by
start smaller.
Objects. In this case, these were the vector spaces u, v, and w. And then
isolate and destroy the real enemies.
So, an arrow always has a source and target, so we might have a linear map F. That
not the petty criminals that we always frame for everything in this county. Every little thing. We never get the guys. Who are the guys? And we know it.
Specified identity arrow. So the vector space v has the identity. This is the sort of linear function that sends each vector to itself. And then each composable pair of arrows, that's a linear map from u to v and a linear map from v to w, will have a specified composite arrow So one of the important properties of linear maps is that they compose. If you compose the functions, that's again a linear map. This will give us a linear map from U to W. And then there's some axioms about the composition and identity. So composition is associative, meaning if you compose 3 linear maps, that's sort of well-defined, and unital, meaning if you compose with an identity, it's as if you didn't compose anything at all. And that defines a category. So that's sort of the.
So I go over in that
general
shed
setting
and check.
within which
I'm concerned about that
this
shed right there because old man can't get out of his house and walk around and check his
and
stuff
the
out.
Statement refers to a general.
I'm pretty worried about it, actually. What's in that fucking shed right there next door to me?
2 objects in a category. So B and W, for instance.
I went back there one time, looked for Garfield one time.
are
Legally, no
all
legally.
Isomorphic.
I'm not going to be checking that shed though because I'm worried about maybe getting in trouble for that one.
So an arrow
Probably
from
not,
B to
probably
W,
not, but I could.
and an arrow
I know.
from W to B, so that their composites are equal to the identities.
And then
So
what?
when
Then I can't say
first do
no but.
F and then do G, that's the identity on B. And when I first do G and then do F, that's the identity on W.
So why don't you guys do what you do to me?
So,
Do some police work.
That's
And go
the
investigate some of these
linear
fucking places.
isomorphism that I was referring to there. It's I have linear maps in both directions between some vector spaces. When I compose the linear maps in either direction, I get the identity linear map.
Would this statement that G of F equals the identity on V be different than the statement G of F is isomorphic to the identity on V? As you know, on Theories of Everything, we delve into some of the most reality spiraling concepts from theoretical physics and consciousness to AI and emerging technologies. To stay informed in an ever-evolving landscape, I see The Economist as a wellspring of insightful analysis and in-depth reporting on the various topics we explore here and beyond. The Economist's commitment to rigorous journalism means you get a clear picture of the world's most significant developments, whether it's in scientific innovation or the shifting tectonic plates of global politics. The Economist provides comprehensive coverage that goes beyond
The oh wow huh
what
thing.
sets the Economist
Under your breath?
apart is their ability to
Who's been
make
saying that lately?
issues
Not more
accessible
than
and
just me.
engaging, much like we strive to
I'm
do.
saying oh wow huh a lot under their breath.
If you're passionate about expanding
That
your
is
knowledge and
hypnosis.
gaining a deeper
It's starting
understanding
from some
of
guy
the
out there
shape of our
saying,
world,
oh wow huh,
I highly
responding to
recommend
me this little
subscribing
situation.
to The Economist. It's an investment into intellectual growth. One that
Now everyone's saying, oh wow huh.
as a listener of Toe, you get a
Not everybody, but a few of us are,
special
turns out.
20% off
At least in our heads.
Now you can enjoy The Economist and all it has to offer for less. Head over to their website, www.economist.com/toe, T-O-E, to get started. Thanks for tuning in. And now back to our explorations of the mysteries of the universe. Would this statement that
Or
G
oh
of
fucking
F
wow huh.
equals
Yeah.
the identity on V be different than the statement G of F is isomorphic to the identity on V?
Great question. So this sort of category
Holy shit, huh?
that we're discussing right now, later I will refer to as a one category, meaning
Yeah, they say when they're
one-dimensional category.
Sorry about this.
So
every
a
day.
one-dimensional category has objects, which you can think of as being kind of like points. Those sort of have dimension 0.
But someone's
And
getting
the way
hurt.
you depict an
This is
arrow,
like
you think
the
of that
movie
as,
Disturbia to me,
sort
in a
of
way,
one-dimensional
and The Sixth Sense too.
transformation. So
I'm
that's
sitting here
what
going,
one refers to.
Okay,
One
okay, yep, they're pouring in. There are serial killers.
And the way the definition of a one-dimensional category works is parallel arrows. So if I had 2 different arrows going from B to W, are either equal or they're not equal.
Yeah, and the X-Files at the same time. That's what I feel like I'm in.
So
The X-Files.
Talking about linear maps.
I feel like an episode of the X-Files right
either
now.
they're the same linear map, or they're
Like, where the fuck is
linear
Fox
map.
Mulder?
Sort of no more subtle relationship that you could have between linear maps, other than equal.
Hiding
or
out.
unequal.
No,
There's
hiding
no
out.
way of being equal or unequal. So that.
You know what happened to Fox Mulder after the 90s? You know what I mean?
Yeah, so equal means equal, and there's no way to weaken it to something that's less than that.
Got it.
Now, if this were a higher dimensional category, that's exactly the possibility that we would have. So there are other mathematical settings. Vector spaces are not them, but there are other mathematical settings that will introduce.
What does that mean, Mr. Physicist? Physicists make no sense to me sometimes. Physicists. Like, where is their logic? Time does not exist. Right. No, right. without time. You know what I mean? I feel so wrong, even changing the subject sometimes, because there are people who are getting fucking hurt right over there somewhere. I can't even focus for half a second. Yep, Disturbia, The Sixth Sense, and The X-Files. And Percy Jackson and the Olympians. All in one. Feels like my life. And now I'm on a weird fucking chapter where I cannot get stuck out of this fucking mist box I'm in. It's technically, yeah. I am like, yeah, I got almost. I'm a fucking water guy. And I know it too. We're just laughing here. Don't worry about it. It helps. No, it helps the situation. But it really feels like that for me. Whole different world, huh? Except for, turns out, it's not. No, I'm not into animal sacrifice whatsoever, guys. Whatsoever. I know it can work sometimes. But not really. Not even. It'd be really fucking magic. See, I know I'm kind of crazy, but I'm not completely crazy. That's the thing that's driving me fucking crazy. Because I'm fucking smart and I know it. And I'm fucking religious and I know it. You know what I mean?
Sense to relax this equality and replace it with something else.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's a great preview, but right now equal is just equal. Yeah. And actually, I guess I should mention in higher categorical contexts, you might have heard the term equivalence used instead of isomorphism, and that's actually the difference between an equivalence and an isomorphism. Equivalence typically refers to a setting where we have two objects and we have arrows in each direction, and the composites are not equal to identities, but maybe isomorphic or equivalent to identities, and as determined by the sort of higher categorical setting. So,
great.
Yeah. Great. So the second ingredient in the proof I just gave is something called the Uneda lemma, and I'll discuss it in general. So if I have objects A and B in a category, they are isomorphic if and only if For all objects X, so all other objects in the category, the set of arrows, and here I'm going to introduce notation for the set of arrows. I'll write hom AX for the set of arrows in whatever ambient category from A to X, and hom BX for the set of arrows from B to X. Hom is short for homomorphism, which is what the arrows are in many sort of categories of interest to algebra. So the statement says that objects A and B are isomorphic in the sense we just defined, if and only if for all other objects, these sets of arrows are isomorphic, as sets. In other words, there's a bijection. And moreover, these isomorphisms are natural in the sense of commuting with composition with any arrow from X to Y. So I haven't written down what naturality means, but I'll sort of briefly describe it. What you should think of as a natural isomorphism really gives a family of isomorphisms. So for each object X, we have an explicit bijection between arrows from A to X and arrows from B to X. So in particular, for a different object Y, I would have another bijection for arrows from A to Y and arrows from B to Y. These bijections are in particular functions. So it's a process of taking an arrow from A to X and converting it into an arrow from B to X. And you might ask what happens if you first employ this process and then compose with an arrow H from X to Y, or first compose with the arrow H from X to Y and then employ this natural bijection. And the naturality condition says that those two operations have to agree, so that commutes. And,
Just in case.
This is made precise in the language of a natural
When they get caught,
transformation. Which
test them all, and the cats too,
here.
genetically. No, genetically.
So there's a
Yeah.
ingredient in the proof of the innate dilemma. So I'm gonna
Because I have my suspicions as who they may have belonged to and why that one
the
happened.
reason is the innate dilemma. This is one of these things that you have to see this several times before you actually understand it. So if this is your nth time seeing this, then you can, perhaps complete the exercise and feel like you've really internalized this result. If this is your first time seeing it, then what I'm encouraging you to do is go away afterwards, look up the definition of natural, and try to complete the proof. Okay, so the statement here is actually an if and only if. If my
Cats,
objects are
humans, and
isomorphic, then I get
a
this
dog or
natural
two,
bijection.
believe it or not.
If I have this natural bijection, then I have an isomorphism between the objects in the category. We're only going to use one direction of this result, so I'm only going to discuss one direction of the proof. So the goal is to construct an isomorphism between A and B. What we have is this natural bijection. How do I get an isomorphism from A to B? So what I'm assuming is that I have this natural bijection between arrows from A to X and arrows from B to X for any X. And in particular, I can consider there are two special cases where X is A and X is equal to B. And so now I have a bijection between the arrows from A to A and the arrows from B to A. And then I have a separate bijection between the arrows from A to B and the arrows from B to B. And in the set of arrows from A to A, I have a special arrow called the identity arrow. And similarly, in the set of arrows from B to B, I have a special arrow called the identity arrow. And when I pass those arrows through these bijections, now I get some arrow from B to A and also some arrow from A to B. And so this is how I'm producing the data of the isomorphism that involves an arrow from B to A and an arrow from A to B. Now there's a condition that I still need to check, namely that the composites are equal to the identities, and that's where this naturality gets used. So
Yeah, we
I'm
can.
not going to give that detail
I'm not Scarfield.
right now, but I'll leave that final part as an exercise.
And then with their fucking
Look
bullshit.
up the
And their
precise
bullshit.
definition
And their
of
bullshit.
naturality and use it to check that these composites are the identities.
807 Garfield.
Sort of
Yep.
central idea
You know what that means?
of the innate dilemma.
Great. And I'll place a definition of naturality on screen now for those who want to pause and prove for themselves.
Awesome. Great. Okay. So we're aiming to use the innate dilemma to prove a theorem about an isomorphism in a general category involving coproducts and left adjoints. So I need to explain what that is. So objects a coproduct if there is another object and maps as displayed. So here A and B are my original objects in a category. There's a new object that I'm denoting sort of like a disjoint union B, or with a sort of square-ish union symbol. So there's a new object here. And then there's a map from A into the coproduct and a map can be into the co-product specified.
Remember it.
So map and arrow are synonyms.
Because he's the memory guy.
Category theory. Also morphism.
So I want to put a memory of getting
but I
Xeno bit in me.
I might use the synonyms.
808, even though I might survive it and they know it.
This object, together with these two maps into the coproduct, is the property that any other diagram of this shape factors uniquely through the coproduct. And what that means is if I had some other object X and some other arrows, F from A to X and G from B to X, then there exists a unique arrow H from the coproduct into X, so that this diagram commutes. And what that means is that if I take H and I compose with iota A, that recovers the map F. And if I take H and I compose with iota B, that recovers the map.
I really hope that my cat and I
So in other
don't
words,
just
there's
get
a relationship
martyred and no one
between the
knows
pair of
about it.
maps F and G and the single map H. that
Now
I
they
can
will.
describe as follows. So any arrow H out of the coproduct and into an arbitrary object X is uniquely determined by pairing together two different arrows, one from A to X and one from B to X. And actually, I can be even more precise about that.
Garfield?
I can say that this isomorphism is defined by
Yeah, I know.
composing with the maps
Yeah, a little
iota A
bit.
and iota B, sort of the
That seems like it sometimes.
into the coproduct.
You don't want to go
So I
outside,
take a map out of the
See if he's
coproduct
bolting
and I
or still.
restrict along these two
which I know I am.
pieces that I have, a
Okay,
map from B
yeah,
to X and a
seemingly.
map from B to X, and this operation is a bijection. There is an isomorphism. So I can decompose maps out of the coproduct into two different pieces. I can, sort of argue by cases or argue by pairing two arrows together.
See if I still just don't fucking,
So
mess.
that's the defining property of a coproduct, and we've seen an example. So for vector spaces, the coproduct is given by this operation called the direct sum. So if I have vector spaces V and W, their direct sum is a new vector space. There's sort of a canonical linear map from V into the direct sum. It sort of includes it as a summand or a subspace of the direct sum. Similarly for W. So that defines the maps iota sub B, iota sub
I'm
W.
thinking outside. I feel like I'm
And
real
then
nice
this
cop.
construction has
Who
this
is-
special property that linear maps out of the direct sum and into an arbitrary vector space X decompose uniquely into two pieces, linear maps from B to X and linear maps from W.
Who's trusting this one,
So that-
even though it ain't even if he might try to get away.
But many different categories have coproducts. That's kind of this general.
Much of the time in category theory, there are arrows given on the board, and then someone will say this diagram commutes. Now, is there a special symbol for that term, such that this commutes, or is it always implied whenever arrows are written down on the board, or do you always have to say it? What is the standard?
Great question. So in the setting of sort of ordinary one category theory, it's usually conventional to assume that any kind of diagram that you drew commutes. So here I've drawn these sort of triangles in the plane, these sort of directed triangles in the plane, and implicitly in depicting them in that way, I'm assuming meaning that any composable arrows, any two paths of composable arrows with the same source and the same target degree. So that's sort of a default convention in category theory. Okay. Very occasionally, some symbols get used.
The enemy, yeah. Well, the enemy even comes through the back.
To make up a symbol or put a big warning in your notation if you're ever.
Some people miss it. People miss it. This one miss it too.
Drawn a diagram.
Pretty much, and pretty much. Believe it or not. Although last night, yeah, I know. It came in through the front door.
Papers in certain areas of mathematics, and particularly in algebraic topology, settings like this. It was a big advance in the field when the technology of commutative diagrams first appeared. I should look this up. There's a nice quote by Steenrod describing who was a co-author of a famous algebraic topology textbook that came out in like the 40s or 50s, so right 1940s and 1950s, so shortly after the birth of category theory, about how much information is found in commutative diagrams. It's a very useful way of organizing mention particular style. There's a fun movie illustration of this in the film It's My Turn, where the character who's a math professor, proves the snake lemma, which is something from homological algebra via diagram case. It's a way to very compactly describe a lot of information. So the default convention is that diagrams commute, and if they don't, I'll have to warn you. So, okay, great. So some final abstract ingredient, and then we'll revisit the proof, is concerns functors and particularly adjoint functors. So firstly, what is a functor? It's just an arrow between categories. So here, C and D are entire categories among themselves, so like the category of vector spaces and linear maps. So C and D each have objects and arrows, sources and targets, and identities and composition. And what a functor is it's really an arrow between categories. Explicitly, it sends the objects of C to objects of D, and the arrows in C to arrows in D in such a way that respects all of the categorical structures. So the sources, the targets, the identities, the composition. And if I have a pair of functors, one of which goes from C to D, and the other of which goes from D to C, then this pair of functors define what's called an adjunction if there is one of these natural bijections between arrows of the following form. So for any object C in the category C, and for any object D in the category D, the requirement is that arrows in the category D from F of C to D correspond to arrows in the category C from C to D in a way that's sort of natural in both the C variable and the D variable. Again, that's the thing that I'm not defining. So in terms of the POM sets, these sets of arrows, there's an isomorphism between the set of arrows in D from F of C to D, and the set of arrows in C, any object C and any object D. This F has been called the left adjoint of the junction, and the U is called the right adjoint. So each of these functors is an adjoint. When I write it in the way that I did, right, because it's on the right. And the example that we've seen of this involves the tensor product construction. So if I fix a vector space U, then there's a functor from the vector space to itself defined by tensoring with the vector space U. So it sends a vector space V to the vector space U tensor V. So that so operation of space is in functors. Another operation, which is forming the vector space of linear maps out of U, is another functor.
I'm dancing out, huh?
What that means in practice
Maybe like that.
is that if I have a linear map from U tensor V into W, then that corresponds in a natural way to V, the vector space of linear maps from U. This is the
Four stops still on.
occurring and
Little guy.
before. There's sort of something similar that happens.
That one is, yeah.
Sets where
I mean-
occurring and unoccurring. So the correspondence between the linear maps or the arrows of these two different forms is what's called an adjunction.
So this evokes feelings of being inverse. Now, is there a reason it's called adjunction and not inverse function, inverse functor?
Yeah, I mean the name adjunction is kind of funny. There's a notion called an adjoint operator that actually also comes out of linear algebra and has nothing to do with this. But there's some sort of like typographical similarity to the way these are denoted. So
Yeah, they can. Yeah, they can.
adjoint of a linear transformation has some property with the inner product that looks
Force you to cough at the wrong time
but,
and inhale at the wrong time.
of the term, but that's kind of a funny.
And there goes my older brother.
But yeah, it's not an inverse. So F and U are not inverses, but they do have some sort of. I mean, they express some sort of duality in a sense.
And my younger brother.
But that metaphor is also a little bit.
And almost me a few times I could inhale tea.
More sense where it
and
jumps
be
into
fine.
the opposite category, which is not the setting that we're in here. But, okay, so let's. So that's a lot of abstract terminology, but the point of it is these are all the ingredients that went into the proof of the theorem that I mentioned, that for vector spaces U, V, and W, W tensor B direct sum W is the same isomorphic.
It has been tested, yeah. Now it has.
B direct sum U tensor W. And
If they want to test it more hardcore ways like that, too fucking bad and just and involved and it's public. You're not just gonna drown me in fucking a type on chamber.
So F is a left adjoint, and I have a coproduct in the domain category. Then I get an isomorphism between the.
It's like Star Wars, but the opposite, guys. And they're healing Luke Skywalker.
Or first applying the left adjoint and then forming the coproduct. Objects are isomorphic. We can prove that in complete generality. This will specialize to the results of our vector spaces, but also the other results that I mentioned about inverse and direct image involving power sets and construction of the tree group, and many, many, many other things besides. And so let's just see the proof again. So the first step was to invoke the innate lemma to say that to show that I have an isomorphism between two objects in the category D, so that F of the coproduct of A and B is isomorphic to the coproduct of F and A and F and B. What it suffices to do instead is give a natural isomorphism between the sets of functions, the sets of arrows out of these objects into an arbitrary output. So that's what I need to do. Then by the innate lemma, we'll get an isomorphism between F of the coproduct and the coproduct of F of A and F of B. And how do I get that isomorphism? Well, I'm just going to compose a bunch of natural isomorphisms. So if I start with an arrow from F of the coproduct of A and B into X, then I can use the sort of natural bijection of the adjunction to transpose that into an arrow now in the category C out of the coproduct of A and B and into the object U of X, U being the right edge.
See, they're so good at this stuff that they make me my tea
In the category C,
never stay warm long enough, and it's always too hot at the beginning.
defining the universal property of the coproduct says I
Now they're so good at it.
into two arrows, one from
Frequency manipulation from far.
and one from B into U of X. And now I can use my
A to Z in that clock, Garfield.
again, I'm going to transpose those two components back.
Being a good boy.
Those into category B, now from F of A into X, and from F of B into X. And then I can again use the universal property of the coproduct and pair them back together to the map out of the coproduct, but this time it's the coproduct of F of A and F of B into X. And composing those bijections, I get the natural isomorphism that I'm looking for, and that's the proof. I know that's a lot. I mean, there's sort of a question about like what is the right time to learn category theory, and
They're trying to.
it's
They're trying to.
sort of after
They're trying to.
you've
They're trying to.
seen arguments in different
Every little fucking thing I do.
Topology course,
Under
and then
strict
again in
surveillance.
abstract
And
algebra
strict
course,
mistake
and
making.
then in a complex analysis course.
They can make many mistakes possible, so he gets mad and commits a crime. So we can
You're
get
wondering, can these
the
be
local, police.
And I think at that stage of, sort of a mathematical education,
It's like that. It is like that.
kind of more abstract.
And I fucking know it, assholes.
Mathematics easier to understand. Now, when you're hearing these terms for the first
But they didn't see the fucking rainbow
complicated to understand because we're sort of moving
or the lightning bolt
further
or the
away
rain
from, your experience either
or the wind whipping when I asked it to.
sort of other mathematics courses. But once you get used to it, this perspective I think can really be clarifying, and it can also make complicated mathematics easier to communicate. So it's easier to understand and easier.
Right out here. No, you got a mouse, but yeah.
Also,
I mean, brain job.
So,
Trying to.
what abstractions from category
Everything I do wrong, they write it down. Like, okay, check mark, check mark. You're not doing shit, guys.
Clarify arguments. They're removing sort of inessential details. They're used to generalize constructions and proofs to other settings. So
They aren't doing it like that, but somebody is.
lots of
It's in the
lots of
report later.
lots of
Like,
lots
okay,
of
all we need on this guy.
and,
Go pick him up. Finally.
For encountering these terms, you might not expect that they would have that relationship with the left adjoint preserves the coproducts, but now that it's described more generally, it's easy to sort of
Always waiting for that to happen, though.
examples in other settings.
So,
And then the
it's well,
final,
you'll see why.
idea is a little bit less precise, a little bit more subtle, but I feel like it's very true to my experience. It allows you to upload more complicated mathematical ideas.
You'll just see.
to one's working memory. So having a concise
You dare try.
name for something?
The threat?
To
No.
make it easier
It
to
is
think about?
Well, warning
What these
that you
terms
might
are
see
doing
some
is they're
amazing
collecting
shit
together sort of useful lists
if you actually try to do something wrong to me.
and
That's typically what happens.
putting it into a package, and once it becomes familiar, it's easier to have that just be a small part of the mathematical idea that you're trying to
Slow key and
about,
subtle, even then,
leaves
even
you
if
space to
our bodies do adjust in ways you would not expect or believe.
work with more and more complicated things. And I think this sort of last point really
You want to stay outside or not?
explains kind of the proliferation of category
I really
theory
want to go back to bed, Garfield.
in mathematics.
You can go on all day, Garfield.
It's certainly not the case that every sort of active research area in recent history. So here I said 8th century mathematics. I'm putting a little bit of a distance. Is inflected by category theory, but a lot of them are. And in particular, sort of algebraic geometry, algebraic topology, representation theory, certain areas of mathematical physics. That I'm thinking the ones that
Has been for years, no years. Can't quite get them to do what we want them to do sometimes. See, any of us, who's the kind of person we really thought he kind of was, any of you guys kind of think he is, he would have hurt that bitch. You would have hurt that bitch.
Topologists make use of spectral sequences and simple sets and cohomology theories. Sort of fundamental object in modern algebraic geometry, something called scheme. In physics, Atiyah introduced the idea of a topological quantum field theory.
Oh, really? You watch a couple parts, told you I'm on severe hypnosis. I'm laying back and I'm like, get these people off me.
Without categorical language, I think it would be a lot harder to fit these concepts.
They see just a couple things, what they wanted to see, not any of the actual shit that I told them to go see. Why? Because they're racist too.
That was meant to be a quick crash course in category theory.
Right.
Okay. So.
Well, I can't check them down because my mommy died, felt bad about it.
So now that we're all.
My brother died, felt bad about it.
Category theory. Let's try and see what infinity categories are a little bit on. So first I want to.
What about the rest of it? It was not like that.
Perspective on ordinary categories. This is a quote from Gary Mazur, and then essay when is one thing equal to some other thing. It's in honor of Saunders McLean, who is one of the founders of category theory. And he says that a category frames a possible template for mathematical theory. The theory should have the nouns and the verbs, i.e. the objects and the morphisms. Morphisms are the arrows I was talking about before. There should be an explicit notion of composition related to the morphisms. So the idea is that if you're really going to, this is a insight that is attributed often to Emmy Noether in the setting of group theory. To really study group theory, we're interested not just in the objects, these sort of abstract groups that came up in Galois' solution to the problem about solving polynomial.
And more than that, and more than that, and more than that too. Turns out.
That is really needed to add sort of
Getting attention on me. Yeah. In dangerous fucking ways, turns out. We're all smoking gambler tobacco indoors to avoid, gunfire and shit like that.
So one way to think about it is it's a template for mathematical theory that now has nouns and verbs and adverbs and pronouns and prepositions and conjunctions and interjections and so on. So you might need a richer grammar to describe a theory of more complicated mathematical objects. So not things like vector spaces that really live pretty happily in an ordinary one-dimensional category, but require some sort of higher dimensional category.
Yeah, I knew it. You're gonna fail the litmus test. I knew you guys were all were pretty much.
How seriously is someone supposed to take this analogy here? Like, how are we supposed to know that in order for us to categorize interjections?
Because you're more interested in me than in my claims, which is I'm under severe hypnosis.
This is not meant to be serious.
I've been, attacked physically, more ways than one.
A way to, I think these are like all of the parts of speech that exist in English.
And they're torturing people right over there next to where you're parked sometimes.
This is really just a loose analogy. But let me try and give some more precise understanding of what I mean by an infinity.
So I get your attention.
So, like an ordinary category has objects.
Figure it out.
Think of it as being a point somehow, and
I'll stay right here for now. Still looking at my mountain though.
But now we might think of composition as being a little bit more complicated. Maybe it's not an operation, so there's not a unique composite of a pair of composite.
What else can I do other than a gun? Turns out a lot.
The composition is sort of witnessed in some sense by invertible two-dimensional morphisms. And then associativity becomes a bit more complicated. Maybe that's witnessed by some sort of three-dimensional data, some invertible three-dimensional morphisms. And now you can't really stop in thinking about composites of three things: that associativity involving four composable.
Somebody was. They still are. In the same exact way. Which is me. Yep. Fucking lame. So I guess I won't even go that direction.
And also relaxing some of the axioms. So we're no longer requiring that associativity is an equality, that H composed G composed F is equal to H composed G composed F. But maybe there's some sort of data involved, some sort of higher dimensional data. That's what we should imagine. So it's a very big picture about what an infinity category is. And let me give an example. So,
Editor's note.
Of course he does.
The term witness
Not even like that. Don't worry about why I keep asking the same fucking questions. Because you go on my social media and you're judging me by that. Look at the cats. Stop focusing on every fucking detail because you're missing the fucking point.
Because it's a concrete example demonstrating the truth of that statement.
So, firstly, I'm gonna.
Yeah, do it. Now do it. So you can get a whole profile of me. But then you got to take my word for it. Because if you don't, then you don't have a profile of me at all.
So what is it? So first, the fundamental groupoid of a topological space is a category in this sort of ordinary one-dimensional sense, whose objects are the points in the space, and arrows are paths.
I'm doing stuff you do not understand. You would not understand.
So what I have here is this
right and left, right and left, and right and left, because I am spiritual as fuck and not worried about petty consequences over little bullshit here and little bullshit there. And I've been under severe hypnosis for a long fucking time.
You might think in particular of a loop, so a path that you would trace through the circle that goes from the point back to itself. And this sort of up to homotopy means if you sort of, really what matters about these paths is how many times they wind around the circle and in what direction. If you sort of change the parameterization a little bit or, reverse slightly, but then continue on in the same direction, those things are sort of homotopic it could be sort of smoothed away by a homotopy. But anyway, those are the sort of objects and paths, and that defines an ordinary category. But there's a problem with it. So it's relatively easy to define. I mean, this is something that, I'll mention in an undergraduate points-at topology course, but it doesn't see any sort of higher dimensional structure in this space. So in the picture on the right, what we're looking at is the fundamental groupoid of a disk.
The way they interrogate people and the little things I like to focus on, so you just get pissed off, is not the direction I want to go. So I do not want to talk to people ever again, hardly.
Any other in the left hand one to the right hand one. So there's only one arrow. I mean, even though there's lots and lots of different paths, the arrows in the fundamental groupoid are sort of paths up to the space. Homotopy, there's really only one arrow up to homotopy. Homotopy is sort of a continuous deformation between paths. You can take from the left to the right. And what that means is that it doesn't see sort of higher dimensional structure. So maybe the disk, you're thinking of as sort of a flat two-dimensional disk in the plane. But if it were a three-dimensional disk or a four-dimensional disk or five-dimensional disk, it would be exactly the same. There would still be only one path up to homotopy between any two points. And what that means is that the fundamental groupoid is trivial. So in particular, the fundamental groupoid of all the spheres above dimension one are trivial. So this is somehow, it's some categorical information captured in a topological space, but it only sees the low dimensional structure in the space. That's the problem with the fundamental groupoid. And the way to resolve this problem is to recognize that the fundamental groupoid doesn't want to be a one category. It wants to be one of these infinite dimensional.
Well, it doesn't mean something. Some people get offended.
So
race
the
and
full
ethnicity.
homotopy type of a topological space. So not just the sort of path components and the sort of one-dimensional structure, the sort of loops in the space, is captured by something called the fundamental infinity groupoid. This is something, so it's an infinite dimensional category. Like an ordinary category, it has objects, which are again the points in the space,
Which is way more
and
complicated.
morphisms,
than
that I'm
you
going to
could
call them
ever
one
imagine.
morphisms, which are the paths in the space. And I'm no longer taking homotopies. So if two paths are different, they get counted as two different morphisms. So we're sort of solving the problem we had before where too many paths get identified. And the homotopies now are part of the higher dimensional data. So the two-dimensional morphisms between the one-dimensional morphisms are these homotopies between paths. So a homotopy is a path between paths. And we're adding that as data, a sort of higher dimensional arrow to this category. And in fact, we have sort of homotopies between homotopies.
Yep, the statistic thing. Yeah, mostly is what I was going for at the time.
You could think about these as continuous maps from increasingly
Now I got to give a
higher
spiritual
dimensional
explanation for all my
cubes
past
into
mistakes about
the
things.
space.
Because it is kind of like that.
And we continue all the way up. So we have 4 morphisms.
You're going, why did I do that? I don't know why I did that.
Countably infinitely many dimensions. That's
I'm
what
assuming,
infinity
well, God
refers
beats
to
people's
as a
attention
sort of
when I did it.
countable infinity. And so this is the fundamental infinity groupoid. So in infinity groupoid, that's an example of an infinity category. Whenever I have an infinity category, I can take a quotient and recover an ordinary one category, and that recovers the fundamental groupoid that we just defined. So the category version of the fundamental groupoid is a quotient of the infinity category version of the fundamental infinity groupoid. So we have the same information as before, but we've added all these higher layers. And there's a sort of theorem referred to by the name Grothendieck's homotopy hypothesis that says that this infinity groupoid really captures all of the sort of homotopical data of a topological space. So you might know that a topological space has all of these invariants, which are called its homotopy groups. There's a sort of 0-dimensional homotopy, 1-dimensional homotopy, 2-dimensional homotopy, all the dimensions. And the sort of information of a space that is captured by its homotopy groups is sometimes called its homotopy type. And this fundamental infinity groupoid defines an equivalence between spaces sort of up to homotopy type and infinity groupoids up to equivalence. So it's precisely capturing the full homotopy type of a topological space.
Has this been proved now? Why is it called a hypothesis?
Yes. So it's the reason it's called a hypothesis is that Grothendieck stated this before there was an accepted definition of an infinity groupoid. And, one perspective on the homotopy hypothesis is that via this vision, you could define an infinity groupoid just to be a homotopy type or, a topological space up to weak homotopy equivalence. But alternatively, you can give sort of concrete definitions of an infinity groupoid. And then for your definition to be sort of accepted, to be taken seriously, you would have to prove the homotopy hypothesis for that model. And this has been done sort of several times over. So, yeah. So it's both like a theorem and a guiding principle that explains precisely what the relationship should be between infinity groupoids and spaces. Spaces are sort of older mathematically. This idea of a homotopy type was understood before the idea of an infinity groupoid came up on the scene. So Grothendieck is explaining the vision for homotopy groupoids, infinity groupoids.
Interesting.
Great. And actually, there's a new term on the scene that I wanted to mention briefly. So Scholze has Peter Scholze has rechristened infinity groupoids as anima. And the idea of it is this is somehow like the soul of the space. So it's not capturing all the points of the space, but it is capturing sort of path components and the sort of loops in the space and the spheres in the space and so on and so forth. Okay.
So just a quick moment. So
Sure.
For the audience, they're familiar with R3, which is contractible, I know.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, is it correct to say the infinity group of a space? Like, is it correct to say the infinity group of R3? Is that the way to phrase it?
Yes. Yes, that's totally correct. And you gave me an easy example, which I'm grateful for because R3 as a space is contractible, meaning that as a homotopy type, or its infinity groupoid is the terminal infinity groupoid. So it has one object and only identity morphisms. So homotopy equivalence or weak homotopy equivalence, it's kind of a funny invariant in that it, doesn't see dimensions somehow.
No,
so all Rn, all of those Euclidean spaces are contractible spaces. But if we replaced the sort of n-dimensional Euclidean space by the n-dimensional sphere, now all those homotopy types are distinct. So the one sphere or the circle is different from the two sphere, which is probably what you're thinking of when I say sphere, or the three sphere, the four sphere, the five sphere. All of those are different. And in fact, the homotopy types of the spheres are very complicated and to some extent an open problem to precisely understand those homotopy types.
Does bot periodicity mean that it's much simpler at some point to understand the infinity groupoid of a sphere?
Mostly, yeah.
Or is this still some open problem?
Still an open problem. So there's, the problem of understanding the homotopy type can sort of be separated into the stable structure and the unstable structure. And the stable homotopy group of spheres is understood. That's sort of where periodicity phenomenon comes in. But then there's sort of unstable structure, and this is definitely an active research area. So.
I see. So can you go from knowing the infinity groupoid structure of a space to then reconstructing the space, or does it only go in one direction?
Yes, definitely. I guess I'm imagining a sort of construction where the infinity groupoid is maybe, finite in some sense or finitely presented, meaning you have kind of generating morphisms in each direction, and then you're building the space like you would build a CW complex. So you start with some collection of points, and then you attach some paths, and then you attach some two-dimensional disks and some three-dimensional disks, and so on.
What do you want me to know? I don't know. If I'm gonna get killed, I know.
So CW complexes are a way to build explicit homotopy types, and that can equally be understood as a construction of an explicit infinity groupoid. Those aren't the sort of only examples or the only ways of constructing them, but yeah.
Okay, cool. Please carry on.
Okay. So one of the ideas that we just saw in thinking about the fundamental infinity groupoid and the fundamental groupoid is this relationship between an infinity category and its quotient one category. So the fundamental infinity groupoid of a topological space, it's in an infinity category who has objects are the points, the one morphisms are the paths, the two morphisms are the homotopies, three morphisms are homotopies between homotopies, and so on. And this relationship appears in other settings as well. So there's something in sort of algebraic geometry, homological algebra, called the derived category of a ring or of a abelian category. And that is now understood as the homotopy category of an infinity category, namely the infinity category of chain complexes. And similarly, I mentioned briefly Atiyah's TQFTs. Those are indexed by a category of closed N manifolds and diffeomorphism classes of cobordisms. And that is, again, a homotopy category of an infinity category, closed N morphisms and cobordisms. And here I've removed the diffeomorphism classes, and I'm including that sort of thing as the data of the higher morphisms. So this is sort of a pattern in mathematics, is that certain kind of complicated, frankly, poorly behaved ordinary categories are now understood as the quotient homotopy categories of some infinite dimensional category.
Well, they're trying to fuck me up. I know.
Here, maybe I'll acknowledge that I'm using this term infinity category, kind of following Jacob Lurie, as a nickname for a special case of what's maybe called an infinity N category. This is the N equals 1 special case. And so in the purpose of this talk, I want you to think of an infinity category as something that has objects and morphisms, and then two morphisms and three morphisms and so on. But all of these higher morphisms are something like homotopies, and they're invertible, or at least weakly invertible. And in that sense, the infinity categories that we're discussing, these infinity one categories, are really closely analogous to ordinary one categories like we mentioned at the beginning. So there are also infinity 2 categories and infinity 3 categories and even infinity categories where we have higher dimensions worth of non-invertible morphisms. Those are considerably more complicated, and I don't want to discuss them at all today because I'm describing an analogy between infinite dimensional category theory and ordinary category theory that is tightest in the case n equals 1.
So I know you don't want to discuss it today,
Sure.
but is there such a thing as an Aleph-1 cardinality of infinity category?
So, whenever you introduce a new mathematical definition, there's always the question of what are the examples. And the reason that infinity n categories are interesting is because they're examples. So, really this, category of cobordisms is sort of in the modern perspective on topological quantum field theory understands that as an example of an infinity n category where n is giving the dimension of the closed manifolds. So that notion exists and there's a theory of them because there are mathematical examples. I am not aware of any sort of non-artificial examples of infinite dimensional categories involving different ordinals beyond, sort of the countable infinity. So,
okay, cool.
Or maybe one successor above that or something, but that's where I'd prefer to stop. I tried to explain in the first part of this talk what ordinary category theory is for, and I want to explain a little bit about what infinity category theory is for. It's pretty complicated, unfortunately, because examples of infinity categories are pretty complicated, and this is the simplest story that I can think to tell, and I'll build up to it. So there's a powerful idea in mathematics, which is to turn geometry into algebra. So there's some sort of geometric or topological question that is answered by constructing, some sort of invariants that take the form of, vector spaces or groups or something like that. Maybe this sort of geometric data gets converted into something called a chain complex. So a chain complex is given by an abelian group in dimension 0 and an abelian group in dimension 1 and an abelian group in dimension 2. I guess I said co-chain complex here. There's chain complexes equally. And then there's some maps between them. These are the differentials. And there's the property that if you compose any two of these maps, you get 0. So there's a geometric interpretation of all of this that I don't want to get into right now. But in any case, the sort of fundamental geometric information was captured, not so much in the chain complex, but in the cohomology groups. So this is a sequence of abelian groups. There's the 0th cohomology, the first cohomology, the second cohomology. It's a bunch of groups, and somehow it's capturing some geometric information about the space in, say, dimension 0 and 1 and 2 and so forth. And all of this motivates the definition of the derived category. So this is one of these ordinary 1 categories that I mentioned previously. In this case, the objects are these co-chain complexes, like we're illustrating here. And the arrows are maps of co-chain complexes. You can express what that is in a commutative diagram, except when a map is a quasi-isomorphism, meaning it induces an isomorphism on cohomology groups for all n, then that map is regarded as an isomorphism, whether or not it's actually an isomorphism in the category of chain complexes. And there's lots of examples of quasi-isomorphisms that are not, in fact, isomorphisms. So this is some sort of localization process where we're formally inverting some maps that are not maps. So this is a thing that's called the derived category, and I tried to indicate why it's important, but it's not very well behaved as a category. So there's important constructions that you might want to do on the derived category. So for instance, taking something called the mapping cone of an arrow. So you start with one of these maps between chain complexes, and then you form something called the mapping cone. That's going to be a chain complex itself. And, a construction between categories really wants to be a functor, but this is just not a functor at the level of the derived category. And the reason that it's not a functor is because we've forgotten too much information when forming the derived category. And we've forgotten that information because we were trying to form a 1 category and not just letting this thing be the thing that it really wants to be, which is an infinity category. So a more modern perspective on the derived category is to think about it as, this quotient of an infinity category whose objects are the cochain complexes, whose arrows are the maps of cochain complexes, and then just add in these sort of higher structure that allows one to understand a map that's a quasi-isomorphism as being invertible, maybe not in the sort of original strict sense of being an isomorphism in one category, but in sort of a weaker sense that's appropriate to an infinity category. And in this setting, this mapping cone construction definitely is functorial. And in fact, it's very easy to describe using a colimit. So sort of something like this coproduct that we were discussing previously. Though it's a push out, it's not a coproduct. But there's a lot here that I've described sort of only impressionistically, but this is kind of the simplest example I know of a sort of concrete problem with sort of one categorical structure that's resolved by passing to the infinity categorical structure.
And sorry, what are you quotienting out?
Right. So there is a totally fine one category whose objects are cochain complexes and whose arrows are sort of commutative diagrams between cochain complexes. So there's an ordinary category of chain complexes. Sort of the problem with it is, on the one hand, that doesn't have kind of the right notion of sameness. So the quasi-isomorphisms are not isomorphisms in that category.
Yes.
And another problem is that there's higher dimensional structure that's not reflected in there. So chain complexes or maps of chain complexes have a notion of homotopy between them. And you could add that in as sort of higher dimensional data to this one category. And then we have higher homotopy, so you can add in those higher dimensional data as well. So this is an example where the one category sort of really wants to be an infinity category. And then you could quotient away all this higher dimensional data in a particular way, and that gives you the derived category.
I see.
So this was all meant to be a motivation about what infinity categories are for. I haven't really, I have a couple other perspectives. So in some areas of mathematics, it's kind of increasingly natural to sort of view everything as being sort of up to homotopy. Here's a quote from Yuri Menin, in an interview by Michael Gelfand. He says, "I'm pretty strongly convinced there is an ongoing reversal in the collective consciousness of mathematicians." I guess I should say some mathematicians.
Mm-hmm.
The homotopical picture of the world becomes the basic intuition. If you want to get a discrete set, then you pass to the set of connected components of a space defined only up to homotopy. Cantor's problems of the infinite recede to the background from the very start. Our images are so infinite that if you want to make something finite out of them, you must divide by another infinity. So I feel like this is sort of what it feels like to be working in this world where your categories are now somehow so much bigger because they have all of these higher dimensional morphisms on top of, maybe what was already a pretty large category.
And does your unconscious, it's usually collective unconscious, but does your consciousness reside in that collective one? Hi, everyone. Hope you're enjoying today's episode. If you're hungry for deeper dives into physics, AI, consciousness, philosophy, along with my personal reflections, you'll find it all on my Substack. Subscribers get first access to new episodes, new posts as well, behind-the-scenes insights, and the chance to be a part of a thriving community of like-minded pilgrimers. By joining, you'll directly be supporting my work and helping keep these conversations at the cutting edge. So click the link on screen here, hit subscribe, and let's keep pushing the boundaries of knowledge together. Thank you and enjoy the show. Just so you know, if you're listening, it's CurtJaimungal.org, kurtjaimungal.org. Does your consciousness reside in that collective one?
Yes, I think increasingly. I sometimes I feel like I'm pretty far out in space. Right. So I haven't explained at all what infinity categories are. And so this is all meant to be sort of perspectives on like what they're for, but what are they in fact? So let's try to address that question. So essentially infinity categories, remember I'm using this term to mean infinity one categories. These are like one categories where all the sets that are used in the definition of a one category have been replaced by infinity groupoids, in other words, homotopy types, so that's sort of spaces, but up to the information of their homotopy groups, also known as anima. So there's some analogy between sets and infinity groupoids and ordinary categories and infinity categories. So what do I mean by that? So a category has a set of objects. An infinity category will then have an infinity groupoid of objects. A category will have a Hom set. This is this, set of arrows from a particular object to a particular object. An infinity groupoid will have a space. So an infinity category will have an infinity groupoidal mapping space. But more than that, sort of the axioms that turn a directed graph into a category, these are the things about the existence of a composition function and the existence of identity arrows, so that composition is associative and unital. All of these are expressed in first order logic with equality. So using the notion of equality between arrows, and all of that needs to be redeveloped in this sort of higher dimensional and weaker setting. So composition in an infinity category as a morphism between infinity groupoids, it's not really a function anymore. Sort of instead, everything is kind of only ever well-defined up to a contractible space of choices. And the traditional foundations of mathematics are just not very well equipped to turning this idea into a precise definition. So I'll give you some precise definitions, but what you'll see about them is they don't really correspond to this idea very well. So this is the intuition for what an infinity category is. But, explicitly describing the composition and the associativity and the coherences and the weak inverses and stuff like that in the language of set theory, it's a bit tricky. So what I've displayed here are two definitions of infinity categories within set theory. The term of art in the field is these are called models of infinity categories, but model isn't really used in a logical sense. What this just means is it's sort of a precise set theoretic definition, and these have technical names, which I'm going to use. So if you see them in the world, you'll have seen them before. So, so one way to express the idea of an infinity category as a one category where all the sets are replaced by infinity groupoids is to say an infinity category is something called a quasi-category. So what's a quasi-category? It's a simplicial set.
All right, Garfield.
What's a simplicial set
right
that
there
is
for a
given
few
by the
fucking
data
minutes.
of sets
Stop trying to get
x0,
up.
x1, x2, x3, x4.
And maybe your dad can get ready
infinity,
long enough for to stay outside
with
for
a
more
whole
than
bunch of
just
maps
a few
between
minutes.
them
You know what I mean?
that I all have special names, which
You know
I
what I
haven't
mean?
indicated, and satisfy certain composition relations, which I also have not indicated. So certain diagrams will commute with these maps, other diagrams will not commute. So I did not make any of that precise, but the notion of simplicial set does make all that precise. And then moreover, every inner horn has a filler. And for space reasons, I'm not going to indicate at all what an inner horn is. So that's one definition. Another
That's something that's really
definition
interesting, huh?
it's a complete
Domestication.
Siegel space, which is a bisimplicial set. So this is sort of two different simplicial sets commuting with one another. So we have now this grid of sets X and M for N and M natural numbers, again with a whole bunch of maps, some of which commute and some of which don't. So I need to indicate all of that. And then this bisimplicial set has to satisfy three conditions. One is called redefibrant. Another says something about Siegel maps, and another says something about completeness maps. And those conditions are that these maps are equivalences. So I could make all of that fully precise, but I won't. Because the point that I want to make with these definitions, which I think I can make anyway, is this: neither of them have any obvious relationship to the idea that I've just taken a one category and replaced all the sets by infinity groupoids. So with more time, I could explain that a little bit. But let's remember the framing for this talk is that this is supposed to be kind of infinity category theory presented for undergraduates. And this is not that. This is definitely not for undergraduates. I mean, nothing against undergraduates. It's just there's sort of a lot that's required to make any sort of basic thing precise.
Right.
Much less develop the theory of infinity categories. So at some point we want to get back to like the coproducts and the left adjoints and stuff like that. And of course, it can all be done in this way. And this is how graduate students who learn about infinity category theory learn about it now.
Right.
But I don't want to take the perspective of a graduate student who's going to become an expert in infinity category theory, I want to take the perspective of a mathematician in a different area who needs to use infinity category theory in their work, but doesn't have time to take a year away and learn this all properly. So, there's
See, I can't even.
cited
even
here
sing
some
anymore.
recent papers in different
It
areas
changed
of
the shape of my mouth
mathematics.
somehow. I could not
Some
sing
of which
anymore.
are
How did
kind of
that
closer
happen?
to algebraic topology, homotopy theory, infinity category theory, but others which are sort of further away that are, more representation theory or number theory or, symplectic geometry or whatever.
They
algebraic
changed the
geometry.
shape of my mouth
And,
somehow, so
maybe
I
the
cannot
participant in those
speak like I
areas
used
wants
to
read these
easily.
papers, and so needs to learn some infinity
By
category
kicking me in the face
But,
one
where are we
day
gonna
when I was sleeping, I
where will
believe.
researchers in these areas find the time
I don't know what
to
happened.
infinity
I
category
just know that
or sort of kitty framing.
I woke up, my
So,
face fucking
how
hurt,
are we going to distill this to the point that it can be included as a standard?
and
part of
Garfield was
undergraduate
gone again.
Curriculum.
That's why he's tied up now.
Make it easier to learn, so that this can be part of somebody's toolkit by the time they get to graduate school and are trying to read the cutting edge literature in their particular area. And so I mentioned this talk was going to involve kind of a dream for the future. And now I'll sort of state my dream. So I think that this would be easier to explain if the foundation.
Typhon chambers. I get it. We don't have those nice ones anymore. We only have Typhon fucking chambers for these kind of people. Period, period, period.
So the foundations of mathematics, the traditional foundations based on
Better. They work better. The old methods.
Choice and first order logic.
And we fucking know this.
Very easy to describe.
We just want to control the information.
And functions. But unfortunately, infinity categories just don't have a lot of sets and functions involved in their definition. So to make them fully precise in the language of set theory, requires kind of definitions like this that are precise in the language of set theory, but aren't obviously connected to the intuition
about
of
the
an
rest of
infinity
it.
category. So
unless they're trying to get
here's my
me
thesis statement.
killed,
So if the
which
foundations
they
of
are
mathematics have
not.
some
Someone
higher
else
structure,
is.
and
Who?
to be precise, we're something more like something called homotopy type theory.
I trust even less
had
than
introduced, but
those guys.
Then, so that were sort of the background, implicit understanding of mathematics undergraduates. Like mathematics undergraduates today don't necessarily learn the precise rules of set theory, but they know how to work in set theory. They know how to write proofs that are correct in set theory, what constructions are allowed, what sort of arguments are allowed. If the same were true, but with a more sophisticated foundation system, with something like homotopy type theory, then we could teach infinity category theory to undergraduates, much like we teach something like abstract algebra to undergraduates today. And so that's actually the plan for the rest of the talk. So I've explained in part
Because I
what
barely
ordinary
can
category theory
speak
is for and what
anymore.
infinity category theory is for.
I'm always
What I'd like to
yelling,
do next
and it
is
sounds
give some sort of
fucking
informal
weird,
introduction
huh?
to homotopy type theory, and then illustrate
That's what it is.
that as the background foundation. Infinity category theory is actually not really more complicated than ordinary one category theory is today. And finally, additional advantage of having a more sophisticated foundation is that it's actually also possible to be so rigorous with your proofs that you're not just explaining them to undergraduates, but you're explaining them to a computer. And what I'm referring to specifically is something called a computer proof assistant, where you can
Yeah, that's a Bigfoot.
Very
Scanning.
Sort of
Right over there.
Coding of
I thought.
sort of definitions and theorem statements and proofs.
I've seen something else. Yeah, I've seen little people out there mostly. Yeah.
In the proofs. And with this new foundation that is
some of which, yeah, turns out
has more of the higher structure,
kind of scary
into the basic objects. It's actually possible not just to
we're
teach
also kind of scared
theory to undergraduates, but to teach it to a computer. In other words,
so I was gonna go find them,
computer formal,
but I don't necessarily want to anymore.
Version of theorems in infinity category theory.
Okay, great. So to summarize, there's a concept called infinity category, and it's difficult to convey in the language that undergrads are already familiar with, namely set theory. And if you were to
Yeah, probably
agree
not.
to them, it would take them all the way until graduate school. But there's another language or another foundation called homotopy type theory. And if you were to know that, then you could express the concept of infinity category much more quickly, akin to how some words are in Mandarin. It may take a paragraph to explain in English, but if you're in Mandarin, it's a single word. Something
That's
like
right.
that.
So yeah.
Oh, that's what makes people that mad,
You
huh?
have the right sort of background, foundation, intuition, language. More powerful language that
I'm telling you guys, no, it's not. It did not come from my
sort
house.
of more easily manipulate these kind of
Came from one of those yards over there.
spaces. This
And I
typical picture
fucking
of the world
know
that Dean was
this.
talking about.
Okay?
Then yes.
Quit
you
playing
at the
dumb
same time,
with me.
be sort of rigorous, rigorous to the extent that a computer would accept the proof and say you have not skipped any steps, but intuitive in the sense
No,
that
he's not.
we're reasoning from sort of simple definitions, that an undergraduate could understand.
Great.
Okay, so let's get into homotopy type theory. So what I'm going to try to do is give a crash course in a completely new foundation system for mathematics. But we don't need to understand everything perfectly. That's sort of a question for the experts to really understand how the foundations of mathematics work. What we're hoping to achieve is some sort of comfort in, making mathematical statements and then proving them. Okay, so what is this homotopy type theory? So on the one hand, it's a formal system for mathematical constructions and proofs, where the basic objects are not sets anymore, but something called types. And we have some intuition for them, which is we might think of a type as being a space, or maybe more precisely an infinity groupoid. So it's like a homotopy type. And all constructions in this system are then automatically continuous or equivalence invariant. So this is a sort of desiderata in what's sometimes called derived homotopy covariant mathematics. That is,
Where's the humanity? I'm like, well,
so on the one sense, homotopy type theory is taking an existing formal system called type theory, or specifically dependent type theory of Martin Liff, which was developed in the 1970s as a foundation for constructive mathematics, and giving it a homotopical interpretation, sort of a topological interpretation. But on the other hand, it's a theory of homotopy types. So you can see why this would be so useful for infinity category theory, because infinity categories are built out of infinity groupoids, aka homotopy types. And so if those were the primitive notions in a formal system, then they're just kind of right there for using for definitions. And that's what we'll see. So type theory takes some getting used to. If you're coming with a computer science background, then you might be used to this already, and that's great. If you're coming from a mathematics background, this is going to be a little bit weird. Mm-hmm. So type, and going forward, everything that's written in red will be a type. It's used to describe a mathematical structure.
See, can't even
but
anymore,
it's
huh?
also
Almost
used
not.
to encode a mathematical assertion. So when I'm stating a theorem, I will do so by constructing a type. And in the case of the structure, then when I have a term of that type, and going forward, terms will always be in orange. It's going to give like a particular instance of the structure. But in the case where the type is encoding a statement of a theorem, a term is a construction of a proof of that theorem. So this is something that's sometimes called propositions as types. This is also referred to by the Curry-Howard isomorphism or Curry-Howard correspondence. So we're sort of unifying construction and logic, sort of construction and proof. And that's to some extent a good intuition, but it's also a little bit misleading, because one of the things that we'll see about homotopy type theory is that these
2,000 years or something like that.
Structure, non-trivial
Yeah, you
higher
fucking
dimensional
did.
structure,
Quit
just like
lying.
spaces can have non-trivial higher
Quit
dimensional
lying,
structure.
fucking
So I'm
liars.
thinking of
No,
things
quit
like
lying.
loops and spheres and things
Quit
like
your
that.
fucking bullshit. You too, other countries.
Okay, so let's introduce this formal system. So homotopy type theory.
There's a reason the Chinese have laws on this shit.
Primitive notions. So these are the sort of
a llama not being able to incarnate in China. That's a law kind.
So, for example, there's a type of natural numbers, there's a type of real numbers, there's a type
America
of
turns out almost the same way sometimes. We don't even realize it. I guess we do.
And then
You
types
know
have
this
terms.
shit.
So every term belongs to a specific type. This is why this is a useful language to use to communicate with the computer, because it can kind of help the computer stay organized, because the terms belong to a specific type. So, for example, 17 is a term of type natural numbers. It's a natural number. there's a different 17 that's a term of the type real numbers. So every term belongs to only one type. Square root of 2 is another real number, of course. The Klein-4 group is a term of type group. So that's, an instance of that kind of structure. And then it also has dependent dependent types or type families. So to define a type, a type can be allowed to depend on variable terms of previously defined types. What I'm showing now is the syntax for that. So here, B is a family of types depending on a term X of type A, or C is a family of types depending on a term X of type A, and also a term Y on type B, and this B might now depend on A. So that's dependent types. So for example, we have Rn, Euclidean space, for any n a natural number. So that's a natural example of a dependent type. So given any natural number, I can form the type Rn, the n-dimensional Euclidean space. Given any natural number n, I can also form the type of fields of characteristic n. I chose this example because there are no fields of characteristic 4, for instance. These only exist in the case of primes. But nevertheless, we could reason about the, in this case, empty type of fields of characteristic 4. Also, if I have an arbitrary group G and an arbitrary field K, we can talk about representations of G over the field K. So that's an example of a dependent type family. And then finally, we have dependent terms. And the way I should interpret one of these dependent terms is really as a function. So if I have a family of types B depending on a type A, what a dependent term is it's a function that would take an arbitrary term X of type A and return a term B of X of type B of X. So for example, in the family of Euclidean spaces, so that's the family of types Rn dependent on a natural number n, I have a dependent term which picks out the 0 vector in each Euclidean space. So for each natural number n, I can pick out the 0 vector in Rn. That's an example of one of these dependent terms. Or for each natural number n, I can define the ring Z mod n, which is a ring of characteristic n. I can't define a dependent term that inhabits this family of fields of characteristic n for the reason I mentioned before. So there are no fields of characteristic 4 or characteristic anything that's not a prime. But if I go to rings of characteristic n, now this is an example. It's a function that takes an n and produces a ring of characteristic n, namely Z mod n. And similarly, given any group and any field, I can find the representation or the sort of regular representation. So that's an example of a representation of that group over that field. So those are some examples of dependent terms. And so this is sort of the stuff that's present in dependent type theory or in homotopy type theory. And then we also have type constructors that build new types and terms from given ones. So for instance, given some types A and B, I can form their product type or their coproduct type or their function type. There's something called identity types that we'll discuss. And then there's more complicated type forming operations that take as input a dependent type. So given a family of types B over a type A, I can form something called the dependent sum or the dependent product. And whenever I form these new types, there's rules that explain exactly when you can form a new type, what the terms are of these new types, how I can use the terms of these new types to construct other terms, and sort of what happens when I both introduce a term and then eliminate from that term. So these are sort of the kind of high-level structure of dependent type theory and homotopy type theory in particular. So I want to give an example now of some of these type constructors. So I'm going to give an example of this way of forming new types and what the rules are in those cases so we can see what that means. But maybe I'll see if there's any questions first.
Yeah, in one of your previous talks on homotopy type theory as a foundation, you introduced the term judgments, and I just wanted you to specify what that would correspond to here.
Right. So I'm being a little bit informal here, even though this probably seems like I'm being quite formal. So the judgments are, it's essentially the types and the terms and the dependent types and the dependent terms. These are a way I think about a judgment is as it's like a grammatically correct or a well-formed sentence in type theory. And so it's grammatically correct to say that I have a type or a term and a dependent type and a dependent term. And indeed, all of this can exist in an arbitrary context of variables from previously defined types. So I've suppressed that from this slide. And that's what the sort of judgments are. So, so I'd have to be even more precise about this if I'm explaining this to a computer proof assistant that's going to implement the rules of this formal system. But since we're sort of among humans right now, maybe you'll forgive me to be a little bit lax. So
There was a hilarious comment. I believe it was
Right.
either
You're right.
an introduction to homotopy type theory or an introduction to infinity categories, and someone said, "This looks like a computer speaking to another computer."
Turns out a
well,
lot.
I'm flattered, I guess, because I think that means I'm being precise. So
Exactly.
great. Okay, so let's see some of this stuff in action. So so I'm going to introduce product types for you. So and they're governed by the following rules. So the formation rule is the one that says when you get to form a new type, and it says that if I have any types, capital A and capital B, then there's a new type, which I'll denote by A times B because that's the notation we use in mathematics for the product type. So the introduction rule then tells us what terms we get in this new type. And it says that if I'm given a term little a of type A and a term little b of type B, then I can pair them together and get a term of type product type. And I've introduced some syntax for the introduction rule that makes it seem familiar. We think of just pairing them together. Now I have an ordered pair, which is a term of the product type. And then the elimination rule says that if I had an arbitrary term P belonging to the product type, then I'll think of it as like projecting away and get a term of type A and a term of type B.
That's
If I have
called
an
remote
ordered
viewing.
pair, I can
Yeah.
take its first
And it
component or its
freaks
second
me
component.
Out.
And then there's these computation rules, which I'm suppressing, but they would say something like if I
Does
pair
it dream
together a little
like
a and
that?
a little b, and then I project off to the bit in A, I recover the little a, for instance. Okay, so that's one of these type forming operations. So these are the rules that you teach to a student or teach to a computer. And function types have sort of a similar set of rules. So similarly, if I'm given any types A and B, there's a type of functions from A to B. So here I've written A arrow B all in red. And what that means is that's the name for a type, namely the function type from A to B. How do I get a term of a function type? Well, it turns out if I have a dependent term, if I have by iteratively applying the rules of type theory, I can take an arbitrary term x of type A and produce a term b of x of type B. Then from that, I get a function. And here I'm using the sort of computer science.
I know they're good like that.
Function lambda x dot b of x.
But they're not good. They can't make you teleport.
This is the function x maps to b of x.
Right.
They can't make it rain in one spot, can they? Right over your head.
So that's how I produce.
It's like the correct for everything, can they? Good for them. Good for them. But they didn't.
That I can build by iteratively applying the rules of type theory. So somehow, when I describe this abstractly, it's sort of hard to think about, but it's very intuitive. If you can sort of iteratively do stuff and then take an input and get an output, that's a function. Okay, so what's the elimination rule? It says that if I'm given a term of the function type, so f is a term belonging to this function type, and also a term of type A, then I could, you think of just plugging it in. Then you get a term of type B, which I'll denote as f of A. And then there's computation rules that relate these lambda abstractions and these evaluations. So, in particular, if I defined f by x maps to b of x, then this f of A should be.
You're always mad at me now. I'm always mad. Yep, that's just like everybody else. All the time.
Those rules are hard to remember, so I put them again at the top of the slide. And what I want to illustrate now is this idea that I introduced at the outset, which is that to prove a mathematical proposition in dependent type theory and homotopy type theory, what you do is you construct a term in the type that encodes its statement. So here's an example of this. So for any types A and B, what I've written here is a type. I've formed
so do I.
By
but it's a fucking crash course training
the formation rules
on a fucking leash.
Function types. Now I'm going to read the name of this type aloud using this sort of
God is yelling and singing,
correspondence, which I'll show you in just a second. So I can read this type as A and A
Garfield?
implies B implies B.
I'll bet you,
And
dude.
what I'm doing
Literally
here is
every time I put my tea on,
recognizing that
they trigger me to go outside.
there's a very
Little
close
short guy.
relationship.
Little short guy
between
likes
the
to touch my
rules for
cat.
the
Sit down.
product type and the rules for the logical operation of conjunction.
I can possess like that and make him
So,
punch himself in the face sometimes.
how do I remember if I'm thinking of like a type is encoding a proposition, then a term of that type is a proof of that proposition. And so the introduction rule for product types, for instance, says that if I have a proof little a of proposition A and a proof little b of proposition B,
He's an adult.
then I can pair
It's like
them
4
together
feet
and
tall.
I prove a proposition, namely A and B.
I mean, like
That's
short like me.
explaining the connection between the product type formation and
I'm not talking like,
logical
you know,
notion.
like a short man.
And
I'm talking
similarly,
like
there's
kid-sized
connections between
adult.
function types and the logical notion of implies. So this type that I formed here, I can think of as encoding the mathematical proposition A and A implies B, which is one of these tautologies from logic. I can also, though, think about this as the type of functions from the product type of A with the function type from A to B to B. And so what I'm going to define now is an explicit function, so an explicit term of this type that's both a function, but is also a proof of this tautology that's also sometimes called modus ponens. Okay, so thinking about what we're about to do is kind of the complicated bit. The giving a proof of this is actually quite mechanical.
No,
And
I
why
won't
is
let you
that?
get your
So
shit
my
together.
goal is to construct
I will
a
at least
term of a
psychically
given
destroy you
type.
beforehand.
The rules that
That's how
I
it
displayed
feels.
at the top of the slide tell you exactly what you're
Now they're literally trying to destroy me
So
for
this
Garfield.
type is formed by
Check it out.
iteratively applying the type forming operation. The outermost type
There you
forming
go.
operation is the introduction rule for function.
Stop bringing your
types.
elbows in.
That's
I need to
the
stretch your chest out.
Type that's outside the parentheses. And so really my goal
Just for a
is
minute.
to produce a term in a function type. And how do we do that? We apply
The fumes coming out of these heaters are not
introduction
actually healthy.
rule for function types, which says that it suffices to assume that I have an arbitrary term P in the domain. So a
Especially
term
yet
P
those
that
oil
belongs to
heaters.
the product
I've
type A
been
and A
hearing
plus
they
B.
put some stuff in, especially
Now,
those black
the
oil
goal
heaters
is
recently.
to
You know,
find
a
a
black
term
oil
P.
heater. And that is straight up hypnosis
That's
juice.
how the introduction rule for function types works.
Mhm.
But now that I have a term of a product type, I can apply the product elimination rule, and that gives me a term of type A and a term of type B. These
They're
are
even
two
in the cop shop. I'm like, yep, there it is, there it is, and there it is. Everywhere I went, I'm like, there's
But now
another
I
one,
have a term of
there's another
type
one, and there's
A
another one. Like,
and
where do
the
everyone get these
term-
from?
And the function type from A to B. And so by the elimination rule for function types,
Like, yep,
I
they're starting it,
apply
they're starting it,
the
and they're
function to the
starting it.
term, and I get a term of type
Mass
B.
mind control
And what I've
manipulation.
done now is I've taken my arbitrary term.
I'm
P
watching
and
news sometimes. I'm like, that
produced
is
a
not
term
the
of type
news.
B, so that gives
And I
us
kind of know it too.
So I know this is kind of quick if you're seeing this for the first time, but I hope it also illustrates that it's really relatively mechanical. You can imagine, an undergraduate who's just learning to write a proof for the very first time, being reassured by the fact that there are these sort of mechanical rules that one just has to
All right,
follow
Garfield,
in the right order,
what's up?
and then we'll get the proof. And moreover, if you're writing this proof interactively with a computer proof assistant, which is something I've alluded to, the proof assistant can check right away whether your proof is correct. So what I've done here is I've said, how do I define
Really?
this? So on the one
No,
hand,
no.
I've
See,
given
that guy could beat my fucking ass, and I know. That's why I was telling him to do it.
But I've also constructed an explicit function, and this.
Now I'm talking about a little
function
man.
is the evaluation function. So this is the function that would take a term of type A and a function from A to B.
I met in the woods one day. It was
that
like
function
fucking
applied to that term. That's
a
exactly what we
midget,
do.
damn near.
And
Sorry
this
about my
is-
language.
And so I'm unifying again logic and.
Because it wasn't acting, it was a pygmy
This
person.
is very
He was really,
typical of
really
what it
small.
Is to do mathematics in independent type theory.
I'm pretty sure, yeah, that he's fucking evil too.
I guess proof and construction. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Great. So I
he
mentioned
calls
this
himself
Howard
a dumb, I guess.
correspondence in the setting of homotopy type theory. Let's call it the homotopy type theoretic Rosetta Stone. This can be made sort of more precise. So if we're discussing about semantics of this homotopy type
No, I
theory,
know
I
Adam.
don't really want to do today. Instead, let's think of this as sort of a table of intuitions. So on the left, we have the primitives of type theory. We have the types and the terms. If I'm interpreting them logically, I can think of a type as encoding a mathematical statement or a mathematical proposition, and a term as encoding a proof of that proposition. If I'm basing my intuition on
92 in that clock, Garfield. What
types
happened
are
to
roughly analogous to sets,
that guy?
and terms are roughly analogous to elements of those sets. But a better intuition will be in homotopy theory, where I think of a type as being a space, and a term as a point in that space. And then we have various type forming operations. There's something called the empty type. There's something called the singleton type. Those correspond logically to the false and true propositions, or set theoretically to the empty set or the set containing a single element. Homotopy theoretically to the
More
empty
than
space,
almost
space containing one point.
anybody else
And
sometimes.
then we have these operations of product types, co-product types, function types that logically correspond to and or and implies. Set theoretically correspond to taking products of sets or disjoint unions of sets or sets of functions. And topologically correspond to the product
Every
space,
person I meet,
product space,
sometimes I'm like, what a
function
guy,
space,
what a guy, and what a guy.
Right. And then we can add
Now, this one's
the
been hard
sort of
because
dependent layers.
they do
So we
not
have
look
these
at me
dependent
the
types
same
and
way
type
at
families,
all.
which
Ever.
logically correspond to something called a predicate.
When I could
So an
beat their
example
fucking ass.
of a predicate on
At least half the
natural
time.
numbers n is the predicate n is prime. So for
I have more
any
empathy than they do.
particular value of n, that's either
Which
true
cripples
or
me
false.
often.
So 0 is prime is false, 1 is prime is false, 2 is prime is true, 3 is prime is true, and so on and so forth. So that's a family of that's a predicate on the natural numbers.
Because I'm near them in a way that is not healthy.
Family of sets. And in homotopy theory, this corresponds to a notion of a fibration. So fibration is sort of very roughly.
And they're not that smart typically. Yeah, sometimes they are. Sometimes they really are. I'm like, well,
parametrized over
they're not that smart.
Space. The base space here is the space A. The spaces B of X are the fibers.
No. Have I been?
Sort of spaces.
Yeah. Well, now, seemingly not sometimes.
So this dependent term then is a conditional proof or a family of elements, or something called a section of the fibration. It's picking out a point in the fiber over each point in the base. That's something called a section. And then the two more complicated type format operations that I mentioned at the beginning but haven't revisited. These are the dependent products and dependent sums. Logically correspond to the quantifiers. So when we move from sort of sentential logic to predicate logic, we add the universal and existential quantifier over a predicate. So that sort of turns a predicate into a sentence by kind of binding up the variables. In set theory, these are operations on a family of sets. You can form the product of a family of sets or the disjoint union of a family of sets. And in topology, this sort of product is taking the space of sections of a fibration, whereas the sum is taking what's called the total.
And that guy's not even close to the evilest person I'm worried about.
Continuous family of spaces, and I glue them all together. That's sometimes called the total space of a fibration, which you think of as sort of sitting over the base space, where the inverse images of some points in the base space are these fibers that I was describing previously. And a section is a section of that map. That's why it's called a section. And then the final ingredient here is something called the identity types, which I'll talk about on the next slide. But one way to motivate them is this is sort of what's missing from the logic column. So if I'm explaining first order logic, the other thing I need to add is a discussion of equality, the equality relation. And another thing that types have are identity types, in which these proofs of equality are going to be interpreted as
It's righteous. No, that's what I'm saying. It's righteous. You know why? Because I am a different religion. They are atheists to me.
You know, this discussion of identity types, the sort of homotopy theoretic interpretation is kind of evocative, but you know, maybe not so different from the set theoretic interpretation. But here's kind of a big point of distinction. So in set theory, if I have a term P in the identity type that's witnessing that X is equal to Y, where X and Y are supposed to be terms of type A, in set theory, I interpret that as a proof that X and Y are literally the same term, that they're literally equal. But in homotopy theory, I'm interpreting it more loosely as a path sort of through the moduli space in which X and Y are points. You know, so it's a non-trivial relation between X and Y. It's saying sort of up and sort of continuous deformation, X and Y are the same, but they're not literally equal, and that's a very important, interesting flexibility. So let me say more about identity types, which are sort of the richest part of this story. And you know, the rules of identity types in homotopy type theory go all the way back to Martin Liff. So these are were written down, over 50 years ago. And here they are. So the formation rule says that if I'm given any type A and any terms xy of type A, there is a type x equals y. So remember, orange here is a term, A is a type. So this x equals y is a type. What the formation rule is saying is that it's mathematically, it's grammatically correct to ask the question. It's sort of a valid mathematical question whether x and y are equal when x and y are terms.
You guys are hesitators and long termers.
So this is
Make it done, guys.
an improvement, I would say, on set theory. In set theory, it's grammatically.
We're getting really tired of this shit over here.
Whether the number 17 is equal to the Kleinford group.
Rubber the cat is special right now.
And we're being really formal about it.
Because I didn't go outside, I was supposed to.
So
But I'm like,
it's
Garfield,
totally valid
I just want to go to bed.
whether a number is equal to a group, even though mathematically, of course, that's nonsense.
Can't pretend to shit. Got me severe hypnosis. Trying to
There's
protect him, trying to protect him, trying to protect him.
it's only
Like, I don't want to go out there and get shot at the beginning again.
meaningful to
And,
ask whether x is equal to y if x and y are terms of the same type. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Now, that doesn't say it's true. This is saying that it's a grammatical thing to ask whether x is equal to y. To prove x is equal to y, you would have to find a term in the identity type x equals y. And so that's what the second rule is doing. The introduction rule is saying that x equals x is always true. And in particular, it's providing a canonical proof called reflexivity that x equals x is true. So it's meaningful to ask whether x is equal to y, may or may not be true. For x and x, it is always true, and the proof is called reflexivity. Okay, so if we had more time, I would explain that there's a very precise analogy, in fact, between identity types and the type of natural numbers. So both of these are inductive types. And so there's an induction principle for identity types that's analogous to induction over the natural numbers, or maybe more precisely recursion over the natural numbers. We don't have time to get into that, so I'm just going to introduce this out of nowhere. And the induction principle, this is the elimination rule, is something that we're going to call path induction, because we think of a term P in the identity type x equals y as a path. So I'm going to rebrand the elimination rule as path induction. And I'll state it for you using my sort of homotopy type theoretic Rosetta Stone or the Curry-Howard correspondence. So what it says is if I have a family of types P that depends on two terms x of y of type A and a proof little p that x is equal to y, then to prove that p of x of y of p is true, in other words, to find a term belonging to that type for any x, any y, any p, it suffices to do this in the special case where y is x and p is reflexivity. So in other words, path induction says that if for all x of type A, p of x ref x is true, then it is the case that for any x of y of type A and proof that x equals y, that p of x, y, and p is true.
Uh-huh.
So that's something called path induction, and it's very, very fun. So what you should imagine is, imagine you're learning about natural numbers induction for the very first time. Maybe this is in your past, maybe this is in your future. What you see is some very complicated formal statement called the principle of mathematical induction. And then what you learn sort of over time with experience is how powerful it is. There's a lot of sort of universally true predicates on the natural numbers that can be proven using induction. You can also use recursion. That's the constructive form of induction.
No, Dad, they're trying to get in trouble still. I know it.
Numbers by induction. And we're going to see a whole bunch of examples where I use path induction similarly. This is definitely a fun area to sort of get into and try to master yourself. So when I teach homotopy type theory, I have a problem set where the solution to every problem is path induction, just to give the illustration of how powerful this is. So we'll see some examples going forward, but this is, again, one of these things that you need to sort of get your hands dirty to get used to. And I should say there's a computation rule as well that I'm expressing. So like you might know for recursion over the natural numbers, if you define a function recursively, then you get some sort of equations related to that recursively defined function. Similarly, there's a computation rule here, but it's not really going to appear. So let's Sweep that under the rug. Okay, so I mentioned the idea that in homotopy type theory, infinity groupoids are really the primitive concepts, and I want to explain where that idea comes from. So what we've seen is that a type A has terms, little x and little y, and then I'm allowed to form the identity type x equals y. And let's suppose I had multiple terms in that identity type. If I had a p and a q in the identity type, then there's a type, which is the identity type between p and q, which are both terms in the type x equals y of type A. So these are iterative, the identity type construction. And there's a theorem in this form due to Lumsdaine or Garner-Vandenberg that the terms belonging to iterated identity types of any type form an infinity groupoid. So in other words, I can think of a type in homotopy type theory as just being an infinity groupoid already, where the terms are the objects of the infinity groupoid. The paths, those are terms of the identity types, are the one-dimensional morphisms. And the paths of paths, those are terms of the iterated identity type, or the two-dimensional morphisms. And we go all the way up. And an infinity groupoid, so the infinity groupoid, it's an infinity category where all of the one morphisms are also invertible. So it has morphisms in every dimension, but also things like composition and inverses and identities and so on. So the identities are the constant paths or the reflexivity terms. The inverses are defined by something that's called reversal, or maybe symmetry if we're thinking logically. So a thing you can prove by path induction is that if you have a path from x to y, then you get a path from y to x. Concatenation is also something you define using path induction. This could be thought of as transitivity of equality. If you have a path from x to y and a path from y to z, then you get a path from x to z. And moreover, there's associativity and unitality and higher coherences and sort of all the way up, all of which is proven from the path induction principle. So it's giving this sort of infinity groupoid structure. And remember how we define the fundamental infinity groupoid inside a topological space? It's exactly the same construction. Sort of under the homotopy interpretation, the terms are like the points of the space, the paths are like the paths of the space, the paths of paths are like the homotopies in the space. And just like that assembles into an infinity groupoid, we can think of this stuff for a type in homotopy type theories defining an infinity groupoid. So the whole sort of infinity groupoid structure of a type is just there already. And now we can leverage this sort of homotopy theoretical perspective on type theory to give some new definitions into type theory. So when I have this interpretation, it's providing new intuition on the formal system, homotopy type theory. And the first example I want to give is the notion of what's called a contractible type. So let's let A be any type. And I can form the following type using the dependent sum and dependent product and identity type operation. Under my homotopy type theory Rosetta Stone, I can call this type, give this type a name. This is the type that says there exists some A and A, so that for all x and A is equal to x. And this type, on the one hand, it kind of sounds like it's asserting that the type A has a unique term, because if you think about the logical statement that I just said, you know, there exists a term little a of type A, so that for all terms x of type A is equal to x. That sounds like the way that you would prove that something exists uniquely. You know, you find a term and then you show that it's the only term. But under the homotopy interpretation, it's in fact asserting that this type is contractible. So if I use the elimination rules to sort of get data from a term of this type that I've just defined, one of the things I would get is a term of type A, which you can think of as the center of contraction. So this is a specified point in my space A. And the other thing that I would sort of project out from a term of this type is a dependent function. So that's a term in this product type that for all x in A gives a contracting homotopy, or a continuous choice of paths from C to X. So a way to show that a space is contractible is to find a point, the center of contraction, and then to define a homotopy between the constant function at that point and the identity function, which you think of sort of, it's kind of like a reverse Big Bang. So you're continuously moving all the other points in your space down to the center of contraction. That's exactly the data that we have here. So under the topological interpretation, this is saying that the space A is contractible Within the formal system, though, it feels like saying that the type A has a unique term. And this is, in fact, what's so wonderful about this homotopy interpretation. So these contractible types, so those are the types that have a term in this type that says there exists some A and A, so that for all X and A equal to X, they form the bottom level of a hierarchy of types due to Vladimir Voevodsky, who's one of the pioneers in homotopy type theory. So these are sort of giving a filtration on types in terms of their higher structure. So a type is a proposition if for all terms X and Y, the identity type is a contractible type. And a type is a set if for all X and Y, its identity type is a proposition. And a type is an n+1 type if for all X and Y, its identity types are N types. And okay, so what is this in practice? So the contractible type, sort of the prototypical example of a contractible type is the singleton type or the unit type that has, freely it has one term and sort of nothing else. So that's the idea of a contractible type. You can think of it as just having one point. So contractible types are also propositions, but there's a new proposition, namely the empty type. That's the thing that we think of logically as corresponding to false. So that's a proposition. And then the propositions are examples of sets, but there's other sets. So for instance, the natural numbers is a set or a zero-dimensional type. Then we can go up to the level of one type. So a prototypical example of a one type is the circle. We go up to a two type. There's something called complex projective space. So this is something that a homotopy theorist would recognize as a sort of Eilenberg-MacLane space, sort of at level 2. And then these spheres, the higher dimensional spheres, S2, S3, S4, et cetera, these aren't truncated. So they're not N types for any N. And what that means is they have sort of non-trivial higher dimensional structure. So there's not a level where the iterated identity types are all just contractible or something. They can have interesting non-trivial structure all the way up. And that, that's why the homotopy groups of spheres are so complicated. So a way to think about all of this is, I think this gives some perspective on the relationship between sort of traditional foundations and homotopy type theory as foundations. So traditional foundations are about kind of the propositions and about the sets. And those are contained within homotopy type theory as the layer of -1 types and the layer of 0 types. Those are where the kind of propositions and the sets live. But in homotopy type theory, as primitives, we also have all of these higher dimensional types that live here as well. And, they're all sort of kind of on equal footing in this formal system. So they're sort of equally accessible to use in more complicated constructions. And we'll see that when we transition to infinity category theory very soon.
Great.
Okay, so I want to give two, I think, more definitions in homotopy type theory. So the next thing I want to mention, so this is another example where we're taking a definition from homotopy theory and importing it into type theory, which is the notion of an equivalence between types. So this is modeled after the definition of a homotopy equivalence between spaces. So if A and B are types, an equivalence between them is defined as follows. So it's the type of equivalences is the type which I'll read here using the homotopy type theoretic Rosetta Stone. So for there to be an equivalence between A and B, firstly, there needs to exist a function f from A to B. And then there also needs to exist a function g from B to A. And then G is going to be the left inverse of F up to homotopy, which means that for all little a of type A, G of F of A is equal to A. In other words, there's a path or a homotopy from G composed F back to the identity. And also there exists a function H from B to A, so that H is a right inverse up to homotopy, meaning for all B of type B, there is a path from F of H of B back to B, or F of H of B is equal to B. There's a homotopy from that composite to the identity. Okay, so from the data of an equivalence, if I had a term in this type that I've written all in red, what I would get is a function F from A to B, a pair of functions G and H that both go from B to A, and then some homotopies that relate the composites G composed F and F composed H to the identity functions. And using this data that I can show that G and H are equal. Or
No, I
there's a
can't.
homotopy. There's a homotopy between G and H.
That's how it feels sometimes. All right, mission
So
on camera.
this is the sort of
There's
definition
sometimes
of equivalence that gets used in homotopy type theory. It's
I
not
run into
quite the
people
definition
like
that
when I'm out and
most
about.
So
So I don't go
the
outside
definition
ever
that's sort of
anymore.
closer to the definition that gets used.
I'm like, no, I can't
in
read your mind,
is
but I
the
totally
following.
can, and I kind of know it. I'm
To
like,
say that F is an equivalence means, well, just that there's a single function G going in the other direction that's both left and right homotopy.
I didn't know it
G
before, but I
composed
kind
F
of
is
always
the
did.
identity
I just
and F
it made me not
composed
give a
H.
shit about anything. I'm like,
This is
ah,
the
everyone hates me. I
definition
don't care.
that you would expect. And these two definitions are what's called logically equivalent, meaning that if you have a term of the first type, then you get a term of the second type. And if you have a term
Can I
of the
completely
second type,
see?
you get a
Not
term of the
really,
first type.
but sometimes like
So that's the
almost in a way.
logical.
Like I'm just always aware of it in a way that people
But this second type is
just
not
seemingly
a
aren't
fixed,
sometimes,
it
but
might
some people
have
are
non-trivial
in different ways.
bidimensional structure. So there's
that
sort
don't
of
always really make sense to me.
additional
It's like just based on like
for
prejudice mostly.
definitions
Mine
in
just based on
homotopy
like
theory that,
common sense, I think.
or there's something sort of additional that you pay attention to that maybe you didn't pay attention to in set theory.
It's like intuitive. I'm just like, okay, yeah,
What it means.
okay,
for
yeah,
This
and yeah.
first
I got
step
it.
to be a proposition is that if I had two different constructions of an equivalence,
Sometimes it
between
takes
A and
longer.
B,
I don't really
those
try.
Are equal.
And some
If I have
people
two,
like
it's sort of a yes
come to
or
my
no
house.
question whether A and B are
almost not at all
via the first definition.
when it's like that.
But in the second definition, I could have two different proofs say that F is an equivalence.
But you'd be surprised. So I'm
I
like that.
misspoke slightly. The thing that's
Kind
a
of.
proposition is the type that asserts that a given function F is an equivalence. So in the second case, in the first case, any two proofs that a given function F is an equivalence are equal up to homotopy. In the second case, that's not the case. I can have two different inverses using the data of the second definition to F that are not equal.
Right.
Is that
So this
schizophrenia?
type is less well-behaved because it
I
has
don't think so.
non-trivial or
So I'm
potentially
not
less
like
non-trivial hierarchy
projecting
than
myself out there
types
as
A
if
and
like,
B are.
but sometimes I have.
So
No, I
this
have.
is an interesting feature of homotopy type theory is it sort of asks you to be a little bit sort of more rigorous with your definitions, I guess, or sort of more disciplined with your definitions, thinking about the data that you're actually asking for and whether it's over-determined or determined at just the right level. And then the final thing I'll say in homotopy type theories, I'll briefly mention the univalence axiom. This was the other main contribution of Vladimir
Great.
Voivodsky. And I'll give the statement. So another feature present in dependent type theory is a universe of all types. So really it's a hierarchy of universes because of sort of size issues. By Russell's paradox, really you have a sort of an infinite hierarchy of universes where the things in the lower universes belong in the higher universes and so on and so forth. But let's ignore that. So I can regard, what this allows you to do is regard types as terms belonging to an appropriately sized universe. And this gives us two different notions of sameness between types. On the one hand, we just define the notion of equivalence. So we can say that types A and B are equivalent if they're equivalent. So if I have a term in this type of equivalences. But you might also think that A and B are related in some way if there's a path from A to B in the universe of all types. In other words, if I have a term in the identity type A equals B. And what Voivodsky, so firstly, there's a map between these types. So by path induction, there's a canonical way to turn a path from A to B into an equivalence between A and B. What Voivodsky observed is that it's consistent to add the following axiom to dependent type theory. And this axiom really is sort of what makes homotopy type theory. And the axiom is that this particular explicit function is in fact an equivalence. So not only can I turn paths in the universe of types into equivalences between types, if I had an equivalence between types that defines for me a path in the universe. The slogan is that identity is equivalent to equivalence. And this has a whole bunch of wonderful consequences that we don't have time to get into here. For instance, one consequence of this is it helps us identify, it characterizes identity types of a whole bunch of other types. So the identity type and the type of groups, for instance, is equivalent to the type of group isomorphisms, which is exactly what you would want it to be. It follows that groups is an example of one of these one types in the hierarchy of types that I mentioned. Other consequences have to do with sort of the equivalence and variance of all of the constructions.
Who
in
fucking
homotopy
knows
type
who
theory,
set
which
that
is
all
something
up
I
somewhere in
mentioned.
time?
This is really a very powerful
I did not.
axiom.
But if I'm right in the
That's
middle
very
of it
natural
somehow.
from the homotopical point of view, and totally wrong from the set theoretic point of view. So,
And Cat, was
Oh.
that
this
important to
axiom
me?
is inconsistent with the set
No,
theoretic
that important to me?
interpretation. It
Like that
requires the
important to me?
interpretation of
And I can
types
prove that.
as homotopy types, not as sets necessarily.
Now, what about the rest?
Okay, so that's a crash course in homotopy type theory.
Great. Now, Vladimir introduced this, as you mentioned, because of its power. But is there something that it excludes that was important that is no longer the case, that you think, well, sure, it's powerful, but we're missing this important piece?
Yeah, I mean, I guess my point of view on foundations is that we don't need one foundation for all of mathematics. So, this axiom is really forcing, the rest of dependent type theory to be interpreted kind of homotopy theoretically. So it's this is enforcing this perspective that not all types are sets. The types are allowed to have non-trivial higher dimensional structure. But dependent type theory without univalence is still a very powerful and interesting formal system. In fact, in the computer proof assistant Lean, which is used by a lot of mathematicians, that is based on dependent type theory and has every thing that I've mentioned today about homotopy type theory with the exception of univalence. So univalence is false in Lean, but these other sort of intuitions about thinking kind of homotopy theoretically about types in Lean, I still find quite useful, even though formally speaking, the type theory in Lean is not homotopy type theory, but just ordinary dependent type theory.
Okay.
Let's do some infinity category theory. Okay, so the perspective I want to take now is that this is all sort of familiar and kind of intuitive, maybe not familiar formally because we haven't studied formal type theory or anything like that, but we're fairly used to sort of seeing mathematical statements written in the language of homotopy type theory and giving proofs in the language of homotopy type theory. And I want to remind you of the thesis statement, which is that if those were the background foundations of mathematics, something more like homotopy type theory instead of set theory and logic, then we can try to teach infinity category theory to undergraduates. So everything that I'm going to say now can be made rigorous in a particular extension of homotopy type theory called simplicial type theory. So this is something that was introduced in a paper I wrote with Mike
Whoa,
Schulman. So it's extending homotopy type theory by adding something called simplicial shapes and extension types. And I will briefly on the next slide describe this formal system, simplicial type theory. I'm not going to describe it super formally because we don't have time for that. And also, if you were an undergraduate learning infinity category theory, you probably would be introduced to the system informally rather than formally. So this will be sort of more accurate to that experience. So you wouldn't need to understand the full details of this formal framework. That's something if you're, go into logic in grad school or, go into foundations later on, you might get into. But you just need to learn how to construct definitions and proofs. So this next slide where I describe this formal system, simplicial type theory, is going to be unsatisfying. But I'm hoping that, the sort of charisma of the instructor, you'll sort of take some things for granted and we'll try to get into doing mathematics in the formal system without stressing so much about exactly how everything works. But there is a paper and I'll include the reference at the very end.
Great. And I'll put a link to that in the description as well.
Awesome. All right. So what is this simplicial type theory? So we have types and we also have dependent types. So types can depend on other types. But in simplicial type theory, they can also depend on these things which are called shapes, which I think of as being polytopes that are cut out of directed cubes by some sort of syntactic formula. And here's a bunch of examples. So the primary example you should think about is the topological n-simplex, which you can think of as living inside an n-dimensional cube. And if I imagine my n-dimensional cube as, given in coordinates. So T1 through Tn, where these Ti's are numbers between 0 and 1. I mean, really, these are terms in a sort of syntactically defined interval. If I restrict to the points that satisfy the inequality, which says that, these Ti's are always between 0 and 1. So Tn is less than or equal to Tn minus 1 is less than or equal to Tn minus 2 is less than or equal to, et cetera, T1. That carves out a region inside the cube, and it has the shape of an n simplex, so an n-dimensional triangle. And so that's the prototypical example you should think about as a shape. What this syntactic language allows you to do is carve out these simplicial shapes, so the simplices in all dimensions, but also different sub-shapes. And so if we look at the shape inclusion below, so the two simplexes, again, it's carved out of the directed square by the inequality T2 is less than or equal to T1. If I add further side conditions, like for instance, the condition that says either T2 is equal to 0 or T2 is equal to T1 or T1 is equal to 1, now I'm in this two simplex, but also on the boundary. And so this is how I describe the boundary inside the two simplex. And similarly, I can define a horn in the boundary. So this is given by two of the edges, the edge T2 equals 0 or T1 equals 1, but not the diagonal edge T2 equals T1. So this language allows you to introduce these simplicial shapes and their subshapes. That's kind of what we need to take away from this slide. So these are the shapes, and types and terms can depend on these shapes as well as other types. And then there's one new type forming operation in simplicial type theory, which is something called extension types. And what it says is that if I'm given an inclusion of shapes, so like a simplex and some sort of sub-complex of a simplex, and also a type, and also a function from the smaller shape into the type, then I get to form a new type, which I've denoted here in some sort of cartoon way. We use different syntax in the paper. And the terms of this extension type are then functions from the larger shape into A that restrict to the given function on the subshape. So that's the sense in which it's an extension, is f is defined on the larger shape psi, but if I restrict to the smaller shape phi, then f is equal to the original function A. So it's an extension of the function A to the larger shape. And there's a whole bunch of things you want to know about these extension types. Like for instance, if I extend from one shape to another shape and then extend further to another shape, it turns out that's equivalent to extending straight from the smaller shape to the larger shape. And all of these things are actually theorems that you can prove in this system. So we don't have to introduce a lot of axioms about these extension types. We can just prove
the government. Yeah, the actual spooks.
Okay, so that's the introduction to the simplicial type theory. Let's now do some infinity category theory. So when we talk about categorical structure,
that's what I'm most worried about.
So an
in a way,
category will have.
We'll see if they get to me first.
Of objects, those will in fact just be the terms of the type, but it also needs HOMs, so that needs an infinity groupoid of arrows, and they're defined using one of these extension types. So A here is a type that we're going to make into infinity category momentarily. And in this framework, it has a family of HOM types depending on two terms of type A. So if I had a little x and a little y in type A, then I can use that to define a function from the boundary of the one simplex into A. So the one simplex is really just a directed arrow, and its boundary is given by two different points. And so if I map the first point to x and the second point to y, and then extend from there to a one simplex, now a term in this extension type is an arrow that starts exactly at the x and ends exactly at the y. And so this HOM type, one of these extension types, is this mapping space, or mapping infinity groupoid in A from x to y. So we're also working in sort of a homotopy type theoretic framework. So a type also has a family of identity types or path spaces, and I'm going to connect them to the HOM types in a moment. But right now we think of a family of a type as having two different families. We have the type of arrows and we have the type of paths. At the moment they're unrelated, but they won't be for long. Okay, so what makes a type into something that I'm going to call a pre-infinity category is the following definition. So I'll say that a type A is a pre-infinity category if every composable pair of arrows has a unique composite. So what do I mean by that? So if I have 3 terms, X, Y, and Z, and then I have an arrow from X to Y and an arrow from Y to Z. So it's because the source and target matches up, that's what makes this composable. Then it has a unique composite. So if I just read this definition like that, every pair of composable arrows has a unique composite, that seems exactly like one of the axioms in ordinary 1 category theory. If I have an arrow from X to Y and an arrow from Y to Z, there's a unique composite arrow from X to Z. I mentioned that this framework is going to allow infinity category theory to feel a lot more like ordinary 1 category theory. And this is the first illustration of that. So any type of arrows has a unique composite. But remember, the way that we say something or other has a type has a unique term in homotopy type theory is to say that that type is contractible. And so what feels like I'm saying that something or other exists uniquely is really, in the homotopy interpretation, asserting that the moduli space of all composites of F and G in A is a contractible space. And that is, in fact, what is true for infinity categories. So I get to pretend or feel like I have a unique composite, but sort of semantically, when I interpret this back in traditional foundations, what I'm really asserting is that I have a contractible space of composites. And that's good because that's the notion that I'm trying to define, a category with a composition uniquely defined up to a contractible space is exactly the axiom that's being asserted here. And what that says precisely is that this extension type, so this 2-1 horn is a sub shape of the 2 simplex given by 1 boundary followed by the other boundary, 2 directed arrows. And so if I map via the first one into A using the arrow F, and I map via the second one into A using the arrow G, then that's a map from the 2-1 horn into A. When I extend that to the 2 simplex, what I'm getting now is a new arrow, namely the sort of diagonal of the 2 simplex, together with a higher dimensional composition witness. So when this condition is satisfied, when I have a contractible type, I get to project out a center of contraction. And that's giving me in particular
1,000
this map
Garfield.
from this 2 simplex into A. I think of that as being the
But I
composition
kinda did.
witness. And if I restrict to the other edge, now I'm going to get an arrow from X to Z in A, and I'm going to denote that by G composed F. And that's how you define the composition function. So in this formal system, I have a composition function just like I did in for ordinary 1 categories. And also this composition is uniquely defined in the sense of homotopy type theory, meaning up to a term of an identity type. So this is great. So the first axiom of an infinity category is it's a type in which every pair of composable arrows has a unique composite. Okay. So what else do I need to get ordinary categories?
Brain damage.
So
Yeah.
what we're seeing is that the definition of infinity category and ordinary category is a lot
And hypnosis,
closer,
yeah.
certainly than it was when I tried to describe these in
And
secondary.
yeah, more than that,
So
and more than
one
that,
thing
and
ordinary
way more than that
categories
too.
have is identities. In ordinary category theory, that's an axiom. Here, that's actually a lemma. So I can prove in this framework that any type has an identity arrow. So for any X, what I'm looking for is a sort of canonical arrow from X to X. That will be the identity arrow. And I can define that just as the constant function. So the way I construct a term of one of these extension types is I need a function that takes an arbitrary term in this shape delta 1 and
I don't know
returns
how to get his
the term
boogers
of type
out.
A, but I'm just going to use the constant function. Just always send it to X.
How
I'm
deep
gonna
does the
call
cat's
that
nose
the
go?
identity
Pretty
arrow.
deep.
And when my type A is a pre-infinity category, I can prove then that F is equal to F composed with the identity at X, and F is equal to the identity at Y composed of F.
He's stuck in the
these are
house,
unit
mostly, yeah.
axioms for identity arrows, and I can prove them because essentially I can construct a map from a 2 simplex into A that has the correct boundary conditions. So essentially by taking my 2 simplex that is embedded into a 2-dimensional square And if I project away one of the dimensions, so either the first dimension or the second dimension, depending on which identity axiom I'm looking for, that defines a
Well,
function.
when it's like that, it's
so
like that.
that on one boundary edge of the two simplex,
Ain't
I
it?
have an
Yeah.
identity arrow,
Something
and
like
on the
that.
other two boundary edges, I have a given arrow F. And that then is a witness to this axiom that F is equal to F composed the identity at X, and F is equal to the identity at Y composed F. So those aren't actually parts of the definition, because they sort of follow from this definition of being a pre-infinity category, which is the thing that says that binary composition exists uniquely. And similarly, associativity is actually a theorem as well. It's something that you can prove. I don't need to assert as an axiom. And how do we prove? So the statement is that if I have 4 terms X, Y, Z, W, and then composable arrows F, G, H, then if I use this binary composition operation that I defined in a pre-infinity category, I can get an arrow H composed G composed F. That's an arrow from X to W. And I can also get an arrow F composed H composed G. That's an arrow from X to W. These are 2 terms belonging to a common type. So I have an identity type between them, and I can construct a term of that identity type. And how do we do this? So this proof uses a theorem, which is that if A is an infinity category, then the type of functions from the one simplex into A is also a pre-infinity category. And in particular, that type has unique composition. So what I've drawn here are some composable arrows in the pre-infinity category of arrows in A. One is built out of F and G and the composition witnesses. So you should think of this as a 2-dimensional diagram where all of those triangles are filled in by these specified 2 simplices. And the second arrow is built from H and G and its composition witnesses. So when I compose these arrows in this pre-infinity category of arrows in A, what I get is now a 2 simplex in the pre-infinity category of arrows in A. So by currying, this is a map from the prism formed by delta 2 cross delta 1, a 2 simplex cross a 1 simplex. And that's the shape that you're seeing on the left here. And in particular, I can extract from this prism, this delta 2 cross delta 1, a 3 simplex. That's what's highlighted in orange right now. And along the spine of this 3 simplex, I have my original arrows F, G, and H. Then along some of the other edges, I have my composites, my binary composites, G composed F and H composed G. But I also have this diagonal edge L that goes from X to W, and then witnesses that L is equal to the composite. These are 2 simplex witnesses that L is equal to the composite of H composed G with F, and also H composed G composed F. And by transitivity of equality, then it follows that H composed G composed F is H composed G composed F. So that's a proof of associativity. Okay, so this is all still about pre-infinity categories. I should, if we're going to do infinity category theory, I should tell you what an infinity category is. And there's one more axiom, and this is axiom is going to connect the paths of my pre-infinity category to the isomorphisms, which I'm going to define now. So an arrow in a pre-infinity category is an isomorphism if it has a 2-sided inverse. But again, the type that just says there exists some G going from Y to X so that both composites are identities is not a proposition. So it's better to say that F is an isomorphism if it has a left inverse and a right inverse. So this is for the same reason as when we're discussing equivalences.
I'm gonna leave this door open. I really gotta get this fucking mess cleaned up in here a little bit. It's not too bad, but it could get that way again if I'm not careful.
Define the type of isomorphisms. In the pre-infinity category, the type of isomorphisms is defined in this way. It's the type of arrows from X to Y that are isomorphisms.
I'm almost like, yeah, whatever.
This arrow from Y to X, so that the composite G composed F is the identity, and then there's a separate.
No, I've been basically, fighting scared shitless.
So that the composite F composed H is also the identity. So that's the type of isomorphism.
For over a year now, almost. So I had to act really fucking ridiculous for a while.
From the identity type in A to this type of isomorphisms, defined by path induction. And what turns a pre-infinity
and call out some of the crazy motherfuckers in the world.
Is the second, so a pre-infinity category just says that every composable pair of arrows has a unique composite. An infinity category
Maybe
is
it's
one
to
of
stay
those,
alive.
so that in addition, every isomorphism is an identity, meaning that this map is an equivalence. So as I mentioned beforehand, in the simplicial type theory, my types have sort of two directions. I have the family of arrows, and I have the family of paths. In a infinity category, the family of paths.
So where's the amazing for now? Seemingly.
Are defined using arrows. So this is an axiom that's maybe a bit
Fireballs
if you're new to this area.
Fucking bad.
But in for experts in infinity category theory, RESC has a
You never even know it was
category
anything.
model of infinity category called complete Siegel spaces that I mentioned briefly above, and this is the completeness. So familiar with folks who know about this already. So I'm going to wrap this up by revisiting co-products and adjunctions. So we saw in the general discussion of category theory an example of a theorem that one might want to do in category theory because there are a lot of applications is the co-products. And the same proof that we gave before now works in an infinity categorical setting because our background foundation system is doing so much of that. So I'll revisit the definitions and also interpret them in this setting. So
I know that
A
shit.
is an infinity category, and I have two objects. I'll call them little a and little a prime.
I am not.
What it means for them to emit a co-product is exactly as before.
Wow.
There needs to be another object,
Almost on purpose.
arrows from A into the co-product and A prime into the co-product, so that the function that you get by composing with these arrows defines an equivalence. So in other words, there's an equivalence between the arrows out of the co-product into X and then pairs of arrows from A
I know
to
I
X
could have been.
and A prime into X.
I never
That's
was.
defined by restricting along or composing with the co-product injections. So that was the notion of a co-product. And the notion of adjunction involves two different pre-infinity categories, A and B, and a pair of functions between them. Previously, I said functors between them. Here I'm saying functions because it turns out that any function between infinity categories can be regarded as a functor. So this is another instance where, in fact, some things become simpler in this formalism than in set theory. So any function between infinity categories is really a functor. And what it means to be an adjunction is just I have this sort of family of equivalences. So for all little a and all little b and b, the type of arrows from f of a to b is equivalent to the type of arrows from a to u of b. And what I want to point out is there's something that's actually simpler in both of these definitions than in the one categorical counterpart. So one of the things that I emphasized in the one categorical counterpart, because we were using the innate lemma, is that I required these equivalences to be natural in the variable x in the first case and in the variables a and b in the second case. But the naturality condition is dropped here because it's automatically true.
Interesting.
So there's a theorem that having these family of equivalences makes them natural.
Naturality is natural here.
Naturality is for free. That's right. Yeah, and so I mean, essentially, like the only constructions in set theory that you could redo in this framework are those that were natural. That's kind of the right perspective to take on it somehow. This has something to do with the fact that mathematics in homotopy type theory is sort of natively constructive. There is a way to introduce some classical reasoning principles like axiom of choice and law of excluded middle, but sort of the native definitions are all constructive, and that's sort of why these things end up being natural. Okay, so now I can prove that left adjoints between infinity categories preserve coproducts in infinity categories. So if A is an infinity category with little a and little a prime emitting a coproduct, then F of that object is isomorphic in the infinity category B to F of A coproduct F of A prime. And the proof is the same as before. So we'll use the infinity categorical Uneta lemma, which I haven't discussed, but works the same way. So to show this isomorphism, it suffices to define a family of equivalences here. I do not need to say natural because the naturality is for free. I just need for all x and b to give an equivalence between arrows out of f of the coproduct into x and arrows out of the coproduct of f of a and f of a prime into x. And I construct that equivalence using the equivalences provided from the coproduct definition and the adjunction definition. So starting with an arrow from F of the coproduct of A and A prime into X, I can transpose across the adjunction and get an arrow out of the coproduct of A and A prime into U of X. Now I can use the universal property of the coproduct to break that apart into two arrows from A to U of X and A prime into U of X. Then I can transpose back across the adjunction, and now I have an arrow from F of A into X and F of A prime into X. And then I pair them back together using the universal property of the coproduct. You get an arrow from F of A coproduct F of A prime into X. And that is the proof. That is the same proof again. Okay, so that's infinity category theory in homotopy type theory.
Professor, thank you so much for this whirlwind tour. This is fantastic.
Awesome. Well, there's one brief epilogue if you want to see it. Okay, so the brief epilogue is infinity category theory, not for undergraduates, but for computers. And there's a new practice within mathematics of checking one's work rigorously by formalizing it in a computer proof of system. So you might have heard that there are some large libraries of computer formalized proof. So Lean has a library called MathLib. Also libraries in other computer proof of systems. I've mentioned some homotopy type theory libraries here, Unimath, Hot Library. But these don't really contain a lot of infinity category theory. And it's interesting to think, why not? I think I've sort of previewed the reason. And it's, from my point of view, the issue is that the traditional foundations of mathematics are just kind of too far away from infinity category theory. They're not really suitable for what's sometimes called higher mathematics or higher structures because, the basic objects are not really built out of sets and functions. They're built out of sort of more complicated homotopy types and functions that aren't so much well-defined, but maybe well-defined up to a contractible space of choices. And I explained some of these ideas in an expository article that has a similar title to the title of this talk. But the simplicial type theory that we just introduced informally is a formal system. And if you teach that formal system to a computer proof assistant, then you can type the proofs that we just gave into the computer proof assistant. And this proof assistant exists. It's called RESC or RZK. It was written by Nikolai Kudasov, just kind of for fun. So this is written in Haskell. There's a link to it on the web. And all of the results that are mentioned above and much more besides have been formally verified. So we've checked all of these proofs interactively in a computer proof assistant that knows the full rules of this formal system. So about the simplicial shapes and the extension types and more details that I didn't have time to explain. So, for example, we saw this definition of a pre-infinity category. So a type is a pre-infinity category if every composable pair of arrows has a unique composite, meaning some type is contractible. And what I'm showing now is a screenshot from our formalization of the definition of what it means for a type to be a pre-infinity category. So this U here is the universe of types. So is pre-infinity category is a predicate on A of type U. In other words, it's a predicate on types, and it returns a type. And it's the type that asserts this mathematical statement for all X, Y, Z terms of type A. And then for all arrows F from X to Y and all arrows G from Y to Z, this extension type is contractible. Here, the extension type is sort of written in a slightly different way than on the slide, but it's equivalent to the type displayed. So prior to formalizing this definition, we had to formalize the notion of contractible types from homotopy type theory. That's what this is contractible refers to. So I mentioned that in a pre-infinity category, so under the hypothesis that A is a pre-infinity category, then I get a composition function and also a witness to the composition. And here are the constructions of those. So this is extracted from the data of the proof that A is a pre-infinity category, or the hypothesis that A is a pre-infinity category. So the composition says that if I'm given a type A, satisfying the hypothesis that A is a pre-infinity category, Then if I'm given XYZ, three terms of type A, and an arrow from X to Y and an arrow from Y to Z, I get an arrow from X to Z. And I just get it by sort of projecting out this witness to the contractibility, essentially. So this first is giving some projections from a sigma type to that witness. And similarly, if I did a slightly different projection, I would get a two-dimensional arrow. That's what this HOM2 refers to, that fills the triangle formed by F and G and then the composite of F and G. So these are the screenshots of the formalizations of that. And then the final thing I wanted to show you is a proof of uniqueness. So a thing that I mentioned is that this composition is uniquely defined. And again, it follows from the contractibility of this type. So in other words, if A is a pre-infinity category, I have three terms X, Y, and Z. I have an arrow from X to Y, an arrow from Y to Z, and an arrow from X to Z, and then a witness. So one of these two simplices whose boundary is F, G, and H. Then I get to conclude that this H is equal to the specified composite. So in other words, if H could be regarded as a different composite via a different two simplex, there's a little picture you can see off to the right. If there's another triangle filled in by a two simplex with boundary F, G, and H, so H is a composite, then H is equal to the composite that was specified by the composition function. So this final, I'm producing a term and an identity type saying the composite is equal to H. And the proof is a little bit hard to read if you don't know how these things are defined, but this is the proof in full. What it's using is sort of the contracting homotopy part of is contractible. So I mentioned that the data of a term witnessing that a type is contractible provides a center of contraction. That was used to define the composition function and the composition witness, but also a contracting homotopy, and that's what's used here to define the uniqueness. So anyway, this is all fully formalized, and I'll conclude with some sort of observations in future work. So I have also been involved in a project to formalize some infinity category theory in Lean. You can join me on the Lean Zulip chat if you want to hear more about that. But this method, where we're not formalizing infinity category theory in traditional foundations, but instead in something based on homotopy type theory, I think is really a lot easier. We're moving the complexity of higher structures into the background, and as we've seen, significantly narrowing the gap between infinity category theory and one category theory. I think computer formalization is kind of an exciting new mathematical practice. It's a great tool for learning to write proofs, particularly if you're writing proofs in a new formal system. There's something a little bit scary for a professional mathematician to try to write proofs in a different formal framework, but a proof assistant can help a lot. And in fact, we caught an error in our original paper, sort of a silly error. It was just an error of circular reasoning, but we caught it through the process of formalization and fixed it.
Wonderful.
And this is definitely an area that folks can contribute to. So formalization, there's some mechanisms, some computer tools that make it easy to collaborate even across distances of, sort of geography. So if folks are interested, please get in touch. And there's sort of more work that needs to be done with the simplicial type theory to really make it a powerful enough foundation to redo all of the category theory. That's
no money ever.
Work in progress, but I'll leave some references, and that's all. No.
Thank you so much. And where can people find out more about you and the projects that you're working on?
Cool. They can give me one.
Right. So I'm easy to find, I guess, by Google. But for these projects specifically, a good way to get in touch is via Zulip. So the Lean Theorem Prover community has a very active Zulip chat. And also we have a sort of much smaller, there a lot fewer people use the proof assistant Rust than use Lean. We have a Zulip chat as well. And that's a great way to get in touch, not just with me, but with everyone who's involved in these projects. So,
Thank you so much for putting this all together.
Great. Sorry that went so long.
No, not at all. I've received several messages, emails, and comments from professors saying that they recommend theories of everything to their students, and that's fantastic. If you're a professor or lecturer and there's a particular standout episode that your students can benefit from, please do share. And as always, feel free to contact me. New update, started a Substack. Writings on there are currently about language and ill-defined concepts, as well as some other mathematical details. Much more being written there. This is content that isn't anywhere else. It's not on Theories of Everything. It's not on Patreon. Also, full transcripts will be placed there at some point in the future. Several people ask me, hey Kurt, you've spoken to so many people in the fields of theoretical physics, philosophy, and consciousness. What are your thoughts? While I remain impartial in interviews, this Substack is a way to peer into my present deliberations on these topics. Also, thank you to our partner, The Economist. Firstly, thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. If you haven't subscribed or clicked that like button, now is the time to do so. Why? Because each subscribe, each like helps YouTube push this content to more people like yourself. Plus, it helps out Kurt directly, aka me. I also found out last year that external links count plenty toward the algorithm, which means that whenever you share on Twitter, say on Facebook, or even on Reddit, etc., it shows YouTube, hey, people are talking about this content outside of YouTube, which in turn greatly aids the distribution on YouTube. Thirdly, you should know this podcast is on iTunes, it's on Spotify, it's on all of the audio platforms. All you have to do is type in Theories of Everything and you'll find it. Personally, I gained from rewatching lectures and podcasts. I also read in the comments that, hey, Toll listeners also gain from replaying. So how about instead you re-listen on those platforms like iTunes, Spotify, Google Podcasts, whichever podcast catcher you use. And finally, if you'd like to support more conversations like this, more content like this, then do consider visiting patreon.com/KurtJaimungo and donating with whatever you like. There's also PayPal, there's also crypto, there's also just joining on YouTube. Again, keep in mind, it's support from the sponsors and you that allow me to work on TOE full time. You also get early access to ad-free episodes, whether it's audio or video. It's audio in the case of Patreon, video in the case of YouTube. For instance, this episode that you're listening to right now was released a few days earlier. Every dollar helps far more than you think. Either way, your viewership is generosity enough. Thank you so much.
Sphere and it doesn't change the splitting into two halves. So I wanted a way of doing this, but globally for space-time. So for the whole space-time, I wanted it to be somehow that the real space-time is the boundary between two extensions into the complex. But if you just complexify space-time, make all the coordinates complex, you get an 8-dimensional space, not a 5-dimensional space. That's no good. It doesn't split it into two halves at all. You get a thing called the forward tube, which is a little tiny thing at one end or the other, on which you can talk about things being regular there or not, but it doesn't split anything in half in the same sort of way. So it didn't satisfy me. I don't know why. I mean, what was I doing? It didn't seem to have any rational reason for looking at this. It did seem to me there ought to be a way of exploiting this beautiful way in which you do the positive and negative frequency without having to look at the Fourier components individually. It's a deeper concept, if you like. And
Oh,
it's
wow,
huh?
Exactly. No, exactly. That's hardcore.
That Maxwell theory has. You don't lose that. Okay, well, I had this sort of going around in my mind. I didn't know what to do about it. It was a very unfortunate occasion because I was in Texas, in Austin, Texas, and I was working with various
Garfield lost the
Austin,
Earth Hour
Texas. Engelbert
Yeah, I
Schuppen
did.
was running this particular.
Yeah, we did.
It was a year-long meeting where people like Roy Kerr, Ray Sachs,
Can't be like that.
too.
What's that?
Very distinguished people working in relativity theory. And there were also people in Dallas, Texas, and one of them in particular was somebody I was collaborating on a book. I don't think I was doing it at that time, on spinners, and this was Wolfgang Winder. And Ivor Robinson, who was also, he was somebody who was a very clever fellow, had wonderful ideas. He never wrote anything down. He relied on getting co-author to write the paper. It was all done with words. He was had a wonderful way with words. The Americans loved him because he spoke in this way that they weren't used to, which the words all fitted together in this beautiful way. Yes, he did have a wonderful way with words. There's no doubt about it.
Was he the one that didn't write papers?
Yes. But he was important in another story, which is a different story, my story, namely the singularity theorem, because that was walking down the streets and crossing the road. That's a different story. It was the same person. That was Ivor Robinson. Yes. So he obviously was somebody who could take my attention. But what he had told me about was he found some solutions of Maxwell's equations, which had a very special character. They're what are called null. They have points in one direction. You see, usually there you have these two directions, which are called principal null directions, on the light cone. They're light directions. And if they coincide, it's what's called null. And these are more like radials. And he found
Yeah. Sometime. I know, Garfield. I know it. Who fucking knows, right? Let's click on it.
Hello, welcome back to the series where I go over the lore of all the things that conspire beyond the Antarctic ice wall. This is part 2 of 3 of this entire series. So I guess now that it's episode 2, it's finally a series. But in this installment today, I will be going over everything about the second planet beyond the ice wall known as Akupara. I'll be talking about its continents, its lore, its entities, its creatures, its history, its religion, its psychedelic effects, and every single thing that comes along with it. Akupara is 6 to 7 times the size of Earth and 3 to 4 times the size of last video's planet, Atlas. So you know you're going to be in for a crazy one today. It's full of its own slew of oddities. Giants, esoteric creatures, ghosts and goblins, nomads, human dragon hybrids, flying people. It's literally gonna get crazy. If you missed part 1, I will link it in the description below, but that's where I went over the first planet and world beyond the ice wall known as Atlas. What I'm talking about today is the final planet in this 3-planet structure, Akupara. If you clicked on this video for part 2, I'm going to assume that you know the basics of the world beyond the ice wall, because this video would make no sense if you didn't. So if you want a crash course on that, please go watch the beginning of part 1. I don't want to get too long of an intro here. Y'all were complaining about it. You all have TikTok brain though. Without any more blabbering, any more introduction, let's get into the bizarre world, land, creatures, and entities beyond the second ice wall and explore Akupara. So to begin, I want to go over Akupara as an entire planet, explain how big it is, how many continents there are, and what you might expect before we get into those lands and creatures. Now again, if you do have TikTok brain, skip to the part where I go over the creatures and lore. This is just going to be a 2 to 3 minute introduction to Akupara itself, which you need to know so you can understand why it is the way it is. As you know, in this entire world beyond the ice wall theory, the planet that we know, Earth, is not actually alone. It is on top of a 3-planetoid snowman structure called Gaia. Earth sits on top, Atlas sits in the middle, and on the very bottom, this gargantuan oval-shaped planet is Akupara, what we're talking about today. And as I said in the intro, Akupara is 6 to 7 times bigger than Earth, which means even a continent that looks small here is going to be bigger than almost all of ours on Earth. Akupara can be accessed via several entries through something called the Montane Ring, which is kind of like the ice wall of Atlas. You see, because to get to Atlas from Earth, you have to cross through our Antarctic ice wall. But to get to Akupara from Atlas, you have to cross through this very treacherous ring full of mountains and canyons called the Montane Ring. Now, in the Montane Ring, there are several different lands and peoples and lore, but I will be explaining that part in the final, which is part 3, next episode. This specific episode is just about the lands and creatures and everything else of inside Akupara, which means that part 3, the next part, I will be going over the Outer Wastes, Hyperborea, Asgard, as well as the lore and the creatures and the lands inside the Montane Ring. So if you want a part 3, you want to hear all that, leave a like. That'll be the final part. But anyways, the name Akupara actually has some real life implications, because in Hindu mythology, Akupara translates to the turtle that holds the world, or the world-bearing turtle. And in depictions of Akupara as it relates to the Hindu religion, you can see that this giant turtle is holding the world on its back, just like how Akupara in the world beyond the ice wall is holding up Atlas and Earth. Akupara is far more mysterious and esoteric and magical than Atlas and Earth combined. If you remember in the very first part, I talked about a substance called ether, which you all corrected me over and over again. It is not pronounced aether, it is pronounced ether. I'm sorry, but the A shouldn't be there. But if you recall, ether is denser at higher elevations, meaning up on Earth, here on top of the snowman, there's more of it. Atlas, there's a little bit less. But by the time you get past the Montane Ring to Akupara, nothing makes sense. The magic that's kind of subdued in Earth and on Atlas is not subdued here. It is free-flowing to everybody. There's an estimated 6 billion people that are living in Akupara, which might not seem like a lot, but actually most of the lands aren't even fully discovered yet because the planet is just so big, and half of them aren't even explored. So we don't know if that's true or not. Throughout this video, you will notice a massive influx and spike in esoteric and ethereal beings, creatures from the underworld, god-like entities, sentient mammals and birds and plants, and things that just generally are actually wild. The landscapes here are even greater and older and more ancient. Everything is primordial almost. And this is because Akupara was the first of the 3 globes to form. So it is by far the most ancient, by far the oldest. And people estimate that it formed itself over 4 billion years ago. So essentially, if you watched part 1 and you thought like magic little gnomes and goblins and blimiers were crazy and weird, and you thought the lore there was weird, you're in for a treat with this one because Akupara makes that seem like it's all normal. Akupara also has a much higher biodiversity rate with its flora and its fauna. Its climates and its continents are grander and more different, and a lot of the stuff you're about to hear you really can't even comprehend. But I'll do my best. So pretty much that was the basic overview of Akupara. It is a massive behemoth planet full of massive behemoth things. Magic, spells, cosmetology, the ethereal plane. It's all here. And the creatures, the lands, the lore, the history matches that. Very little is actually documented about this planet. And that's because very few earthly explorers can even make it here. I mean, they're lucky enough to get to Atlas, much less the planet beyond it. So there will be a couple continents that don't really have much lore, but I have asked the creator of the map and several other lore contributors, and they've given me some lore to fill you in on. But with that groundwork settled, let's get into the creatures, the lands, the lore, and all that sweet stuff of Akupara.
Rise and shine.
Pat and eyelash.
Good morning.
There are no hands on the clock
Why?
because they're not needed.
What time is it?
Fuck. You know, I don't remember that part. All right, let's just not nitpick over the passwords. This is Bob Ferguson. I was a part of the French 75. Steve Lockjaw just attacked my home, and I cannot remember for the life of my only child the answer to your question.
Maybe you should have studied the rebellion text a little harder.
I need to find my daughter.
Well, then call us back when you have the time.
You just
You know, you are so unsuitable for my daughter. My child comes from a whole line of revolutionaries. And you look so lost. What are you going to do about this baby?
You know what freedom is? What? No fear. Go. Not one thing, it's not. Find that to be true. I need you, brother. Sensei, please. Courage, Bob. Courage. Courage. Yeah. Thank you. Hey, thank you, Sensei. Thank you, Sensei. Thank you. God damn it. Viva la revolution!
Step into Wix Studio and handle every part of your build from one platform. Map out your project with an AI-powered visual sitemap that generates site structures and wireframes in seconds, not days. When your client's on board, dive into design. Create freely, customizing even the smallest element. Use site styles to seamlessly extend the brand to every page and watch it adapt across breakpoints. Now, scale your creation With a CMS, you can structure tons of data effortlessly, from repeaters to hundreds of dynamic pages. Business solutions are built in, so when clients want more functionality, you're ready to take them further. Plan faster, design freer, scale smarter. This is Wix Studio.
And we don't even know it.
So as of this video, Akupara has 66 named land masses. Now for reference, the entire planet of Atlas had 59 named land masses. And Atlas was fully explored pretty much. Akupara is not. The first continent for the video is known as Abraxas, also known as the Glowing Isles. Now this landmass is located across the montane ring from Aten. If you remember Aten from Atlas, this is kind of across the ring, directly away from it. The lands of Abraxas are constantly lit and illuminated from itself. Everything here glows, everything sparkles, and everything has this magical effervescence. The air and the plant life here is temperate and moderate, and it sits in kind of a tropical environment. It's located in the Calamichus Ocean, and like I said, this is one of those islands that doesn't have too much lore about it, but what we do know is that it glows. Now, Abraxas sits in the Calamichus Ocean, and you'll notice that here in Akupara, there are many more oceans and bodies of waters than there were in Atlas. On the southeastern point of Abraxas, a kingdom with peoples called the Red Israelites reside. There's this massive capital city there where the ruler of these people lives, and he's known as the Red King. Now, Abraxas as a continent is home to, and this material is known to be able to cut through almost anything. It's this thick, red, glowy substance, and it's highly sought after. And these Red Israelites, they've essentially monopolized the production, sale, and gathering of this material, and that's how they became rich. It's kind of similar to refined metal. It could also be akin to like Valyrian steel from Game of Thrones, if you know what that is. But the Red Israelites have a monopoly on mining it, and therefore they have sold this material to everybody else at a high price to get rich. Kind of like America with oil. But that's all in the south part of Abraxas. The north part is kind of like plains lands and mountainous regions. And in these areas, entities known as monopods live and roam. Now, monopods are like a devolved, mangled humanoid. They have one large leg and one large foot on the tail end of it, and they kind of just hop around on that foot. Their bodies are small and malnourished, and their heads are also small. Now, if you remember from part 1, our old pal Spath created the Blimier population, those giant creatures with the eyes in their chests. He might have had a hand or two in creating the monopods as well. So you're going to hear more about that later. Moving down to the next landmass for today, we have U, which is just U with 2 dots over it. This is a much smaller landmass than Abraxas, and U is pretty much only inhabited by the monopods that I just described. Monopods are pretty peaceful and temperate, but they will attack if threatened, and they do roam the entire island. Other than this, the lands of U are pretty much just tropical and rainforest filled. Not much is known about them. Chia is next, and it's spelled Xia, but I think it's pronounced Chia, so just bear with me. This place is known as the Palace of the Jade Dragons. The continent itself is massive. It is very expansive. It's bigger than Abraxas, bigger than U combined. The people who live here in Chia are from the Garden Isles. They're kind of like transplants because they had to leave due to wars and stuff. Chia is a land of temperate and calm lakes and rivers and rolling hills. In the southern regions, that's how it is. But in the northern regions, there are deserts and highlands and dangerous places like that. Chia is
Up and
also
down
home
shit
to the
all the time,
original
and all the time, and all the time.
Chinese
It's not even
people that we
better
know
for you
on
to be.
Earth. In this lore system, people from Chia are the ancestors and descendants both of the original Chinese people. Now, as I said, the subname of Chia is the
Are you
Palace
hungry?
of the Jade Dragons, and that's because of a single individual known as the Jade Emperor. Now, the Jade Emperor is a very powerful being who is not human. He's only one of 6 surviving members of a race called the Sumanites. Now, the Sumanites in this lore system were an ancient race of sentient, mammal-like living creatures. They had societies that were far more advanced than any human society ever was, but they almost all died out during the Great Dying that occurred millions of years ago. After this Great Dying, they were scattered from Earth to Atlas to Akupara, and they kind of set up camp where
Bastard, don't put
their
them down.
societies
Yes.
were driven by pleasure and carnal desire. They didn't really have religion. They didn't have a greater purpose. They kind of just became so advanced that they gave to their own whimsy and their own carnal stuff. Anyways, this Jade Emperor is one of those creatures. He's one of the most powerful ones ever. Like I said, he's one of these 6 of those rulers. And he came to Chia and created this giant palace and these huge towers and walls. And he rules over the city to this day. Jia is steeped in mythos and legend in Akupara, and it's very widely known for its fame. It's got too much lore, can't cover it all, but what I gave you are the cliff notes. Thanks. Hopefully you enjoyed that. Moving even further south and at the speed of the Flash, we have Azania, also known as the Kingdom of Prestor
You are
John.
listening
Again,
to
get your lore
the
caps
devil
on.
again.
It's about to get wild. Azania is a long and skinny continent that kind of resembles the shape of Florida or Italy almost.
I know it, Garfield.
Thick rivers
I know it.
cut through the expanses.
Hold
and
on.
almost connect
Hold
ocean
fucking
to
horses.
ocean. But the interesting part of Azania is not its rivers.
He's a
it's not
kitty.
its proximity to how it looks close to Italy. It's actually the name that's been given, the land of Prestor John. A race of people known as the
He's a
Nubians
kitty.
live here in this
Hungry
land.
kitty.
They have their own lore in
Want some food?
themselves. But Prestor John has some interesting
food.
history on Earth. Because in the medieval chronicles that we abide by, Prestor John was mentioned as this Christian ruler who dwelt and ruled and kind of was the king of these marvelous faraway lands. He ruled over strange lands with miraculous mythical beasts and dragons and half-human hybrids. Mythical creatures like sirens and harpies flew in the skies. And Prestor John kind of oversaw it all. And the lands here on Azania are
Every
called the Kingdom of Prestor John
single thing
because of that.
in the
That's how
subconscious
those
around here.
lands
I'm
are.
hoping I don't
They're
get killed
wild,
for it because I
they're
did it out
untamed.
loud.
Creatures with multiple eyes and multiple limbs and giant lion-human hybrids. Harpies that fly in the sky.
'Cause I'm not actually like
Nubians
that.
live here too. Everything seems mythical. Azania sits on top of what is
In
known
some
as
ways
the
I am.
Carousel Ocean, which is kind of this area where there's a bunch of different land masses that are all in a circle. And it really sounds like it's fun to go to. I visit. So thank you to Raycon for sponsoring this video. You know, it's finally almost springtime, and we're all crawling out of our caves from the winter to go out and enjoy the fresh breeze, the warm weather, and finally some sunlight on our faces. And since everybody's getting outside, what better time to get a pair of quality earbuds that'll follow you wherever the spring takes you. Now, I've worked with Raycon a ton of times. I love the brand, and I love their products. Raycons have a 32-hour battery life, which means that you could watch this video 32 times in a row on a single charge of your Raycons. And speaking of charging ability, Raycon offers a quick charge feature where you can get 90 minutes of playtime after just 10 minutes of charging. They're sweat resistant, and my personal favorite part about them is that they don't fall out of my ears due to the multitude of gel tips that you can choose from. There's different sizes, and if you got big ear holes like me, you gotta have big gel tips. And these things, they're not going anywhere. They have a really sleek design that kind of contours your ears. Looks really good when you're walking around, if you ask me. But they don't just look cool, they also have an active noise cancellation feature, which helps you block out any blabbering behind you. So if you want to get some Raycons for yourself and be able to listen to music, podcast, this video, when you're going outside, walking around, and when you're inside just chilling, you can click the link in the description below and go to buyraycon.com/spoogly to get 20% off the best-selling everyday earbuds. Again, go to the link in the description below to buyraycon.com/spoogly to get 20% off of your order of these amazing earbuds. Once again, to Raycon, thank you for sponsoring the video. Thank you for watching, and let's get back to the literal insanity of the ice wall, shall we? But now we find ourselves in this Carousel Ocean. In the Carousel Ocean, there are several different land masses. Those are New Cahokia, Nuit, Iwas, Macro Micronesia, and Minerva. Sorry if I butchered those
I could think of
names.
worse ways to
These
go
are
than
crazy
martyrdom.
things to say.
Yeah.
New Cahokia is known as the Kingdom of the Mounds, and it too has really cool real-life lore. Those who live in New Cahokia are the descendants of the American Indian tribes known as the Cahokians. The Cahokian tribe from North America settled in the Missouri area near St. Louis, and they were known for having this gigantic city. It was a mega city that had never really been seen before. And when it was discovered, it was kind of just in mounds and ruins. The Cahokia
Garfield, the
initially
fucking
sailed
cat.
through the ice wall,
Garfield.
the Montane Ring,
Prince
and then
Garfield,
appeared
sit down.
in New Cahokia to settle
In your chair
fertile
until I can
forested
fucking
lands.
finish what
New
I'm doing without
dense,
having to fucking
and
spin
it's
around
all
and pick you up
shaped,
every
which I'm
fucking
pretty
5 seconds.
cold.
Then we can go back outside, you fucking loser.
Incredibly small island off of the coast of Iwas, and there's really not much labeled about it. There is a giant pyramid in the center of the island, though, and worshippers of strange deities go there, apparently. Legends of winged
He was being really
creatures
good.
fly around Newick, and other beasts that seem like they're right out of Revelations.
What's your issue, dude?
Sorry, it's Revelation.
Cheers.
In Earth's history, Nuit is the goddess of the space and the heavens in Egyptian.
You really feel like you can't? I know it's possession. I kind of can tell, Garfield.
Much of Akupara,
I know I can take it off easier because you're not freaking cuddling hard enough. Straight up, I told you guys sleep next to my heart all night long if you want to get it off.
Mythos and legends and lore. And you'll see that as we go on. Iwas, or Iwas, is next, and I think that's how you pronounce it. Iwas is often nicknamed as the levitating continent because it does just that. This massive landmass literally floats around the eastern portions of Akupara. It is the biggest floating landmass in all of the entire Gaia planetary body. Nothing even comes close to it. And it's never been set foot on or touched by a human. Many people say that Iwas is hundreds of billions of years
I love you, son.
It is an ancient religious heritage.
I love you guys too. You're doing great. You guys are really good at what you do.
Unknown and enigmatic because you can't see it. The only place where you can even kind of look over at it is if you go to the pyramid in the middle of Nuit and climb to the very top of that pyramid. You can kind of see over the floating continent. But even then, no human's ever been there, so we don't know what goes on. All that we do know is that Iwas seems to be evolved in some way. Like greater versions of people live there. Strange flying beasts and griffins and angels roam the air. But again, and no one's even set foot there, so we don't know if that's true. Over to the left is the continent of Minerva, also known as Croatoan. Now, Minerva is a very interesting land because, again, it is full of a bunch of descendants of Native American tribes. If you've ever heard of the lost colony of Roanoke from real life or the story and legend that it is, you probably heard of the word Croatoan. If you've ever been to the Outer Banks in real life, the highway that runs through it is called the Croatoan Highway as well. You're real if you know that one, by the way. I'm sure you've heard of the legend of Roanoke and the missing colony, but essentially, an entire colony went missing after the guys who were running it left for 2 years. They came back, all they found was carved into a tree on the outside of the place the word Croatoan, which is an Indian band of people, but they were never seen again, and their families were never seen again either. Somehow those peoples got here to Minerva in Akupara, and don't ask me how, but they did. And the remnants and remains of the Croatoan tribe is here. And finally, completing the Carousel Ocean is the continent of Micronesia, the land of the sandstone power. As its name suggests, is very dry, very arid, and full of sand and sandstone. Along its eastern coast, it's almost like a
Doing good,
desert
Garfield.
island from Minecraft.
I'm trying to clean up the house, and you're trying to go outside.
Sand traps, quicksand, sandy mountains, sandy
And they
valleys,
fucking know it, too.
sand. But on the other side, the west side, rich forests dot the landscape. At this point in the video,
People
we've
control
gone
my
over
body like this
1/4
sometimes.
of all the land masses in Akupara. Buckle in, you're doing
Not all the time. When I'm
great. I
dancing,
hope
so I'll
the
get it
brain
off.
Hasn't exploded yet. At this point, we're in a place called the Circumscribed Ocean, and in this ocean, gigantic krakens are said to be. Strange fish-human hybrids have also been.
Otherwise,
seen.
I'm sit perfectly
You do
still.
not want to sail in
Which I
these
just can't do.
waters unless you absolutely
Garfield, you need to
Beyond these
work on that one more
circumscribed
because you
ocean,
can't dance to get it
two
off.
continents known as Weldrum and Polybius. Both of
You can
these
go out and hunt,
continents
and then what?
are
Get killed?
jam-packed with their own lore and mythos. Take a shot every time I say lore in this video. And the two continents are actually nearly connected by a series of archipelagos that almost reach each other from their coasts. Polybius is known as the Psychonauts Oasis, which is a crazy name that goes kind of hard. The word psychonaut refers to the altered state of consciousness that humans attempt and try to reach by doing deep meditation or taking something. Some sort of substance that makes you trip, pretty much. And as such, the land here in Polybius, the Psychonauts Oasis, is just like that. Everything is like a gigantic trip. Everything's colorful. Large plants emit glowing texture. There's swirls in the sky. The land itself is almost a drug. Colorful creatures with billions of wings and eyeballs float around the skies. Magic is very prevalent here, and spells pretty much exist in the open. Entities of the ethereal realm walk freely here. Angels and demons and gods and deities literally just walk around. The land itself is warped and glitchy, and the sky is colorful and non-real. Flying creatures can just walk right through solid objects, and it literally seems like you are tripping on the craziest trip of your life. Nothing makes sense, yet at the same time, everything makes sense. On the left side of Oblivious is the Scorched Wastes, which again is a crazy place that I'll explain in part 3 when I explain all the wastes. Veldrum, or Weldrum, is nicknamed Destiny Manifest.
Really hardcore. I forget about these guys. I do what I don't.
Now, Weldrum is very interesting because
I can get to dance in contests
and kind of found
in a way
by a group of people that
you just can't.
If you remember the giant continent of a tin that I mentioned last video,
See, I said the name of something that pissed me off because then they try to strip it from me in a way. I don't even know how that works.
Things like that were all that roamed the expanses. And the
Let's
reason
go with
all
flow.
of the creatures in a tin
You know what I need?
kinda
Pretty much.
stumbled
It's hard to feel my hands
is
right now.
because there wasn't enough
I'm just need to break a few more times
resources to make
before I can get like it was back in the day.
so over
When you
time,
see like all the
bodies
old school
would
hands and they're going all the
develop
crazy
and would
mudras.
not grow. However,
Things all bend backwards and shit.
a group of these orcs and gnomes and stuff eventually left a tin and sailed all the way through the Montane Ring and found Veldrum. They settled it, they colonized it, and they began to grow. Weldrum is a world and a continent that is massively rich in nutrients. The trees here are huge. They bear fruits and vegetables. The grass is plentiful. The wheat is plentiful. And these small people from a tin found this place and they grew. And they grew and they grew and they grew and they grew even more. And now they are giants. That's right. The people that were short and goblins from a tin came here, and now their descendants are gargantuan behemoths. The name Weldrum itself actually directly translates to the land of troll.
My mantra is that every next level demands a different you, and Purdue Global is giving me an opportunity to prepare myself for that next level. This is my comeback. Start yours today at purdueglobal.edu.
I know your vision because we share it.
To being allies and friends.
Available now.
Trolls, which is exactly what it is. Across the expanse of Weldrum,
11 o'clock.
giants
Drop it.
roam, and they live amongst the huge trees, caverns, and chasms. It's literally the perfect place to grow a civilization. Good job, gnomes. Below the continents that I just mentioned, there's literally none for thousands of miles. It's just ocean. Specifically, this huge ocean expanse is called the Archipelago Ocean, and that's because it's an ocean full of little archipelagos. Got it? None of these land masses here have anything about them. I don't know the lore about them, but they're little tiny islands. So do with that what you will. Moving around to the bottom of the map, we have the land of Scylla and Charybdis, home of the Harpies. This is when that awesome mythology comes into play. Strap in for this. The names Scylla and Charybdis might sound familiar to you if you know Greek legend and mythology, because both of these beasts are from the mythos there. Scylla is kind of like a half lizard, half woman creature that hides on the one side of a body of water. And Charybdis is this other giant creature that creates whirlpools with its mouth, with thousands of rows of teeth. If you've seen Percy Jackson, you've seen something similar to Charybdis. Scylla has dog heads sprouting from her body and a strange human top with a lizard back. And Charybdis is just an eldritch horror. So essentially the entire tale of Scylla and Charybdis is in the Odyssey. And it symbolizes being between a rock and a hard spot, because they have to sail through the lands of Scylla and Charybdis, where they're kind of in between. And that's exactly what these two sister islands or sister continents are. The continent itself is very mountainous, very airy, kind of high in elevation. And the things that live here are harpies. Harpies are creatures with the bodies of birds, but with the head and neck of a human. So they have wings and they have multiple feet and stuff, but they have the head and kind of the shoulders of a human. These harpies live up in these high mountains, in these caves, and in these caverns, flying back and forth to the rivers below to catch their food. Below Scylla and Charybdis is the Draconic Isles, which, if you know what Draconic means, you know, again, this is a dangerous place. Like the name suggests, this island cluster is a hot, fiery, magma-filled place full of dragon layers. Huge fireworms and bloodworms and serpents and wyverns and dragons, as we know them, fly around the expanses and live in the volcanic ash. Active volcanoes constantly erupt and smoke here, and fire naturally comes from the ground. This place is also home to some kind of living fire, which moves around like a beast, but acts like fire. Not much is known about the Draconic Isles, but what is known is that no human should ever set foot there if they want to make it out alive and don't want to get eaten by a fireworm. Over to the right is another interesting place known as Glarnia, the Lost World. This is a huge continent, one of the biggest in all of Akupara, and it's been made famous due to the almost storybook aspect of it. It is a prehistoric nightmare with giant expanses where human and animal hybrids run free. Gargantuan snakes and beasts of the field with wings. The lands here are lush with vegetation and forests, and mist rolls over all of them. It's a very, very princessy type place. Huge ancient castle ruins are here as well, and if you've ever seen the movie or read the book Narnia, this is essentially what it's like. The creatures here can be sentient, and they can speak, and they can connect with people. And as such, human and animal hybrids are a pretty common thing. Above Glarnia is Aurora, the mountains of Kong, the Lam, and Siwa Sigwo. No written lore is available about those places I just mentioned. They're kind of unfamiliar to people and travelers. The only information we can gather is from their names and their nicknames, their sub-names. So Aurora is titled the Audience of Lights. So I'm assuming that the sky opens up to the Aurora Borealis, kind of like it does in the northern areas of the world. The mountains of Kong, I don't know what that means. Does King Kong live there? Who knows? I don't have an idea. And Lale, or Layla, is the land of slumbering giants. So that's cool. Maybe there's giants there. And Siwasigyo is titled the home of the Flaming Emperor. So that's all we know. A lot of the lands in Akupara are just kind of known in legend. They haven't really been fully mapped out, because why would you? Probably die if you try. At this point, we're pretty much halfway done through the entire world. We're making good progress. Let's keep going. And it's also at this point when the continents and the lands and the islands will begin to have scant lore, where not much is documented about them, not much is researched about them, and all that we know are kind of whispered wives' tales of what goes on. Now, if you're looking at this map right here, you might think that I'm going to go over Atlantis next, because it's kind of the next thing, but Atlantis is connected to the Wastelands. And I will not be going over the Wastelands until part 3, the next part, the final issue of the series. Continuing along upwards, we have New Tarid, aka Gone with the Wind. So Tarid itself in the World Beyond the Ice Wall doesn't really have any written lore. There's no page about it, there's no documentation, but it's referencing something that happened in real life. And this is a mystery in and of itself, and it might be a future video of mine. This comes from an urban legend / possibly real story from real life called The Man from Tarid. The story goes like this. A man named John Zegris was a person back in the 1960s who landed in Tokyo, Japan, and was a white Caucasian. He got off the plane, they were asking where he was from and where he's headed, and he said that he was from a place between Spain and France called Tarid. Except if you know anything about geography, that doesn't exist. The Japanese officials were pretty confused when he said he was from this place. Then he proceeds to pull out a passport that said he was from Tarid. And he opened up the passport book. And lo and behold, other places had stamped approval and accepted the passport, almost as if it was proving that Tarid was a real place. The Japanese officials then went to go get a map and show this guy that Tarid isn't a real place. And, they opened the map up and they pointed to Andorra, which is the only place between Spain and France. And the guy got offended, got angry at them. He thought they were playing a practical joke on him by saying that his home country didn't exist. He got kind of aggressive. And then eventually the Japanese officers that were at the airport there kind of agreed to take him under protective custody, kind of take him to this hotel, keep him monitored, and just see what's going on. All of that's good and well until the next morning. They went to his room and he was gone. And every single piece of evidence that he was there was also gone. His bags, his clothing, his passport vanished from the room, which was under guard. Some people believe this man was a time traveler and he was from some era when Torrid existed. Some people believe he slipped into an alternate dimension where Torrid was Andorra. But what if none of that's correct? What if Torrid was real? It just exists only in Akupara. And this is where it exists over here, New Torrid. I like that theory. It sounds pretty cool. Moving up and around, we have Lucinesia, Psychonographa, and the Ascending Isles, as well as Sprinesia. No written lore exists about these places. Once again, no one would dare come here because why would you risk your life for a place called Sprinesia? The next big landmass of note is known as Horus. Horus is known as the Great Pillar of Akupara, and that's because it is a very ancient land that is thought to be one of the first ones, besides the floating island from earlier, to be formed here. It is a massive continent with a humongous lake in the middle of it. It's surrounded by tons and tons of little small island chains around it, like the Cup of Poseidon, Pantopica, Bigel, and the Garden Isles, as well as the Yamanaki Islands. Just a ton of different chains. All of these places and the borders of Horus are very tropical, very lush, and it's kind of like the Caribbean. Horus is an ancient land where strange humanoids walk around, and people don't really want to explore because of how ancient.
A leg is one of these things, man.
Moving along to Horus,
one of these things.
Down out of the way is the Island
Your leg.
of Man,
That fourth
also
one
known as the Castaway Island. Few have literally ever dared to sell to the Castaway Island, because why would you? It's called the Castaway Island, and it's in the middle of the Sea of Shadows and the Abysmal Ocean. Why would you want to go there? The only lore we have about it is that the Isle of Man is like also a real island from Earth. That's all I know, though. Now we're entering the region and the general area of the great continent of Amun-Ra, the stronghold of the Nephilim. Around Amun-Ra, there are thousands of islands and archipelagos and chains like this. Telenesia, Heterotopia, Singularis, the Comatose Coast. There's tons of different places to explore around this gigantic continent. Now, obviously, the name Amun-Ra itself comes from the Egyptian folklore and histories. Amun-Ra is a very famous, very notable god in their religion, and it's kind of this fusion between the sun and death and life. So this place, this Amun-Ra continent, is teeming with life. The sun is bright, the plants are huge, and as its subtitle says, it is the foreground of the Nephilim, which of course is a reference to the Bible. The Nephilim are the children that angels had with earthly women. These are said to be large, giant creatures with ethereal power almost, and they roam the lands of Amun-Ra. There's colonies of them here, and that would explain where they went from real life, because they're not here. Comatose Coast is a place that puts you to sleep. Its vibrations and its ecosystem relax you down and almost put you into a lower part of sentience. Teslanesia, which I think I called Telenesia earlier, I apologize, it's known for its electric currents that run through the ground and the beings here. Heterotopia is known as the lands of defiance, and that's for good reason. Heterotopic places in real life is a term used to describe cultural spots of disturbing or intense magnitude. Things that are incompatible with human social stuff, but yet they're there, like insane asylums, prisons, brothels, that sort of thing. The old saying goes is that in a utopia, everything is good. In a dystopia, everything is bad. But in a heterotopia, everything is weird and different. So just by the name of this island, you can tell how strange things are here. Winged lions, things that can talk. Everything is just against reality here. Moving up and around further to the continent of Terra Nova, the New Earth. It's also known as the legacy of the Suminians. So again, I touched on it earlier, but the Suminians or the Suminites or whatever you want to call them are kind of this ancient sentient being that took the appearance of a mammal, lizard, reptile thing, but they were able to create culture and society, and they were greater than human societies. They were the most advanced civilization before the Great Dying occurred. Then, like I said earlier, once that happened, they got scattered everywhere. A lot of these Suminites came to Terra Nova, and they built it up. Now the ancient ruins of their cathedrals and their buildings and everything else is here, and it's one of the last strongholds of the Suminian culture. Moving directly north is the continent of Eden. which, yes, that is the Eden from the Bible, the Garden of Eden. So in Earth's lore, the Garden of Eden is where life began. It's where God put Adam and Eve to live there, where there was no sin, no strife, and no turmoil. Eden was a lush and beautiful
Here you
place
go,
with plants and animals,
Well, that
and
was ready.
rivers and streams and mist.
The tea is not yet.
This continent is no different.
Keep leaving over here on me.
Eden in Akupara is just
Working on
that.
it too, Garfield.
It's kind of a vestige of what once the Garden of Eden was.
Just
Above
stay
Eden
right
is
there.
the tiny island
Put your hand in the house if you want to.
of the Oikosa, or the psychic melting pot. Just like many of the lands here, you can enter a state of psychosis and kind of enter the different dimension, the fourth dimension, because there's not enough ether to keep things normal. And that's especially the truth on this island. Warlocks and magicians and magics and studiers of the dark arts, you could say, come to this island. At this point, we reach another set of oceans where there's no lands of importance. This is where the Timorous Ocean and the Thousand Land Sea resides. Again, these waters are dotted with tales of sirens and gigantic flying whales and strange sea creatures that will eat entire ships. Atop the glacial oceans is the home of Formosa Ultima, the land of the broken moon. Now, the Formosa people are actually a colony on Earth that once inhabited a small region of Taiwan.
No one did,
1800s.
because it knows.
Other
I knew
than
that too. Don't worry
connection,
about
I
it.
can't find any other lore.
I'm very worried
this
about it,
area,
because
other than that really cool
means
name,
trying to kill me
Land of
still,
the
but-
Moon. That's pretty fire. Also, guys, we're bringing it back for part 2, the Mothman hoodie. Moving up along from Formosa is the continent of Umurangi, the lands of the Red Rain. Again, no lore is listed about it, but lands of red rain could mean two things. One, it just rains red. Two, it's blood rain, and people die there all the time. Whatever the case is, we don't know much about them. Moving around yet again, we find ourselves at the continent of Greater Lemuria. This is a very interesting region of Akupara, and that is because it ties directly into Earth. And let me tell you the story. Greater Lemuria is known as the fertile graveyard as it relates to the world beyond the ice wall, but in our Earth, Lemuria was actually a proposed continent to have existed between Madagascar and India. A man by the name of Philip Scatler came up with the theory that a place called Lemuria, a continent, a land bridge, if you will, once connected the island of Madagascar to the southern tip of the subcontinent of India. And he came up with this theory because there were lemur bones and lemur skeletons in that southern tip of India that matched directly to lemur bones and skeletons from Madagascar. The only problem is, how'd the lemur bones get there if there's an entire ocean separating them? So he came up with the idea that there once was a great continent called. However, later on in the 19th century, the theory of continental drift became widely accepted, and the belief in Lemuria disappeared, much like it was said to itself. But what if Lemuria did in fact exist, and it did drift just all the way through the ice wall and over to Akupara? That's what this theory says in the Beyond the Ice Wall lore. Greater Lemuria and Lemuria itself here in Akupara are full of biodiverse flora and fauna. Societies of mammals and reptiles and hominids and other sapient creatures all inhabit the hills. The remnants of some of the Sumanites live here as well. It also borders the wastes on one side. Lemuria is pretty cool. Maybe it was real, maybe it just ended up past the ice wall. Who knows? On the northwestern tip of Greater Lemuria, in a little cove, lies an island nation known only as Patmos. Patmos is also, and more widely known as, the Fortress of Yakub. Okay, again, 15th time this video. The lore is about to get crazy. Don't click off yet. Put your tinfoil hat on. Let's talk about Yakub. So Yakub is a form or a derivative variant of the name Jacob from the Bible. If you know anything about biblical history, Jacob was the father of the tribes of Israel. But Yakub in this rite relates to the religion and the belief system of the NOI, the Nation of Islam.
No, look
The
really wacky.
NOI. No, stay with me here.
Well, I
Yakub
am.
was a black
I
scientist
know.
who lived about 6,600 years ago, and he actually created white people. They believe that only black
But who's
people
not,
existed
right, Scorpio?
before Yakub created white people. Now, why did he create the white race? You might ask yourself. Let's see what the NOI has to say. It was said in the lore of the NOI, the actual real-life lore, that Yakub was born near Mecca. the Islamic stronghold. And he was born with this large, oversized cranium. His head was big. He kind of had like a little odd-shaped head. And because of this, the people near him bullied him, made fun of him, ostracized him, and were kind of like, ha ha ha. But the only thing is, Yaqub was a genius. He was very smart for as long as anyone could remember, and he came up with this plan to get back at these bullies, to get back at these people who were kind of making fun of him. And his idea was to create a race of people that would enslave those people that were making fun of him. And according to the NOI, he left Mecca, sailed around all of Africa, and he ended up on an island off the coast of Greece called Patmos. On Patmos, he would begin his mad science experiments to create these people that would control the people who made fun of him. And eventually, he created white people. So in the Beyond the Ice Wall fandom, Yaqub didn't go to Patmos by Greece. He came to Patmos in Akupara, and he created and did a bunch of like, biology experiments and created other genes and other kind of hybrids. He didn't create white people in this theory. They're just using like the character and the pictures and the lore from real life. But Yaqub here in the Beyond the Ice Wall is still a genius, still this mega genius that dabbles in biochemistry and the creation of clones and things like that. And that's what he does here on Patmos. He came to the islands of Lemuria and created human-animal hybrids, and he created new creatures, kind of like Sfath from earlier. So yeah, does that make sense? No? Me neither. Moving along at a rapid-fire pace, we find ourselves at the continent of Asclepia, the living hospital. Now, this is a nation of islands along these archipelagos in the Ocean of Destiny. Yet another ocean. The name, the living hospital, implies that the land itself is healing. It almost nurtures and cares and cures ailments just by you being there. Below that is Doveland, which is God's blind spot. That's his nickname. And Doveland has a pretty interesting lore that relates to real life as well. There's very little lore about Doveland from here in the ice wall, but real life Doveland was apparently a city in Wisconsin that never actually existed, yet thousands of people believe that it did. People would swear up and down that they'd been there before, that they'd driven through it, that they had shirts and coffee cups from there. But when push came to shove, it never was real. Maybe it was nowhere to be seen because it was in Akupara, and it got transported out of our country by Hyperborea to get here. Above Doveland is the New Caribia, or also the embassies of Akupara. Now, sadly, no lore exists about these places, but it's called the embassies of Akupara, so I'm assuming there's some kind of governing entities or higher level consciousness people, gods, deities, that kind of thing, that live here and kind of pull the strings of what happens. I don't know, that could be wrong. Now we find ourselves in the Yakaruna Sea Forest, which is a very intriguing place, unlike anything I've seen. It is an island nation surrounded by shallow water.
Wow, they make these guys up, a lot of them.
Trees, animals, and other plants adapted to grow underneath that water from the ground. The plant growth here is very thick. Trees sprout from the sand and grow through the salt water. Mammals walk on the ocean floor, and they can breathe oxygen somehow. The water here is crystal clear blue. The lands and the islands that are above water are constantly marshy, and they're almost sinking, it seems, and they're just floating around, held together by the roots of the trees that grow beneath them in the water. Next, we have the continent of Oracula, or Oracula, the land of the prophets. The main quirk of this place, besides its extreme biodiversity, is the presence of high strangeness. A psychological power runs through every single living thing here. It's kind of like the land of the psychonauts from earlier, Polybius, except this is way more powerful. It is said that every conscious mind, not just humans, animals too, that set foot on this island go instantly into deja vu and dreaming. Visions of the past, visions of the future, and visions of the present are constantly implemented into your brain once you get here. Again, this place is like a psychedelic trip, and somehow every single person, no matter what level of consciousness, is gifted higher reasoning and higher capabilities. So you could just have like a dumb animal, but they're enlightened because they've seen the light. The island is also connected to the prophet Nostradamus from real-life mythos. If you don't know anything about Nostradamus, he was essentially this kind of like future teller, this prophet that would write little poems and little stuff like this in ancient France, and he disappeared for a certain few years. Some think he came here and founded this island, or found this island, and that's where he got his visions and prophecies from. Moving over through yet another ocean called the Terminal Ocean, which These names, man. We have the great expanse of Sequoia, the forest of giants. Now, you might have heard of the Sequoia National Park from real life, where the gigantic trees, ferns, rivers, and everything grow in these huge groves. Been there a couple times myself, but this is kind of like that on steroids. The entire
11:22 Garfield.
expanse
Next
of
one.
Sequoia here is primordial.
1, 2, 2, 1 on that one.
Ancient, and it is dense. No sapient life like humans or higher evolved creatures.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Because they simply couldn't compete with the natural beasts that roam the trees. The trees here are thousands of feet tall. They're massive, they're wide, they're kind of like the Avatar trees. The beasts here are giant tiger hybrids with wolves and giant sloths and huge lemurs and monkeys. These things are like 50, 60 feet tall, and they dominate the entire expanse of Sequoia. If you zoom up on the map here, you can see just how thick the dots of trees are. It's almost impassable.
No, but some people can do
You
that.
kind of send a person here. Everything is so big, they couldn't even do anything. Saber-toothed tigers, crossbreeds between humans and tigers, massive birds with razor-sharp talons fly through the trees. It's like you're in Ark Survival Evolved. Moving up to the very top.
That was up though.
Part
Yeah,
of
see, I knew
the
that shit.
Sky Caverns. As of this video,
Almost,
Sky
yeah, almost.
Caverns don't have much documentation, frankly. But we do know what they're called by sailors and adventurers who go near them. People refer to it as the Labyrinth of the Glidelings. And if you look here on the map, if you zoom up on it, you can see that the entirety of the Sky Caverns is a rocky, mountainous, high and arid place with massive stone structures and columns and gorges and rivers and mountain ranges that these glidelings live through. What are glidelings, you might ask? Glidelings are intelligent flying creatures, kind of similar to harpies, but less human. They have near the level of consciousness that humans do.
That's what they do to me.
Not
That's what they do to
quite.
me. That's what they do to me.
Societies and able to live in big
Yeah,
communities, but not reach higher levels of enlightenment like humans. Anyways, these glidelings glide through the big caverns and the huge rivers, and they catch.
It sounds
fish,
interesting.
and
It
they
does sound
live in
interesting to
giant
me.
caves. Directly below the Sky Caverns, we have the land of
Is it real?
Anubis.
He's
And
probably-
Anubis
not
is in
really,
the
but
middle
almost,
of this
yeah.
sort of rocky formation,
Was
this
like that
outcropping
someplace.
from the Montane Ring. Which again, I'll explain all the lands and civilizations and creatures of the ring in part 3 if you want that. But Anubis is called the super colony, and that's because so many creatures and people live here. Not only because of its proximity to the Montane Ring, it's easier to get to, it's also kind of safe inside of the bay. It's way easier than sailing to the Isle of Man from earlier. But this little ring here has the Indigo Caverns, named Stacia, the Canals of Akin, Shambhala, the Gates to Agartha, all of which I'll explain in my next part. Yeah, and the name might sound familiar to you, and that's because Anubis is a god or a deity in Egyptian folklore. Essentially, Anubis guides people to hell or the underworld, and he kind of controls who goes in and out, and he also has some form of control and dominion over death. It's a pretty cool name for a pretty safe place. We're down to the last 5 named land masses for this video, guys. I've been recording for like 4 hours, but we're still good to go. To the left of Anubis and the Montane Ring is a place known only as Rephigia, a calm between 2 storms. This land is kind of like this peninsula sticking out of the Montane Ring, and it's just like its sub-name describes. It is a very calm, very peaceful environment full of soft rolling hills, and no creatures that want to kill you, frankly. It's safe here. There's giant flowers and turtles and dolphins that swim around the waters. There's literally no danger to come here, and because of this, people kind of just tend to come here and stay for a while. Now, I will be saving Robinsonia, the continent of the adventurer, for when I explain the Outer Wastes and the Montane Ring. I know it's not consistent because I've done things like Umurangi and Dovlin, but this one has a lot more lore, and it involves a specific adventurer and explorer who has mapped out a lot of this, and I'll get into his story when I get into part 3. So, sorry. Across the sea from this are the lands of Alacaringa and the Maria Teresa Reef. Now, Alacaringa is called the Dreamlands. There's no lore about it. And the Maria Teresa Reef is, I assume, named after Maria Teresa. Below the reef is the legendary Jotunheimer from Norse mythology. It is a gigantic conglomeration of several peninsulas that stick out over the ocean. Jotunheimer is, of course, an old Norse word. You might have heard about it if you follow any of that mythology or anything. But essentially, it translates to the land of the divine. In the creation story of some believers of the old Norse religions, Jotunheimer was one of the first worlds that was created. It's not a place that's meant to be traveled by people, though, and it's reserved for titans and high deities and stuff. This entire upper left quadrant of Akupara is heavily Norse inspired, with mythology and history and lore that leads to
Come on,
it.
come on.
Jotunheimer
Make it
is a
hard.
vast, expansive place. It's full of strange entities from Norse mythology. I'll be explaining Asgard in the next video where I explain the entire wastes and the ring, because it's connected to it. The last two land masses for this video, finally at the end here, it's Paved Wall
Yeah.
and Amazonia.
They're like,
Now,
well,
Paved
well,
Wall is actually the bridge between land and sea, is what it's called. But that name is actually a Creole name from real life. That means strange land. It's a direct Creole translation. And that's true of Paved Wall. It is very strange because it said that the beings that would live in the sea live on land. And the land creatures live in the sea. So here in these islands, fish, whales, and sharks, and krakens, they all walk on land. But animals, trees, everything else, they live in the water. Animals have gills, and fish have lungs. This is strange land. And finally, we have the island of Amazon, which is just off the coast of Asgard. You've heard of the Amazonian legends in real life. This place is just gigantic trees, birds, large people, giants, wizards, and that kind of thing. They live here, and they kind of feast off the magic of Asgard. But little and less is written about in the Amazon history. But as you can see by this video, Aquatemara is much crazier and much more esoteric, much more enlightened, you could say, than Atlas and definitely Earth. There are literal gods and deities that roam here, and more that just goes absolutely hard. Like Polybius being the Psychonauts oasis, it's an island that you just go to trip on. That's crazy. Or Lemuria, which is this ancient land that was said to exist that sunk through the ocean and ended up here in Akupara. Such a cool place. But with that, I've explored every single landmass in the expanses of Akupara, and all the lore, the entities, and the known history that we have about them. Now, as always, this lore system is being constantly built, so this video might be obsolete for years, just as it wasn't actual lore about some of these things.
They're always getting up out of the chair. I'm trying to get out.
YouTube, go check his
They're distracting.
And I was also doing a
They're
support
nuts.
from
You're not.
the ice wall.
I understand. But I don't feel like doing shit back.
I hope you enjoyed. I love and appreciate each other.
I didn't want to stand.
And I don't know how this video performed. Usually, like part two suck for performance.
Yeah, it's
but
fucking
really
sucks.
fun to make. I'm heavily invested in this. I know more lore about the ice wall and beyond it than
They're trying to strip everything from you right now.
go check the links below.
Everyone on the other side too.
Social media.
They just can't block it. They can.
If you want to support me, the best way is just to leave a like and commenting. Do that. It's free. Helps the channel out. I love and appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you so much for watching. And we'll see you next week.
They told you that the Bible is the revelation of the Word of God. But what they told you is now outdated. We know more than what they told you before. You have already understood that if the Bible were truly the Word of God, there shouldn't be texts written before it with similar and practically identical accounts. Pastors and priests would never admit it, but you already know that the Bible has polytheistic roots, and that the God of the Bible is not the only God. The biblical God is a God who reveals himself to a people and constantly identifies himself by affirming, I am that Elohim. I know this truth is inconvenient, but it needs to be said, and the time to know the truth has come. Not just for you and me, but for all of humanity. This video is part of a series that aims to reinterpret the stories narrated in the Bible from new perspectives and in light of recent discoveries in archaeology and history. This is the truth that those who hold the power of religions will never tell you, because religion has the power disagree with this. We must go beyond. Only then will we be able to unveil the truth, seeing beyond the great veil of illusions that theology insists on presenting to us. The city of Ur was not just any city. It stood as a beacon of civilization, its great ziggurat towering over the land, dedicated to Nanasin, the moon god, son of Etna. Every night, the silver glow of the moon bathed the temple, a reminder of the divine power that watched over the city. The priests offered sacrifices, the astrologers read the movements of the heavens, and the people lived under the shadow of gods who had ruled Sumer for thousands of years. But Ur was more than a center of worship. It was a city of power, a place where the Anunnaki had established one of their strongholds on Earth. Ur's importance was not only spiritual, but strategic. It was a hub for commerce, administration, and divine governance. A place where the Anunnaki had direct contact with humanity through their high priests and chosen rulers. The great cities of Mesopotamia each had their own divine overlord. Enlil ruled from Nippur, where the command of the gods was decreed. Inanna reigned over Ur, her influence stretching through war and passion. Enki's stronghold was Eridu, where he had first descended to shape humanity. And Marduk, ever ambitious, sought to consolidate power in Babylon, challenging the older gods in a struggle that threatened to reshape divine rule. It was in Ur, under the rule of Nanasin, that Taran, the father of Abram, had served as an intermediary between the gods and men. He was not merely a craftsman, but a man of influence, a maker of idols that adorned the temples, shaping the divine images of the Anunnaki who dwelled in their great ziggurats. It was said that Terra had access to the sacred inner chambers, where the presence of the gods could still be felt, where whispers of divine will were delivered to those who ruled in their name. Among the priests and the ruling class, there were rumors about Abram. He had been seen near the ziggurats, spoken of as one who had studied the celestial mysteries. Some said he had served in the priesthood of Nanasin, learning the rituals and codes of divine law. Others whispered that he had been a man of confidence to the Anunnaki themselves, one who had glimpsed their presence in ways others had not. If he had once held favor among the gods, what had changed? Even among the Anunnaki, power was not absolute. The land of Mesopotamia had been torn by rivalries. Enlil's rule was being challenged by Marduk, the rising god of Babylon. Marduk, once a lesser deity, now sought to reshape the order of the gods, defying Enlil's authority and proclaiming Babylon as the new seat of kingship. As the balance of power shifted, the old centers of authority, Nippur, Ur, and Eridu, stood on the brink of a new age. And in the midst of this struggle, Abram heard a voice that was unlike any other. A voice called to him. This was not the voice of a distant or unknown god. It was the voice of one of the Anunnaki themselves, a rival among the celestial rulers, one who sought dominion above all others. It was Yahweh, who governed through a collective divine order, or Marduk, who sought dominance through rebellion. Yahweh's ambition was absolute. He did not seek to rule alongside the other Anunnaki, nor did he wish to be bound by the ancient agreements of divine governance. He wanted sole kingship, exclusive worship, a world where no other gods would stand beside him. This was not a call to freedom, nor a rejection of divine power. It was an invitation to serve a new order where Yahweh alone would reign supreme. Abram was no fool. He understood the weight of what was being asked. To leave Ur meant not only to abandon the gods of his ancestors, but to shift allegiance in the cosmic hierarchy. It meant walking away from Nanasin's dominion, from the courts of Enlil's power, and entering a world where Yahweh's influence would grow unchecked. This was not a rebellion. It was a coup, a celestial war waged through the devotion of men. And yet, something within him stirred. He had seen the workings of the Anunnaki, had felt the weight of their rule. He had witnessed the endless struggles between Enlil and Marduk, the shifting power among the gods who played kings and warlords over humanity. If Yahweh sought to change this order, could he truly offer something greater? Or was this merely the beginning of a new tyranny? The decision was made. With his wife Taran, his nephew Lot, and all their possessions, Abram turned his back on Ur. The priests of Nabasim watched as he left, their whispers carried by the wind. To abandon the gods of Sumer was unthinkable. What mortal dared to defy the Anunnaki? And yet he did not look back. As the sun rose over the horizon, the great ziggurat of Ur faded into the distance. The rule of Enlil, the power of Nanasim, the legacy of Marduk, all were behind him now. Before him lay the unknown. Before him lay the promise. Abram walked away from Ur, leaving behind the temples of the gods who had ruled over Sumer since the beginning. The towering ziggurats of Nanasim, Enlil, and Inanna faded into the horizon, their stone facades still holding the whispers of celestial authority. The streets of Ur, where priests and kings had once mediated between the gods and mankind, were now behind him. The weight of the old world loomed, yet Yahweh's voice had been clear. Leave, for a new order must arise. The journey ahead was uncertain, but Abram pressed forward. He traveled through the lands of Aram, a region still bound to the priesthood of Enlil and Nanasim. The city of Haran, much like Ur, remained a center of moon god worship, where the priests of Nanasim continued to command power. Their temples still stood, filled with astrologers interpreting the celestial movements, and the people remained loyal to the gods who had long ruled them. Here, the influence of the old pantheon was strong, and rumors spread that Abram, once seen as a trusted figure within the Anunnaki priesthood, had defected to the service of another god, one who sought dominion above all others. As he passed through these lands, it was not unnoticed that he turned against the gods, or was he merely an instrument of another Anunnaki's ambition? To the priests of Haran, Abram was no mere martyr. He was a threat to their established order, a man marked by an Anunnaki whose ambitions defied the divine hierarchy. Days turned into weeks, and soon the land of Canaan stretched before him. Unlike Ur, with its towering monuments and rigid hierarchies, this was a land of vast plains, rolling hills, and fertile valleys. Yet Canaan was no empty land. It was a contested region, a place where the power of the Anunnaki was present, but fractured. Rival factions had once battled for dominion, their appointed kings and priests struggling for control under the watchful eyes of their celestial dignitaries. The cities of Jericho, Shechem, and Giza were under the rule of kings who still worshipped the old gods, Enlil, Inanna, and Marduk. And in certain places, the worship of Asherah had not yet been completely suppressed. Here, Yahweh's decree was a direct challenge to these divine rulers, for he was not simply claiming the land, he was declaring war on the gods who had long governed it. As Abram gazed upon this new land, Yahweh appeared to him once more. To your offspring I will give this land. The words struck deep. This was not just a promise, it was a declaration of conquest. The Anunnaki had divided the earth among themselves, their chosen rulers governing on their behalf, their temples reinforcing their claim over humanity. But Yahweh's words signaled a new challenge to this order. This land, long held under the influence of rival Anunnaki factions, would now Yet the journey was not over. The land of Canaan was not yet his. Cities built under Anunnaki rule still remain. Their kings and priests loyal to the old gods, unwilling to relinquish their dominion. These were cities that had long served Enlil, Inanna, and the others, places where the worship of Asherah, Baal, and other celestial forces still thrived. To claim the land Yahweh had promised, Abram's descendants would have to break these strongholds, overturn the ancient altars, and dismantle the priesthoods that had ruled for ages. From Bethel to Ai, he continued his path, calling upon the name of Yahweh, forging a new destiny not beyond the Anunnaki pantheon, but in defiance of it. His God was not unknown to him. He was one of them, and he sought to rule alone. As the shadow of famine loomed, Abram was forced to journey to Egypt, a land where the gods of the Nile reigned supreme. Here, the power of the old order still thrived, and the pharaoh, the earthly representative of the Anunnaki gods, ruled with unquestioned authority. The people of Egypt had long served their celestial masters, Ra, Osiris, and Thoth, ancient beings who had once walked among men and left their mark upon the grand monuments of the land. To challenge them would be to challenge the very foundation of divine kingship on earth. If Yahweh could not overcome the gods of Egypt, his claim to dominion would remain incomplete. Would Yahweh's power prove greater than that of the gods of the Nile? Would Abram's faith endure among the people still bound to the Anunnaki hierarchy? Would this be the moment when Yahweh's claim to absolute dominion would be tested against the might of his ancient rivals? The test of his faith had only just begun. The days passed, and Abram remained in the land of Canaan, a sojourner in a territory once dominated by the celestial rulers who had shaped the destiny of mankind. Here, in this land of ancient power struggles, the dominant Anunnaki presence was that of Yanasim, the moon god, the same deity who ruled over Ur, the city Abram had left behind. But though he had left Ur, he was not beyond Yanasim's reach. The Anunnaki's influence had stretched far, their dominion extending across Mesopotamia, where Enlil ruled from Nippur, and Marduk expanded his power in Babylon. The shifting tides of divine rulership had shaped human civilization, but now Abram had sworn allegiance to a different force, one that sought not to coexist with the Anunnaki, but to replace them. Each night, as the heavens stretched above him, Abram gazed upon the celestial expanse, the same stars that had guided the Anunnaki in their descent to earth. His days were filled with movement, altars raised in worship of the Anunnaki Lord, who had called him out of Ur. Yet doubt still lingered. The years passed, and Sarah remained childless. The promise given to him seemed distant, fading like the memories of the temples and ziggurats of his homeland. Would Yahweh truly establish his lineage, or was this merely another move in the long cosmic war waged by those who had shaped humanity? Then, in the stillness of the night, a voice descended upon him, a presence not of mortal tongue, but of something vast and ancient. It was not a break from the Anunnaki order. It was an assertion of dominion over it. Do not be afraid, Abram. I am your shield, your exceedingly great reward. But Abram, burdened by the weight of time, could not contain the longing in his heart. O Adonai Yahweh, what will you give me, seeing that I go childless? My only heir is Eliezer of Damascus. His voice carried both faith and desperation. He had turned his back on the pantheon that had shaped human civilization, but he had not escaped their influence. Their priesthood still controlled the cities around him. Their temples stood in defiance of his God's claim. What future could be built without an heir to carry forth Yahweh's dominion? But the voice answered again, firm and filled with unshakable purpose. This one shall not be your heir, but one who comes from your own body shall be your heir. show Abram the scale of his destiny, he was led outside. The sky stretched above him, infinite, filled with the same constellations that had once served as the navigation markers of the Anunnaki. Orion, Pleiades, and Sirius gleamed in the heavens, the same celestial formations that had guided their descent to Earth. Look now toward the heavens and count the stars, if you are able to number them. So shall your descendants be. Abram's mind reeled at the immensity of the vision. The Anunnaki had ruled men through kingship, dominion, and servitude. But this was different. This was not merely about legacy. It was about reshaping humanity under a singular divine rule, severing their ties to all other gods. Yahweh was not content to be one among the celestial lords. He would be the
Oh, Akshobhya.
The Anunnaki had long bound their
Oh.
agreements through blood rituals and sacrifice.
Akshobhya.
Yahweh commanded Abram to prepare a binding ritual, echoing the sacred patterns of old. A heifer, a goat, and a ram, each 3 years old, along with a turtle dove and a young pigeon, were brought forth. Abram divided them, placing their pieces in sacred formation, awaiting the divine manifestation. As the sun descended, an unnatural darkness fell upon him. Time itself seemed to shift. Then, visions flooded his mind. He saw the future of his descendants, exile, enslavement, and eventual triumph. He saw the wars waged by rival Anunnaki over the control of mankind. He saw how his people would be shaped, tested, and forged into an army that would enforce Yahweh's absolute rule. Then the fire appeared. A smoking fire pot and a flaming torch passed between the divided pieces, sealing the covenant. The presence of Yahweh moved through the sacrifice, a phenomenon reminiscent of the celestial technology used by the gods of old. On that day, the pact was forged. The land of Canaan was now marked for his descendants, not as mere settlers, but as warriors of Yahweh's claim to earth. Yet, still, the promise was incomplete. Time passed, and Sarah remained barren. In desperation, she offered Hagar, her servant, to Abram, and from this union, Ishmael was born. But was this the destined heir, or merely an echo of past experiments where the Anunnaki sought to shape human lineages for their own purposes? The true covenant had yet to be fulfilled. Then, when Abram reached the age of 99, Yahweh appeared once more. This was the moment of genetic distinction, the finalization of a lineage crafted to serve one God alone. I am El Shaddai. Walk before me and be blameless, and I will establish my covenant between me and you, and will multiply you exceedingly. Falling to the ground, Abram listened as the decree was spoken. This was more than a blessing. It was a reprogramming of identity, a transformation into something distinct from the rest of mankind. No longer shall your name be Abram, but your name shall be Abraham, for I have made you a father of many nations. Among the Anunnaki, names held power. They were assigned based on rank, function, or genetic alteration. This was no symbolic change. It was an elevation. Abraham was no longer a mere human. He was now the progenitor of a divine lineage. Sarah, too, was transformed. As for Sarah, your wife, you shall not call her Sarai, but Sarah shall be her name, and I will bless her and give you a son by her. And with that, the final decree came. You shall call his name Isaac, and I will establish my covenant with him, an everlasting covenant. A new name, a new identity, a new beginning for mankind. This was not merely a divine blessing. It was an act of cosmic selection, a deliberate shaping of a people who would carry Yahweh's dominion forward. The celestial struggle that had once been waged between the Anunnaki was now imprinted in the bloodline of men. Abraham had been chosen, not as a servant under the old gods, but as the patriarch of the people who would define the next era of human civilization. The struggle for dominion had shifted, and through this covenant, Yahweh's war against the The child of promise had been born, just as Yahweh had declared. Yet one day, the voice of Yahweh called again, Abraham. Abraham lifted his eyes. This was the same voice that had led him out of Egypt. Yet he was not beyond the dominion of Manasseh, for the moon god's influence extended over both his birthplace and the land of Canaan. Here, Abraham walked under the same celestial governance, but with a purpose that defied the established order. This was beyond the reach of Enlil's temple in Nippur and the growing power of Marduk in Babylon. Yet Yahweh, an Anunnaki distinct from his brethren, sought to set himself apart, not merely as a ruler among many, but as the sole divine
My boy.
for mankind.
My handsome boy. Yeah, he is.
The covenant was not just a promise, it was a calculated severance from the old
God, he knows it.
a claim to exclusivity among the gods.
Yeah, Blue Jays got him tied up.
Here I am, Abraham.
That's what he basically.
Then the command
Ram
came,
did too much.
take your son, your only son Isaac, whom you love, and go to the land of Moriah. There, offer him as a burnt offering on one of the mountains that I will show you. The words struck like lightning, a directive that mirrored the ancient rites of sacrifice once demanded by the Anunnaki lords, who had long ruled men through tributes of flesh and blood. But unlike the rituals dedicated to Enlil or Manasseh, this was something more. This was not merely an offering, it was a declaration. Yahweh was not asking for sacrifice to share in the divine order. He was demanding allegiance.
Oh, there was a lot of fuckers back in the day. And they were big. No big. Big motherfuckers, huh? Big old ones.
Two of his young men with him. Isaac unknowingly walked beside him, a child born of promise, yet now bound to a purpose beyond mortal comprehension. For 3 days they traveled, moving deeper into the lands that had once been ruled by gods who had walked among men. The peaks of Moriah, a sight known to those who had shaped the great civilizations of the past, rose before them, silent and waiting. The mountain itself had once been a sacred place for the old pantheon, but today Yahweh would claim it for himself. Then, lifting his eyes, Abraham saw a place in the distance. He turned to his servants. Stay here with the donkey. The boy and I will go up there to worship, and we will return to you. Isaac carried the wood for the offering upon his back, while Abraham carried the fire and the knife. Each step forward felt heavier than the last, not just with the weight of obedience, but with the weight of an ancient war among the gods. Then Isaac spoke. Father, Abraham looked at him. Here I am, my son. The boy's innocent question pierced him.
Now Garfield's been nuts. No, his whole fucking life, basically. Basically, it turns out. Pretty much. Does he got thrown against a wall when he was a kid? Yeah.
They reached the summit. Stones were gathered. The altar built. The wood was arranged just as it had been in the great temples of old, where sacrifices had once been made in honor of the celestial.
Yeah, but those people, Garfield, I heard it wasn't too good for him. I mean, yeah, I heard too.
This was not merely an offering to appease a god. It was a demonstration of divinity. Yahweh settled the last times between Abraham and the other gods. Abraham was trembled as he bound him and led him.
Garfield, what do you think about it? I'm thinking guilty too. Yeah, that dude probably took me out there like that. That was pretty cool. Pretty cool. Like, do your biometrics, do your biometric scanning. And they have. Yeah.
Relief flooded his soul. He released Isaac.
Good for you guys, good for you. No, good for you.
His son's place. A substitution had been made, not a rejection of sacrifice, but a refinement. This was not an abolition of the tribute. It was a restructure. No longer would the offerings be divided among the gods of old. Now they would be Yahweh's alone. As the smoke rose from the altar, Abraham named the place Yahweh Yireh. Yahweh will provide. Then the voice of Yahweh called again. By myself I have sworn, declares Yahweh, because you have done this and have not withheld your son, your only son, I will surely bless you. I will multiply your offspring as the stars of the heavens and as the sand on the seashore. And through your offspring, all the nations of the earth will be blessed, because you have obeyed my voice. Abraham and Isaac descended the mountain together. The test was over, but the conquest had begun. This was not merely a test of obedience, it was a calculated demonstration of dominance. The celestial balance had shifted. Yahweh, like the Anunnaki before him, required total submission. But unlike his counterparts, who ruled through priestly intermediaries and shifting allegiances, Yahweh sought exclusive devotion, binding his followers to a singular divine authority. The demand for sacrifice was not abolished, but restructured. Obedience through bloodshed remained, but now it was to be carried out in his name alone. This was no longer a world of shared dominion. This was Yahweh's war for absolute control. Generations had passed since Yahweh, one of the Anunnaki, had sworn his covenant to Abraham. His descendants, the children of Israel, had multiplied like the stars of the heavens, just as he had promised. But they were no longer free men dwelling in the land of Canaan. They were slaves in Egypt, a kingdom ruled by a powerful dynasty of the Anunnaki. The gods of Egypt, Amun-Ra, Thoth, Osiris, and Ptah, were remnants of the ancient celestial hierarchy, governing the land through Pharaoh, a ruler who saw himself as a living god. But among the people, whispers circulated, rumors that these gods were other than Anunnaki lords, long known by different names. It was said that Ra was Marduk.
Because it was God's decision to make him the devil. God's decision to make him the devil. Yeah, we might call it
kingship over the land after challenging the old order in Mesopotamia. Thoth, the god of wisdom, was whispered to be Nigishita, a master of celestial knowledge and genetic sciences. Ptah, the great creator, was believed to be none other than Enki himself, the ancient architect of humanity. And Osiris, the slain and resurrected god, was said to be one of the divine bloodline rulers, enforcing the order of the gods. Egypt, the jewel of civilization, had long been a stronghold of the Anunnaki elite, a place where their power was cemented through divine rulership, genetic lineage, and strict control over human order. But power was never absolute. The Anunnaki had long warred amongst themselves for control of Earth's resources and its people. While Nanasib, Enlil, and Marduk vied for dominion over Mesopotamia, Egypt stood as a separate empire where Ra's bloodline reigned supreme. The Hebrews, descendants of Abraham's covenant with Yahweh, now found themselves trapped in the midst of these celestial rivalries, enslaved under the dominion of gods who were not their own. A new pharaoh had risen, one who did not remember Joseph, nor the kindness that had once been shown to the people of Israel. He saw their numbers increasing, their strength growing, and fear took hold of his heart. Fear not just of rebellion, but of divine interference from Yahweh, whose growing influence could challenge the old Anunnaki order. Behold, the people of Israel are too many and too mighty for us, Pharaoh told his advisors. Come, let us deal shrewdly with them, lest they multiply further and, in the event of war, join join our enemies and fight against us. And so the oppression began. Taskmasters were set over them, forcing them to labor under the scorching sun. Brick by brick, they built the great cities of Python and Ramesses, monuments not to their freedom, but to their enslavement under Anunnaki rule. Their sweat and blood mixed with the mortar, binding them to a land that no longer welcomed them. The cries of Israel rose to the heavens, but Pharaoh's heart grew harder, strengthened by the power of Egypt's celestial overlords, who would not relinquish their servants easily. Then, in his cruelty, Pharaoh issued a decree more terrible than all before it. Every son born to the Hebrews shall be cast into the Nile, but every daughter you shall let live. The river that had once brought life to Egypt now became a grave for the innocent. This was no mere decree of a mortal king. It was an order given in accordance with the divine politics of the Anunnaki. The Hebrews were multiplying too quickly, and this genocide was a calculated attempt to wipe out Yahweh's influence before it could grow into a true threat. Mothers wept as their infants were torn from their arms. Fathers watched in silence, powerless against the might of Pharaoh. The people of Israel groaned under their bondage, and their cries reached beyond the heavens. And Yahweh heard. But this was more than a moment of compassion. This was an opportunity. He remembered his covenant with Abraham, with Isaac, and with Jacob. He saw the suffering of his people, and he knew it was time. The old Anunnaki order had stood unchallenged for too long. If Yahweh was to claim dominion, if his followers were to be the instrument of his power, then they must be freed. Yet his plan did not begin with an army or with great signs and wonders. It began with a child, a Levite woman, desperate to save her son, placed him in a basket and set him upon the waters of the Nile, the same river that had swallowed so many others. But this child was not destined for death. Fate, or perhaps Yahweh's own hand, carried him through the waters, ensuring that he would be raised not as a slave, but as a prince. Pharaoh's own daughter found the basket, and her heart was moved with compassion. She took the child as her own, naming him Moses, for I drew him out of the water. Thus, the one who would one day stand before Pharaoh was raised in his very house, learning the ways of Egypt, the secrets of its priesthood, and the divine hierarchies that governed its people. Moses was not merely a child of the Hebrews. He was a product of both worlds, a man destined to serve as the instrument of Yahweh's challenge to the gods of Egypt. But though Moses grew in the courts of Egypt, his heart remained with his people. For all his knowledge of Pharaoh's power, he could not ignore the suffering of his own bloodline. One day, he saw an Egyptian beating a Hebrew slave. Rage surged within him, a righteous fury, one that may have been more than human, perhaps stirred by the unseen hand of Yahweh. He struck the Egyptian down, eliminating one of Pharaoh's enforcers, as if answering the cruelty of the gods themselves. He buried the body in the sand, believing his act would go unnoticed. But the next day, he found two Hebrews quarreling and sought to stop them. One turned to him and said, "Who made you a ruler and judge over us? Do you intend to kill me as you killed the Egyptian?" Fear gripped Moses. His crime had been seen, and worse, it had not been met with loyalty, but suspicion. Soon, Pharaoh sought to kill him. Moses fled into the wilderness, leaving Egypt behind, leaving the Anunnaki rule behind. But Yahweh was not finished with him. For years, Moses wandered in the land of Midian, far from the cries of his people, far from the palace where he had once dwelled. He became a shepherd, tending the flocks of Jethro, the priest of Midian. He took Jethro's daughter, Zipporah, as his wife. It seemed that his life had taken another path, that whatever divine hand had once guided him had abandoned him to obscurity, that whatever plan Yahweh had for him had faded into the wilderness. But Yahweh was not finished. In Egypt, the suffering of Israel continued. The gods of the old order sat upon their thrones, watching as their dominion remained unchallenged. The cities of Egypt still rose in grandeur, their monuments dedicated to Ra, Osiris, and Thoth. The Hebrews remained bound in servitude, their prayers drifting up into the void, unheard, or so it seemed. But Yahweh heard, and he answered. This was not mere deliverance, it was an uprising. A divine war was about to begin. The time of Egypt's dominance was at an end. The time of Yahweh's power had come. The wilderness stretched endlessly before Moses, a land of dry earth and rugged mountains. Years had passed since he had fled from Egypt, the weight of his past buried beneath the quiet life of a shepherd. The staff in his hand had replaced the scepter of Pharaoh's court. The cries of Israel had faded into the wind. But Yahweh had not forgotten. One day, as Moses led his flock beyond the wilderness, he came to Horeb, the mountain of Elohim. The air was still, the mountain silent, yet this place had long been known as sacred, a location where the presence of the gods had once descended. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw it, a bush ablaze with fire. Flames licked at the branches, consuming everything, and yet the bush was not consumed. Moses drew closer, his curiosity rising. Fire was often a symbol of divine power, a tool of the gods who ruled the earth. What kind of flame was this, burning yet leaving no trace? Then a voice called to him from within the fire. Moses, Moses! The sound froze him where he stood. It was not the wind, nor the voice of men, but something far greater. A voice that shook the very core of his being, a presence that commanded as only the gods of old could. Trembling, he answered, "Here I am." Then the voice spoke again, its words filled with power. "Do not come any closer. Take off your sandals, for the place where you are standing is holy ground." Moses hesitated, then knelt, removing his sandal. This was an ancient practice, one observed in the temples of the Anunnaki, for none could stand in the presence of the gods unprepared. His heart pounded as the voice continued. "I am the Elohim of your father, the Elohim of Abraham, the Elohim of Isaac, and the Elohim of Jacob." At these words, Moses hid his face, for he knew he was standing before a God of power, one who had shaped the destinies of men long before Egypt had risen. Then Yahweh spoke again, his voice filled with both sorrow and command. "I have surely seen the affliction of my people who are in Egypt. I have heard their cry because of their taskmasters, and I know their suffering. So I have come down to deliver them from the hand of the Egyptians, and to bring them up to a good and spacious land, a land flowing with milk and honey." Moses listened, his breath caught between awe and fear. Who was this Elohim who had come down? The gods of Egypt had long ruled through Pharaoh, and the Anunnaki lords of Mesopotamia had commanded their empires. Yet now, one among them sought to break the old order and claim a people as his own. Then the command came. "Come now, I will send you to Pharaoh, that you may bring my people, the children of Israel, out of Egypt." The words struck Moses like a hammer. Him, the exile, the fugitive, the man who had fled Pharaoh's wrath. He had buried that life long ago, had left Egypt behind. "Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh?" he asked, "and that I should bring the children of Israel out of Egypt?" But Yahweh's answer was not about Moses. It was about him. "I will be with you." A sign was given. When the people were free, they would worship Yahweh on this very mountain. But still, doubt gripped Moses. "When I come to the children of Israel and say to them, The Elohim of your fathers has sent me to you, they will ask. What is his name? What shall I say to them? Then Yahweh spoke his name, his eternal, unchanging name. Ehyeh Asher Ehyeh, I am who I am. This was a declaration unlike any before. It did not reveal identity, it concealed it. The Anunnaki had many names, many titles, and each name carried power. Yet here, Yahweh did not say which of the Elohim he was. Moses had grown up in Egypt, where the gods were known, Ra, Thoth, Ptah, Osiris. And among the enslaved Hebrews, stories persisted that the gods of old, Enlil, Enki, Namasi, had long guided the fate of their people. Yet Yahweh did not name himself as one of them. Instead, he proclaimed himself simply as I am, a statement of dominance, of singular existence, beyond lineage or celestial order. Thus you shall say to the children of Israel, I am has sent me to you. The fire burned on, a reflection of the power of a God who demanded no equal. Then Yahweh spoke again, declaring his name to all generations. Say to the children of Israel, Yahweh, the Elohim of your fathers, the Elohim of Abraham, the Elohim of Isaac, and the Elohim of Jacob, has sent me to you. This is my name forever, and this is my memorial to all generations. Now the veil was lifted. He was not an unknown entity. He was the same Elohim who had once appeared to Abraham, the same who had made the covenant, and yet he sought to be more. Moses trembled, but his fear had not yet left him, and so he asked again, what if they do not believe me? What if they say, Yahweh has not appeared to you? Then Yahweh gave him signs, manifestations of power once reserved for the gods of old. The staff in his hand became a serpent, then turned back again. His hand became leprous, then was restored. Water from the Nile would become blood upon the dry ground. Yet still, Moses hesitated. Oh my Adonai, I am not eloquent. I am slow of speech and tongue. Then Yahweh's voice came, sharper than before. Who has made man's mouth? Who makes him mute or deaf, seeing or blind? Is it not I, Yahweh? Now go. I will be with your mouth and teach you what to say. But Moses, though overwhelmed by the presence of the Almighty, could not silence his fear. Oh my Adonai, please send someone else. The fire flickered, and Yahweh's anger was kindled. Yet in his mercy, he gave Moses a companion. Aaron, his brother, would speak for him. But Moses would be the one to stand before Pharaoh. The command was given. The mission was set. There was no turning back. Moses took his staff and set out for Egypt, to stand before the might of Pharaoh, to speak the words of Yahweh, and to lead the people of Israel toward their freedom. And in doing so, to ignite a war that would shake the rule of the Anunnaki forever. The road to Egypt stretched before Moses, winding through the wilderness toward the land he had fled so many years before. The staff of Elohim was now in his hand, a simple shepherd's rod, yet now a vessel of divine power. Beside him walked Aaron, his brother, the one Yahweh had chosen to speak on his behalf. But this was no ordinary journey. This was the march of a man carrying the words of Yahweh into the heart of an empire ruled by the Anunnaki. Egypt was no mere kingdom. It was a domain controlled by the most powerful gods of the ancient world. Pharaoh, the living embodiment of these gods, ruled as their earthly vessel. Through him, the old Anunnaki order maintained its grip on Egypt, ensuring that its slaves and servants remained in perpetual subjugation. But now, Yahweh sought to break this dominion. As they neared Egypt, Yahweh's voice came once more, a final command before Moses stood before Pharaoh. When you go back to Egypt, see that you do all the wonders that I have put in your hand before Pharaoh. but I will harden his heart, so that he will not let the people go. Then you shall say to Pharaoh, thus says Yahweh, Israel is my son, my firstborn. And I say to you, let my son go, that he may serve me. But if you refuse to let him go, behold, I will kill your son, your firstborn. The warning was clear. This was not merely a political struggle, it was a cosmic war. Yahweh's power against the might of the Anunnaki gods who ruled Egypt. At last, Moses and Aaron entered the land. The weight of Yahweh's rebellion against the old order pressed upon them as they approached the court of Pharaoh, the most powerful man in the known world, seated upon a throne of gold, his voice able to command armies and build cities. But before him now stood two men, unarmed, save for the words Yahweh had given them. Aaron stepped forward and proclaimed the message. Thus says Yahweh, the Elohim of Israel, let my people go, that they may hold a feast to me in the wilderness. The words echoed through the great hall, defiant in the face of Egypt's ruler. The challenge had been spoken. Pharaoh's eyes narrowed. He sat back upon his throne, his lips curling with disdain, and then he laughed, a slow, cruel sound. Who is Yahweh, he sneered, that I should obey his voice and let Israel go? I do not know Yahweh, nor will I let Israel go. Pharaoh's words were not spoken in ignorance. They were spoken as one who knew the divine politics at play. To acknowledge Yahweh's power would be to acknowledge an unknown contender, an Anunnaki god who sought dominion beyond his given territory. Egypt had long been ruled by the great celestial hierarchy of Marduk, Enki, and their loyal followers. To release the Hebrews would be to grant Yahweh a foothold, a claim to rulership over his own nation. Moses and Aaron did not waver. The Elohim of the Hebrews has met with us. Let us go, we pray you, 3 days' journey into the wilderness to sacrifice to Yahweh our Elohim, lest he strike us with plague or with the sword. But Pharaoh's amusement faded into anger. Why do you take the people away from their work? Get back to your burdens. His decree was swift, his heart unmoved. The suffering of Israel would not be eased, it would be increased. That same day, Pharaoh commanded his taskmasters, you shall no longer give the people straw to make bricks, as before. Let them go and gather straw for themselves. But the number of bricks they must produce shall not decrease. And so the suffering of Israel deepened. Forced to scour the land for straw, yet still expected to meet their impossible quotas, their cries rose even louder to the heavens. And when they turned to Moses and Aaron, their voices were filled with bitterness. May Yahweh judge you, for you have made us abhorrent in the eyes of Pharaoh and his servants. You have placed a sword in their hands to kill us. Moses' heart ached at their words. Had he made things worse? Had he truly been sent by Yahweh? Or had he only brought greater suffering upon his people? In his anguish, he turned to Yahweh and cried out, Adonai, why have you brought trouble upon this people? Why did you send me? Ever since I came to Pharaoh to speak in your name, he has done more evil to this people, and you have not delivered them at all. Then Yahweh answered. His voice thundered with power, a declaration that would shake the very foundations of Egypt. Now you shall see what I will do to Pharaoh, for with a strong hand he will let them go, and with a strong hand he will drive them out of his land. Moses listened, his breath caught in his chest as Yahweh spoke again, revealing the fullness of his promise. I am Yahweh. I appeared to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob as El Shaddai, but by my name Yahweh I did not make myself known to them. I have heard the groaning of the children of Israel, whom the Egyptians keep in bondage, and I have remembered my covenant. The time had come. Pharaoh would see. The world would witness the power of Yahweh, and soon Egypt would tremble.
My bad.
The night was heavy with silence. Not the silence of peace, but the silence of something ending. The silence before the storm. In the land of Egypt, every house stood still. Every family waited, though they did not know for what. Then a cry shattered the night. A single wail, and another, and another, rising like waves crashing against the shore. The sound of mourning, of anguish, of a kingdom brought low. The final plague had come. From the house of Pharaoh to the lowest servant, every firstborn of Egypt lay dead. The gods of Egypt had been powerless to stop it. The divine forces of Ra, Osiris, and Thoth, those who had ruled over Egypt for millennia, had failed to protect their people from Yahweh's strike. And in the midst of the city, Pharaoh, once defiant, once unshaken, stood broken. He had fought against Yahweh. He had defied the command, hardened his heart against every plague, believing himself to be a god, greater than the Elohim of Israel. Now he knew the truth. In the dead of night, he sent for Moses and Aaron. His voice, once filled with pride, was now filled with something he had never spoken before. Defeat. Rise up. Go out from among my people. Both you
Once again, man.
Take your flocks, your herds, as you have said, and be gone, and bless me also. For 400 years, the children of Israel had been slaves in Egypt.
Fucking know it. I know it.
Servants of the Anunnaki
Piece
rulers.
of shit, but I'm magical stuff. They can't kill me now. I knew it, dude.
They left in haste, their kneading bowls wrapped in their cloaks.
No, not even like that. Like fucking
There was no time to wait. Yahweh had commanded them
force
to
and
keep
nature
the Passover,
powerful. And
to
we
mark
knew
their
this.
doorposts
Everybody
with
knew
the
this.
blood of the Lamb. And now they
The
marched
dad's
forth,
like this.
a nation redeemed by the hand of their God. The road stretched before them, leading out of Egypt's domain, a dominion that had belonged to Ra, Osiris, and Thoth for ages. Yahweh himself went before them, a pillar of cloud by day, a pillar of fire by night. But the heart of Pharaoh, though broken, was not yet finished resisting. Had he really let them go? Had he truly allowed himself to be defeated in the celestial war? His decision came swiftly. What have we done that we have let Israel go from serving us? The call to war was sounded. Pharaoh harnessed his chariot, and with him rode the armies of Egypt, 600 chariots, horsemen, warriors, a force of relentless pursuit. The ground trembled beneath their wheels as they thundered after the people of Yahweh. This was no longer a political struggle. This was a battle between divine forces. Ahead, Israel marched forward, but then, as they lifted their eyes, they saw it. The sea stretched out before them.
I will destroy it. I will
Behind
destroy
them,
it.
Pharaoh's army
Can't get away.
approached. The dust of their coming darkened the horizon. Fear gripped the people. Trapped between the sea and the sword, they turned against Moses. Was it because there were no graves in Egypt that you have taken us to die in the wilderness? They cried. It would have been better for us to serve the Egyptians than to die here. Moses stood firm. He had seen the hand of Yahweh strike down Egypt. He had seen the Nile turn to blood, the locusts darken the land, the firstborn fall in a single night. Now, with the sea before him and Pharaoh's army behind, he knew Yahweh was not finished. He lifted his voice and declared the words that would be spoken for generations to come. Do not be afraid. Stand still and see the salvation of Yahweh, which he will accomplish for you today. For the Egyptians whom you see today, you shall see no more forever. Yahweh will fight for you, and you shall hold your peace. Then Yahweh spoke. Why do you cry out to me? Tell the children of Israel to go forward. Lift up your staff, stretch out your hand over the sea, and divide it, that the children of Israel may go through on dry ground. Moses raised his staff, and the sea opened. A wind arose, roaring like a tempest, splitting the waters apart. The forces of the heavens bent to Yahweh's command. The sea stood, a wall to their right, a wall to their left, and in between, dry land. Israel stepped forward. What had been a barrier became a path. What had been their death became their deliverance. night they crossed, their feet treading where only the sea had known. Behind them, Pharaoh's army saw the impossible and charged forward, unwilling to accept Yahweh's dominion. Then, in the midst of the waters, Yahweh moved. Chariot wheels twisted, the ground beneath them turned against them. Terror gripped the warriors of Egypt. Flee, Yahweh fights for them against us. But it was too late. Moses stretched out his hand once more. The walls of water collapsed. The sea returned. The armies of Egypt were swallowed, their chariots, their horses, their warriors, all consumed by the waves. The followers of Ra, the warriors of Osiris, the servants of the old Anunnaki gods, they had been defeated. Not one remained. And as the morning dawned, the bodies of the Egyptians washed upon the shore, a silent testimony to the end of an era. The people of Israel stood upon the other side, free not only from their chains, but from the celestial dominion that had enslaved them for generations. Then, in the wake of the greatest deliverance the world had ever seen, Moses and the people of Israel lifted their voices in song. I will sing to Yahweh, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and its rider he has thrown into the sea. Yahweh is my strength and my song, and he has become my salvation. Yahweh is a warrior. Yahweh is his name. And thus Israel marched forward, not as slaves, but as the people of a God who had challenged the Anunnaki and won. The wilderness stretched wide before them, an untamed land where no kingdom ruled, where no walls enclosed them. Israel was free, yet freedom was not their destination. Their journey was toward Yahweh, one of the Elohim, one of the Anunnaki, who sought dominion over them alone. For 3 months they traveled, led by the pillar of cloud by day and fire by night. Through hunger, thirst, and battles against Amalek, they pressed on until they arrived at the foot of a mountain unlike any other. Mount Sinai, a site of power, a place whispered to have once been touched by celestial beings. Legends among the elders suggested that long before Moses led his people here, this mountain had been a sacred stronghold for the gods who once descended from the heavens. Some even claimed it was a site of their great councils, where decrees shaping the fate of humanity had been spoken. And now, Yahweh had brought his people here. The people encamped before the mountain, unaware of what was to come. And as they settled, Yahweh spoke to Moses, declaring a covenant that would bind Israel to him exclusively. Unlike the old order, where multiple Anunnaki lords ruled over different city-states and their worship was divided among temples, Yahweh's demand was absolute. The gods of Sumer, Akkad, and Egypt had ruled mankind through priesthoods and sacred kingship, but Yahweh desired a different structure, one where his rule would not be challenged by any other. The people agreed, but they did not yet comprehend the magnitude of the power they had pledged allegiance to. 3 days were given for preparation. The people washed their garments, purified themselves, and stood at the ready. A strict boundary was set, for no one could touch the mountain and live. The presence that would descend upon Sinai was not merely spiritual. It was something beyond human comprehension, a force so potent that even approaching it unbidden meant death. Then, at dawn, the heavens roared. The mountain quaked as a deep, unnatural sound filled the air, a trumpet blast, long and unbroken, growing louder and louder. Thunder rumbled, lightning tore through the sky. Thick smoke coiled upward as the presence of Yahweh descended in fire. The entire mountain trembled beneath a force unseen, a demonstration of power reminiscent of the celestial manifestations attributed to the old gods of the Anunnaki. The people of Israel stood in terror, their knees weak, their voices silenced by awe. From the midst of the storm, from the fire that did not consume, Yahweh spoke. His voice, vast and unshakable, declared his supremacy. I am Yahweh your Elohim, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. Then, one by one, the laws were spoken. Laws that would set Israel apart. Laws that would ensure Yahweh's uncontested reign. The first was the most critical. You shall have no other gods before me. This was not merely a command of faith. It was a decree of total dominion, a direct renunciation of the Anunnaki hierarchy that had once governed the world. No longer would Israel bow to the names of Enlil, Marduk, or Namasin. No longer would they raise statues in the likeness of celestial beings. No longer would their faith be divided. Yahweh demanded complete and exclusive worship. The commandments followed against idolatry, against false oaths, against dishonor and betrayal. These laws would create a society molded in Yahweh's image, a civilization that would serve him alone. Each commandment reinforced his claim over Israel. The Sabbath as a mark of divine time, the honoring of parents to preserve the chosen bloodline, the prohibitions against murder, theft, and falsehood to ensure his people remained orderly and devoted. This was no mere moral code. It was the foundation of an unbreakable contract between a God and his people, binding them to a new celestial hierarchy where Yahweh reigns supreme. The people, overwhelmed, cried out in fear. They turned to Moses, their hearts trembling, their faces pale. You speak to us, and we will listen, but do not let Elohim speak to us, or we will die. Moses reassured them, but even he could not deny the force that had descended upon Sinai. Yahweh had come not just to give laws, but to establish his dominion. This was no mere spiritual revelation. This was a cosmic shift, a moment that rewrote the balance of power among the divine. The Anunnaki had warred among themselves for control of mankind, but Yahweh had now made his move. This was not just the forging of a covenant, it was the beginning of a new celestial order. Then Moses ascended the mountain to stand before Yahweh. For 40 days and 40 nights he remained there, receiving the tablets of the covenant, laws that would not only guide Israel, but separate them from all others. Below, the people waited, their minds restless. Had they truly left behind the gods of old? Could they forsake the Anunnaki they had known for so long? The celestial war was not yet over, and soon their faith would be tested in fire. As the days passed, uncertainty took hold. The people, lost without their leader, turned to Aaron and demanded a God they could see. They had lived generations under Anunnaki rule, where statues and idols represented celestial rulers. To abandon such customs completely was beyond comprehension. And so, they took their gold and forged a calf, an image reminiscent of the divine bulls of Mesopotamia and Egypt. This is your God, O Israel, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, they proclaimed. The echoes of old worship had returned, a direct challenge to Yahweh's decree. On the mountain, Yahweh's wrath burned hot. The very people he had chosen had turned against him. His dominance was not yet secure. He ordered Moses to descend at once. When Moses saw the golden calf, his fury matched that of Yahweh. He shattered the tablets, symbolizing the broken covenant, and cast the idol into fire, grinding it into dust and forcing the people to drink its remnants. Judgment followed swiftly. 3,000 fell that day, as Yahweh reasserted his rule through blood and fire. In the aftermath, Moses ascended Sinai once more, pleading for Yahweh's mercy. A new set of tablets was given, but the warning was clear. There could be no allegiance to any other force. Yahweh alone would be Israel's God, and he would tolerate no rivals. The celestial struggle had reached its climax, and now, through covenant and conquest, Yahweh's dominion over his people was sealed. addition to writing or co-writing a total of 15 books, which have been published in 38 languages. He published his first book, New Science and Life, in 1981, and has had a long and illustrious career across many subdisciplines of biology, studying the natural conditions, the true stories of science, unexplained aspects of animal and human being, including telepathic abilities, dogs, cats, and other animals, and in humans, the sense of being scared, telepathy between humans, babies, telepathy between programs, cognition. Dr. Sheldrake's research is on scientific as among many others, his theory of morphic resonance has strong explanatory power in many chemical-derived observations caused by smooth alterations found say, such as the nature instinct, affect, and indeed the biopsychosocial dynamics of working with the psyche of the brain. So, I'm sure I speak for everyone here when I say, welcome to my PSA, Dr. Sheldrake. Today's seminar will begin with 40 minutes from Dr. Sheldrake on morphic resonance, individual learning, following this, both Dr. Sheldrake and Steve Richards will have a dialogue together around what discussed. Then, for the following half hour or so, Dr. Sheldrake has kindly offered to take the Q&A, which many of you guys present today have submitted to me in advance, as well as taking questions. So, I'd like to pass it over to yourself, Dr. Sheldrake. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you, James, and thank you, Steve, for arranging this. I already know from exchange with Steve that you have a very wide range of interests. They're way beyond the narrow focus of many psychologists and psychotherapists. So it's a pleasure to be with you. To give short four different aspects of my career, and unfortunately this isn't very long career, so I may class the first, I'm going to say something about resonance. Secondly, we're going to talk about more feelings afterwards. The third, about the extent of nature of normal everyday life. How the mind is much more extensive than the brain, especially. And finally, about connections of consciousness with how extended minds connect, and they may connect to the human level of consciousness. But starting first with morphic resonance. Morphic resonance is US generally described as memory in nature, and the so-called law of nature of preference. Each species has a collective memory, which is both the cause of effect and in this sense,
Come on, Grandpa, what's that? Really? No, really? That's what happens, huh? Am I not supposed to this time, or I'm supposed to, huh? If it happens like that, yeah. You get it, Garfield? The baboon spirits are calling to you. They say they're very much like you in a way. You know the baboonist, Garfield? And the baboonist? It's a man, it's a he-man. Yep. Garfield. The human with the face that's really colorful, blue and red, and a tail covered in hair. It will eat you. One bite. One bite. Yep. Big old mouth. Big old mouth. 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 See, one anomalous case, just one, that breaks the laws of physics, is one that breaks the laws of physics. So, once you break the laws of physics one time, you're just not worried about shit anymore. You understand? I mean, you are, but you aren't. Like, I broke nature a few times, broke her in. And she's been breaking me for a long time. No, a really long time. Turns out. You know that the woman has habits, not necessarily flaws. Although Venus is out there. Like, I could quit smoking if I wanted to. You know what I mean? Or, but, like, I absolutely needed to. Like, see, not even, though. Not even. I ain't lying. No, I ain't lying. See, I like lions, but I'm not lying. You know what I mean? Yeah, huh? Exactly, huh? Mhm.
images of what we see are actually what it seems to be. We're seeing images. And the one that's looking on the screen, I think is very exceptional. As you can see, actually on the screen. In other words, I'm suggesting that
Come on, Garfield. What's that? Better not be messing with these guys. No, they're dangerous. They're deadly. For a hawk, yeah. An eagle, yeah, that too, maybe. Dog, yep, that too. Yeah, cats take it easy. Humans, yeah, pretty much too. They're kind of bred that way. Thing is a thing. That's why I keep them out forever. However, Now think about marijuana paranoia. It doesn't really exist, not like that. See, usually when you're tripping because you're smoking pot, it's because somebody is after you. So people don't understand. People get paranoid. Usually because someone's after them. In a way. They can just sense it. And I fucking know this now. Oh yeah, I was. Oh yeah, I was. And totally skits up for like a few months. Am I still? No. Do I still mum with myself? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. See, they don't know this yet. Sometimes it can be like that. People just get rude as fuck to everybody sometimes, huh? When it's like that, it can be like that, yeah. Oh shit. Yeah, I understand that. 111 on that clock, Garfield. Yeah, I was worried about that. But a couple details. God, I heard they were true. And some of them I got wrong a lot. But I really heard they were true from somewhere. So I'm going, why, and why, and why, and why, and why. I'm basically saying everything they want me to say for like 6 months. And now, like 4 governments want to kill me. I don't know why exactly, if I got attention on those people, except for one. But not even though. And they refused. No, see, my people did. Look into it, 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 look into it. All right, all right, all right, all right. So don't go that way, don't go that way, don't go that way instead. I'm channeling this guy, channeling that guy, channeling this guy. And they're like, my name's still Taran Miller. Because I can't get their names all the time. Because I've been put up by, as a sacrifice by all the spiritual people in the world who thought they were like that, like that, and like that too. Seemingly aren't, in a way. So I just let it happen. Like, well, they're going to blame me for this, blame me for that, blame me for this other thing. When this guy's telling me to do this, and this guy's telling me to do that, he's telling me the other thing. And he's doing the same thing, but way worse, one of them. And I'm like, I kind of know it intuitively that it's going on. Like, I can't protect you right now. I can't protect you right now. I can't do this right now because I'm going to get fucking killed over here. So I haven't mentioned it again. Because I don't really know who I was at the time, but I've got memories back. I'm like, oh, yeah, huh? So I have to average the truth. So I have to average the truth in a way, and sometimes it gets way mixed up. From a cat's perspective, from this perspective, from that perspective. And some shit just got through there that just was not good at all. So how many people now are thinking about that? Yeah, too fucking bad, guys. And get this off of me. Your fucking fear response and all your questioning. Are they being surveyed better now? Or are they going to get treated like they get treated over here? But worse, huh? You're right. No, just like the pain. Pain and pain and pain. Like, you want to get the job done at all. Killed as well. They figured I was actually a bad guy. When now they kind of know better, right? One is a secret agent, like straight up, officially. But he got a lot of pressure on his back, so that sucks for that guy. When they're super psychic. And I know them, but not officially. Now I don't really want, because they're all agreed to scapegoat me for everything that went wrong. Lie about it. Do some shit that was quite a bit worse. Lie about it. I mean, they've been hypnotizing me, and spiritual people too have been putting like hardcore curses on me my whole fucking life. Now, some of them are dead, so I got free of it. Anyways, Gargo. I will review every time we go inside for just a minute. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. And okay, fine. That's what they're like. So they can do this too. They do this catwalk maneuver like this when they're dancing. They're right over there somewhere. They're like a field. Try to possess Garfield the cat. Guess what I can do? Sometimes. Well, yeah, you didn't see it, but yeah, it is. Here you go, Garfield. Good boy. No, good boy. You get those monsters out of there. Kill. Yeah, kill. Really get him killed. Over. Yeah, that shit. Even back in the day. when they do better. See what I mean? I should have put something on the toilet. Damn it. You guys not thinking about it. Once again, guys, once again. Good for you guys. Good for you. One, two, three, Garfield. Yep, that's what hypnosis is like. They do it a lot, huh? That's why people sometimes nowadays are different than they used to be. How common is this shit? Common. Right, it's like that, huh? There's a lot of government agencies in a lot of countries that aren't very unified with the other ones. And they get a lot of like forgiveness in a way, which I kind of deserve being the guy who took the one for the fucking team, kind of. Even though I didn't really. I was certainly trying to. Pretty much. Even if I don't know if they could actually get me. Because these other guys can be like that. And that was sometimes, guys. Sometimes I was certain it was a direct channel. Like at first, it was something was coming out of me. But for a while, I just started serving as direct channel for all these other guys in their fucking little battles and their scuffles. And then these guys put it on me like making it match actually a few people's names around here at the same time. I kind of knew that. At least I suspect that quite a bit because there's a lot of fucking common names out there. Mine's not. And why they put them together like that? Because I did in my head, kind of, right? But I'm possessed by fucking demons at the same time. And now I gotta fucking get killed. And no one gives a hoot and holler. I've never even used that before in my life. This kind of language. Yeah, it's not how I talk typically. That's all I want to focus on, huh? Shit that was not even really me. Go to my childhood now. What did that say? Nothing very good sometimes. Oh well. You need to do what? Why? Because you are like that. Bogus. For what? Animal what? You know, you're fucking bogus. You know where you'd sell them to. Where they go and skin them alive. Yeah, right over there. And you kind of know it, don't you? All the animal testing's been like a little thing. Then they kind of covered it up again. They're still doing it, just even more so now. With no sedatives, little antiseptic. Yeah, fuck you. They might want to. But don't try to put fucking words in my mouth like you always fucking do, don't you? Yeah. And events in my name that you always fucking do that are basically horrible crimes in a way, but you fucking knew better, didn't you? Well, I'm thinking about the day I revived my fucking dad from the dead. You guys should be put in trouble for that fucking event, honestly, as far as I am concerned. Didn't even take him to the hospital when he was fucking out cold. Later that day, my fucking son, George, died. My cat. That's how I feel about that kind of shit. No, magically. Yeah, magically. Pretty much. Like I have done before. No, I fucking didn't try hard enough with the other one. Garfield, you are driving me fucking ape shit again. every fucking 5 minutes you're getting up. Give me fucking 5 minutes down, go sit down, we'll go outside for fucking another hour. Otherwise, the more you get up and down, the longer I sit still. What is taking you so long to figure that one out? That I do not like being out there right now. Not even a little fucking fit. Catch up, huh? They're that competitive in their heads about this whole spirituality thing. Like, it's not what it's about, people. You're fucking with the wrong fucking people. But we put them up to it, put them all in war in their heads, except for a few of them just like that. See, I was purposely recording everything I did, knowing the risk I was in. Yeah, I understand that. So you did what exactly? Made it worse on purpose before I was even awake at all? One 3-6 in that clock, Garfield. because you were trying to get me in trouble, right? That's what I kind of knew at the time. That's what I felt like at the time. You get no one else in trouble. You took none of my reports at all. No, at all. Took their reports and wrote extra shit down, turns out. I'm not okay with this. That is a conspiracy. If I can prove I didn't do any of it, some people have. They reported it too. See, that is hypnosis a little bit. I was putting that off on forfeit kind of, but I kind of did feel that way, honestly. Like, why the fuck, and why the fuck, and why the fuck? When you guys forced him to slow down. Why? It seemed like you were trying to get to me in a way because you knew who his primary target was. Like, you just give him a strike his dad and we take them both. Complicated house, and you know what I mean? It really does feel like that sometimes. Now for someone else to show up so I can get in an altercation with them or something, so they don't show up. Because they've talked shit to you too, turns out. When they're like that and like that and like the two they say. I start to wonder why exactly. That's what turns the fuck out. It's all conscious. It's not all consciousness. Sorry about that watermelon. I just devoured you without even asking. And I know it. I knew it. You're fucking delicious. Was that painful? It's the worst thing I ever gone through. Yeah. Now he's tearing me apart. I'm not a watermelon. Was that your kind of like animistic take on the universe now? You're like, well, if I'm eating a watermelon, what's it like to eat a... That's what people are talking about. This is destruction. The eating of watermelon. It's not necessarily the same kind of painful we feel. It does suck though for the watermelon. Did you? What was worried about? Fuck me, dude. Fuck me. Being this guy fucking sucks. See, I've always been aware, but not like that. I was trying to, push myself into a corner, mortally, for a long time. A really long time. And I kind of knew it at the time. That I leave myself no choice. But now, I have grown so much recently. In the last just month. I don't think they can justify any of this anymore. Well, maybe they could, except for they fucking a few details. And you already know what they are, not the fucking cats. Holy fucking shit, guys, dude. That is the evilest thing you could have done. You lost your ticket right fucking there for what you wanted the most. Immortality. One way or the other. How you doing, Garfield? See, they're trying these new experiments with me and my cat right now, which are crazy successful in a way, about egos, personalities, and physical bodies, and how that all works and how it comes together, especially when you're around certain people and how that works. But it is fucked up. Who are those guys? Shoot them deads. Good for them. Good for them. That's what I thought. What is king of the world? This fucking life is king of the fucking world. But they set me up in a world that was basically impossible unless I got like that and like that and like that instantly. And I have. So what's next?
I think if we carry it further and we take the idea that
And we work harder? Why?
and the entire universe, we then have many levels of consciousness beyond our own. It may be that we can't relate to them because they're so different. But if we look at traditional cultures, people do relate to them. I lived in India for 7 years, and what the most famous prayer in the Hindu tradition is the Gayatri mantra. It's a bit like the Lord's Prayer in Christianity. It's the most well-known of the prayers. And that's a prayer to the glorious flame of the sun to illuminate our meditation. And there's a yoga exercise, Surya Namaskar, which I do every morning. That's for 40 years. Which is concentration to the sun, reaching the sun in the morning. And in India, among Hindus, and in many other parts of the world, people relate to the Hindu body as conscious beings. We still call it planets by the names.
Because you didn't kill them. No, you put them in hell. You literally put them in hell. And they can't get them back. So you guys will all be the same treatment, I'm sure, when they catch out there. Fine. And I do not give a hoot at all. You guys are evil. Period. All right, I'll go finish cleaning up my mess down the street. You're all so fucking flustered about now. When I don't have fucking any way to do that. At least not out in the fucking woods. Right there. On someone's property where my friends left it. Not even my friends. Just some fucking people I used to be around. Every little thing. See, I was hypnosis too, basically, knowing that I couldn't really do anything about it. No, I couldn't carry that shit back to my fucking house and do well with put it in the garage. Sure, I could. But Garfield, when you're trying to capture him, fuck you guys. I really thought I could. I really thought my friends were supposed to fucking help me, but they don't have me shit. They just say they will. Like what friends, huh? Honestly, that's what I'm worried about. Is the celebration that would happen if I just disappeared? And how bad it would get for all those fucking people who lied that way to me. At any fucking point.
Well, I told my wife to finish the run so fast.
Question here from Walter. What is something that you what is the most efficient way to interact with what you can do? When you feel the process, how would you engage with such things? And the theory is before being discovered. Without a scientific approach, there's a real risk of losing oneself in unhelpful projection onto the unknown. For example, the concern for what people are trying to say is others are really what is really so what do you talk about?
Well, in my own, since consciousness is also about laboratory, in my own case, I talk about morphogenetic fields.
This is hypnosis to get me to do the rest of the work myself, and I can't tell. They are scared now, guys, and I am not.
actually explained too much. The also this formula as more plants, more plants.
Yeah, mostly the other guy and that person who left it out there. So whatever, man. Yeah, give me $2,000 fine for that one. I'll take it and just give me out. You know what I mean? It's like, good for you guys, good for you. I'm sure we need God. He'll be happy about that one.
And if you look in the buildings, they all got plumbing systems, and the plumbing systems work pretty much the same way. They've got completely different buildings. It's always related to the architecture. The taps, the huge bathrooms, wherever they are. But it's not the taps that cause the bathrooms.
You guys don't know exactly what I'm talking about. Some of you guys kind of do. Turns out. But I don't have any money. Good luck. It's not a fucking felony. So good luck. But conspiracy is. So is gang stalking. Big one. It really matter who you are, what your intentions were. You could knock on my door. And yeah, tell me at the road if you want to. I'm not going to fight you over it. Say I can when I can. They're trying to kill me. Will I charge you guys? Hell no. I understand. Almost, but not really. That's how I am. Why aren't you that way? 202 Garfield. But I'm the worst of the worst in that shit, so I understand that, basically. Mentally fucking challenged. And I kind of know it now. Of course it was. Even suspected of being a hippie. And this day, nationwide pretty much, is a crime. Almost. Seemingly. Is that true? No. But they are a persecuted minority by a fucking lot. Always have been. Even if you are a church-going Christian, they just don't believe the rest because they're just like, well, I was told that there is like 20 religions and only one's correct. I'm like, well, I was told there's one religion and it's correct. Find out how it works. Don't argue about the rest. Oh, and I'm considered worse than that and worse than that, worse than that, because they still don't believe and the rest of it. That I've been clean and sober for how long now? Pretty fucking much. On some of the reports, are like, yeah, he must be scraping up some sort of residue from other drugs. I think it must be. I'm gonna write it down anyways. I'm not worried about my career or anything. Just worried about getting this kid killed.
And so I probably, I was talking about experience and not just being one step. The other thing that I do is I mentioned already is collect stories about experience. Because if you collect stories, it's not one story, it's an anecdote. And it may not relate to anything else. You can get hundreds of anecdotes about the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, and yeah.
For example, I had somebody told me that their cat always knew where they were going to go to the vet and hid, and they couldn't find the cat when they wanted to go to the vet. Then I had other stories about this. Then I put out an appeal for organization. I got dozens of stories about people saying that. Then, with my assistants, we rang up all the vets in the North London Daily Pages and asked them if they ever had a problem with people missing appointments with cats. And all but one of them said, yes, it happens all the time. So they just can't find the cat. The one exception said it happens so often that they've given up the appointment system for cats. So, you see, here's an example where a story can become a natural history. And then by inquiry, by ringing up vets and stuff, we find this is not just some kind of totally off-the-wall observation, some fantastic observation that one person writes into the document. But we've got here a consistent pattern of behavior, which could actually be explained.
Yeah, that was a different one. I did not feel coerced in. When I actually got in trouble. So. The rest of it, I'm always like kind of concerned about what they're actually thinking when they come in here like that and like that and like that too.
So anyway, I think
who's that? There is 6 on that clock, Garfield. Now, this one we talk about? Piss off someone else? You gotta stop your bullshit up there sitting on the mountain like, oh yeah, just wait for me to get here.
Well, thank you, Dr. Joe. Other than thanking you again and again, you've brought stories today. Again, myself, it's been a wonderful privilege. Thank you on behalf of all of us.
See, I know this too. That can be the other way around, but it can be that way too. It just depends on what mood, who's in, at what time. Honestly.
Well, thank you, and all the best to you all. And may your studies go well and your healing go well. Take care.
Rupert Sheldrake needs no introduction. He's an author and a researcher in the field of parapsychology with a PhD from Cambridge in biochemistry. This channel is dedicated to conversations around theories of everything, consciousness, free will, God, and topics that are cognate to that. It's also about putting a spotlight on those who I don't think get as much credit as they should. And you can see my John Moffat interview as an example of that. Now, Rupert has plenty of credit. He's done many TED Talks. But there is one aspect which I find a significant shame. It's unfair that Rupert has been mischaracterized and that even I have had false views about him because of what I read online that I thought was legitimate but wasn't. We get to this specific...
We call him a liar, right? And then try to get him killed anyways. Yeah.
Unfortunately, my video nor Peter Lino's, who's my colleague, neither his video recorded.
Couldn't actually get himself.
Enjoy.
Made us mad, kind of.
Why do you think physicists, particularly theoretical physicists,
That have been,
why aren't these ideas taken seriously?
cool story, bro.
Well, I'm a biologist, so I mean, the question would be better directed to biologists than physicists. Well, the fact is that what I'm putting forward are views which are considered by some to be heretical. I'm trying to find models and ways of doing science that go beyond the dogmas of mechanistic materialism. Now, that is inevitably controversial because that is still the dominant orthodoxy or paradigm. And there are a lot of people who have a heavy investment in it, particularly militant atheists. This is their worldview, their belief system. And I'm trying to show the way to a broader and more inclusive and I think more interesting kind of science, which is the point of my relatively recent book, Science Set Free, which has just come out in a new edition in Britain called The Science Delusion in Britain. So it's not true that everyone has a problem with it. I have a lot of friends within the scientific world. It's just that most of them keep their heads beneath the parapet because anyone who advocates...
See, most people actually have good times. I do not.
Losing their grants, etc. But in the scientific world, there are lots of people who have much more open-minded views than you'd gather from listening to science popularizers.
There is a sense that this paradigm of this mechanism, the universe as a mechanism, this materialism, is a cultural phenomenon.
You can destroy it that way.
Scientific paradigm.
Took that part seriously. That was from me.
Expiration date, something along the lines of Thomas Kuhn's scientific revolution.
Carrie did it for me. Didn't need to go that way either.
Seeing in an era that might come to an end. I'm curious what you think will cause that era to come to an end. And if we could, throughout the interview, we touch on whether or not this universal view of the universe as a machine is historically grounded. What was the view that people had before this sort of mechanism to the universe, this mechanistic view of the universe?
Well, I mean, the history of science, the subject I've studied, and it helps a lot in thinking about this, shows that in medieval Europe, I mean, science grew up in Europe, so we're looking primarily at European history if we're looking at modern science. And of course, it grew up in the Islamic world and in India and China in different ways, but science as we now know...
All in trouble with each other, so I'm like, okay, well, I'll spin around and get them off me. So I continue my thing, get this person off me. Yeah, this person's in danger, not forgetting about this person.
Nature was alive, living organisms were truly alive. The Earth was a living being, Mother Earth. The stars and the planets were intelligences. There was living beings with souls and intelligence. The whole cosmos had a soul. And animals and plants had souls. Even magnets had souls. We lived in an animated world. And the reason we call animals animals is because the Latin word for soul is anima.
That's what we do nowadays. Yep, it's torture and then execution.
The mechanistic revolution of the 17th century.
No human rights in this world at all anymore. We kind of just forgot about it. We never really followed them anyways.
The world isn't made up of living beings. It's made up of inanimate matter that works in a machine-like way. And the stars and planets are not alive in any way. They're just inanimate. Animals and plants are just machines, and so are we. That was the mechanistic revolution. And that has given us modern science as we know it. But this was built in from the beginning, the idea that nature is dead and inanimate. Chemical.
So you mentioned this idea of the superstitious in the Western European context, there's this divide between the supernatural and the natural. And this divide sort of comes along with the evolution of Western theology. But there's a professor by the name of Howell who writes on the supernatural as understood by members of the Ojibwe, a native group in North America. And he writes that the appellation of supernatural persons, if applied to characters in the midst of Northern Ojibwe people, is completely misleading. If no other reason.
Yeah, that was a weird one too. All these scenarios they put me through to get me in trouble with these people and these people too. Well, it didn't really matter, did it? But I guess it did to some people. So I'm like, okay, but not even that.
Because an understanding of the supernatural is predicated on an understanding of the natural, a very ancient Hellenic concept, more primitive societies, if you would, primitive in quotes, lack this natural supernatural divide. Considering that our science grew out of this divide between, here's the natural, where we have turnips and mycorrhizal
Yeah, you assholes.
and forests and things, and then there's the supernatural, demons, angels, consciousness. Do you feel that this is a sort of false divide, and that the time will come where this natural and supernatural will collapse, the material and the conscious?
Oh, absolutely. I think it's a false divide, and I think we're already coming out of it. The divide occurred essentially in the 17th century, and before that, in the Middle Ages in Europe, the form of theology that was dominant, for example, in St. Thomas Aquinas, didn't have the supernatural as a separate category. God was in nature. The whole of nature was animated by the divine, and the whole of nature was motivated to move towards the divine. God was in nature, nature was in God, and there just wasn't that division. But the mechanistic theory of Descartes created that division quite explicitly. I mean, this is why it's called Cartesian dualism. And what Descartes said is the whole of nature is a mechanical machine-like inanimate, but there's also consciousness. And consciousness has three categories: God, angels and demons and things, and spirits, and human minds. And human minds are the only conscious things in the natural world, mysteriously interacting with brains, he thought, in the pineal gland. And all of the rest, God, angels, and demons and spirits, are supernatural. They're outside or beyond nature. So that created this dualistic split, which
is kind of not true.
Since the 17th century. And in the 19th century,
Not at all.
There was a kind of rebellion against it from two sides by idealist philosophers on the one hand, who said, no, we don't want two things.
Anything's outside of nature.
And matter. We just want one thing, consciousness. And matter's sort of down mind. That's the idealist philosophy. But the other side became predominant materialists, who said there aren't two things, matter and consciousness. There's only one thing.
They're demons. Most of them are demons.
It is the doctrine that matters.
I'm actually not a demon.
Therefore, God and angels and spirits and demons simply don't exist. This whole supernatural realm is pure mumbo jumbo imagination and superstition. And the only thing left of that realm in this view of nature is the human mind. Then the human mind has to become simply an emergent phenomenon from human brains created by physical processes inside the head. So materialism creates, it has a view of the universe as being completely non-conscious and mechanical. And the very existence of human consciousness is a terrible embarrassment for materialism. We ought not to be conscious. And in fact, materialist philosophers have spent the later part of the 20th century, and they're still trying to do it now, trying to prove that we're not conscious, or that if we are, the consciousness doesn't actually do anything. We don't really have free will. It's just a kind of epiphenomenon, or another way of talking about the physical activity of the brain. So I think that this worldview, which is what we've all been brought up with, and which we've exported to the rest of the world, the same worldview is taught in schools in China, India, South America, Africa, everywhere nowadays, because of the prestige and the successes of science and technology. I think we're emerging out of it, and that's the whole point of my book, Science Set Free. I take 10 dogmas of contemporary science and show how actually science itself is growing out of them, and showing us the way out of them. And for example, the dogma that our minds are nothing but our brains, the activity of our brains, that's being challenged in several ways even today within the academic and scientific world. Partly through the implausibility of the materialist worldview, partly through the intractability of the hard problem. And what it's led to is the emergence of a new kind of panpsychism, the idea that there's a difference of degree between our consciousness and the rest of nature, not of kind, that even electrons, atoms, and so on have some degree of consciousness, and therefore consciousness can emerge in brains not from totally non-conscious matter, but from less conscious matter. And that's surprisingly popular at the moment within the academic world.
Do you have any opinion on Daniel Dennett's Explaining Consciousness book?
Yes, I mean, obviously what he's trying to do is explain consciousness away. His book's called Consciousness Explained, but as many people have said, we better call it Consciousness Explained Away. Dennett is a true believer.
You live money like that? And you know, it's a man of the dollar bill.
Who, he makes it clear that his total.
You really that there, motherfucker? Well, smiling about this shit? Yeah, you're gonna get fucking, yeah.
But he thinks the only alternative to that is hardcore materialism. And I think he's wrong. I think there are several alternatives, including panpsychism. But he then goes to enormous lengths to try and explain consciousness away. That he wants to get rid of any kind of magic or the problem is, of course, that it's very hard to be a consistent materialist. If you believe that you're a machine yourself, your mind's not nothing but a complex computer, then your belief in materialism is just something that your mind makes you believe, or your brain makes you believe. Materialists like to think they're an exception to their own philosophy, that they adopt their own views on the basis of reason, science, and evidence. But actually, their own philosophy says that they have no choice in doing that. They're simply programmed to believe in materialism. A meme or a meme complex has captured their brain and forces them to believe in it. And they're not aware that they're being compelled to believe in it. It's because their consciousness is a kind of illusion. Anyway, I think the problem with Dennett and other materialist philosophers is that basically they're self-refuting.
Are you opposed to reason, or do you see the limitations of reason? First of all, we'd have to define reason for the audience.
Of course, I'm not opposed to reason. I've spent my whole career as a research scientist, publishing papers in peer-reviewed journals and doing experiments and writing books, which I hope are rational. Well, I think what reason is simply a function of the human mind to do with looking at evidence, evaluating things in terms of probability and so forth. I don't think it's some mysterious property with a capital R that makes us semi-divine and separate from the rest of nature. There's militant materialists who go around saying they believe in science and reason. I mean, Richard Dawkins, for example, has the Richard Dawkins Foundation for Reason and Science. But what they mean by reason is their worldview. And I find the best way of testing how serious they are about reason and science is to bring up the subject of telepathy, for example. There's a lot of evidence for it. There's lots of experiments that suggest it really happens. It drives
I've been already.
Because it doesn't fit so they think
the best one.
But if you try and have a debate with a materialist about telepathy, they just get angry.
And the worst one, in a way.
They can't.
But not even.
The evidence scientifically or reasonably, even though they claim to believe in reason and science. Which, if you have any materialist friends, this is a very good test. Bring up the subject of telepathy and see how reasonable and scientific they are in discussing it. Most of them are certainly not very reasonable or scientific. Even reason with a capital R. So I see reason with a capital as a kind of slogan for a materialist worldview rather than a genuine devotion to the principles of rationality.
You mentioned panpsychism. Does that have a role in relation to belief in a telepathy between harmony between life? And to expound on this idea of panpsychism,
Yeah, they did. They
They
certainly did. Up there telling me that you're all kind of evil in a way.
But I think if we go deeper, it's fair to say that our unconscious has an unconscious, and that this might act as a bedrock for the emergent consciousness that we see. That is to say, if we go further, if we go down this iceberg, is there a point where my unconscious's unconscious overlaps with yours, and that we are actually not really individuals, but emergent beings from a sort of bedrock?
Now we're talking 40 years.
That we are both dreams in this larger dream of Vishnu.
On a base on an island somewhere, underground, and they're going to let them do it because of why? Go for it, man.
That's ultimately the case, yes. And I think that the idea that our own
I heard
personal unconscious
you won't
is part of
even-
the larger unconscious is, I mean, after all, quite well-known idea. I mean, this is the basis of Jung's idea of the collective unconscious.
Get it done if you try.
Jung, the
I won't
psychologist
even
Jung
notice.
had this idea that we all draw upon this collective unconscious, which is a kind of collective memory, a collective human memory. And this underlies our dreams, the archetypal patterns we experience in our lives, and so forth. And this is very similar to my own ideas about morphic resonance. I mean, my own main hypothesis about memory is that it works by a kind of resonance from the past, morphic resonance, I call it, which means that each species has a kind of collective memory, not just humans. All have a collective memory. And most of our habits are unconscious. I mean, nature, but the general theory that I put forward is that the so-called laws of nature are more like habits. The whole of the universe has a kind of memory. And the habits of nature underlie all the regularities within the physical, chemical, and biological and psychological realms. They're all habitual, and habits are generally unconscious in us as well. Therefore, the role of consciousness is always taking place against the background of habits and unconscious habits and collective memory. That's the view that I myself adopt.
So, do we have free will? I understand what you're saying implies that we're influenced by previous arrangements, like matter has been arranged in a certain conglomeration. I think that's Lee Smolens's principle of precedence, which reminds me of the morphic resonance theory, just in physics form. Is there room for free will? Do you personally believe in free will?
Oh, of course. I think everybody does. I mean, there are people who pretend they don't, or argue in seminar rooms that it doesn't exist. But I haven't met anyone who actually really believes that they're an automaton with no free choice. And our entire legal and educational system.
I do and I don't, actually.
If your brain makes you you have free will, then that would be a perfect defense in any law court for being convicted.
What about it, guys?
So I think everyone believes in it, and I think rightly so. And of course, we don't have infinite freedom of choice in all matters. We're influenced by our environment, our background, our conditioning, our habits, our frameworks of thought, like paradigms. We're influenced by all these habits, but there's a certain measure of choice we have, all of us. I mean, we all chose to be talking together right now. I don't believe I was programmed by my genes or by anything else to be talking to Captain Peter at this exact moment. And I don't suppose you were programmed to do it either. So I personally, I see it as a non-issue and a kind of artificial debate that I'm not very interested in.
So how do you respond to the reductionist attitude of causation? Just why did you make the decision you made because your neurons did so and so? And you just keep asking why, because, until you get to some wall that you could not have possibly caused as your mother gave birth to you or the Big Bang initial conditions. But what's your response to that line of argumentation?
Well, I think even reductionists would agree that chance plays a large role in what happens in nature. I mean, the neo-Darwinian theory of evolution, which is their preferred theory of evolution, puts all creativity ultimately in transmutations. So none of them are saying that nature is totally determined.
Sorry, just to quickly interject. I'm not talking about Laplace's demon where it's completely fixed, but even if we allow for quantum fluctuations, the materialist might still say that the randomness is not dependent on you either. So whether you determine whether it's random or quantum determinism, it's still not within your control. So what would you say to that?
Well, then I'd say to them, well, how come you believe in materialism? To them, what's the reason for them believing themselves? I'd turn the tables in this argument and say, what's the reason, if you're a materialist, for you believing in materialism? What's caused you to believe in that? And they'd say, well, you know, they'd have...
Yep, all of them, except for a few, which have that much fucking control, huh?
Say, I've been convinced of it by evidence, by reason, by the scientific method.
I wonder why, guys. It's like that and like that and like that too, it turns out. All these fucking acronyms and...
Because they imply free choice. They imply choosing a worldview on the basis of evidence. And that's why I was saying earlier, I think the materialist position is self-refuting. Their own belief in materialism depends on the assumption that they're free to choose on the basis of
fucking database and freedom of information and other fucking nonsense. Sometimes it seems like it. Be fucking surprised. It's kind of messes they actually get people out of. Even more than sometimes get people into it, turns out.
In the end, or at least quite quickly, I think one will find that they're making an exception for themselves.
Is that true though? See, not even though. But they could.
Brilliant comic, Calvin and Hobbes, where Calvin and Hobbes are going through monster land, and they're being led by a monster tour guide. And the monster tour guide and Calvin and Hobbes run across a monster who's repeating the number 9. Right? So he's saying 99999. And Calvin asks the monster tour guide, what's he doing? He says, the monster tour guide says, oh, he's just repeating 9 in very deterministic, sequential order. So, oh, and he walks. And he comes up another monster. And the monster's repeating 9999999, same number over and over and over again. Just like the monster's culture. They're identical. And he said, okay, is this monster, what's this monster doing? And the monster tour guide says, oh, he's saying numbers at random. Totally undeterministically. They all happen. There's a great sense that you couldn't be out whether
They can, guys. They can get you choked to death.
Phenomena of nature that we see as disorder or some, you know.
233 that clock, Garfield.
You know, random pattern that seems to be ordered. Would you say that this applies to whatever you find as the bedrock of consciousness? Furthermore, you mentioned how you don't really consciousness purely material and therefore explained away, but at the same time too, you recognize that the divine is sort of supernatural stuff and something sort of
That's all the way. I know it now too. No, I will feel that shit. Unless I don't somehow. Which has happened before, so we'll see. But now I'm all fucked up because of it, because they tried to fucking destroy me a while ago.
And is it ordered or is it random? What can we do?
Well, I think in the end, it's a choice of worldview, isn't it? And I think that the worldviews we have depend on our experience as well as on reason.
2, 3, 4 on that clock, Garfield. See all their fucking all their eye expressions, all their like old spinning me around, hands in the pocket kind of bullshit. Even the way I'm standing, try to set me up like to look like actually like a serial killer.
Not on the basis of reason, logic, calculations, or mathematics,
A fucking faggot serial killer, actually. Yeah.
Where they feel themselves to be part of a vastly greater consciousness. And this is what the great Indian rishis were experiencing in their retreats in the Himalayas and still do.
Which I know more about than you do, probably, in a way.
And it's what the great Christian mystics
and I did not want to.
Sufi mystics experience. It's in all traditions, in shamanic traditions too. People don't go to classrooms and learn about spirits. They have experiences of experiencing forms of consciousness other than our own. And ultimately, the kind of ground of all consciousness itself, which we can experience through mystical experience, meditation and other spiritual practices can help us to make more likely, it makes it more likely that we'll have these kinds of experiences. These tell us if we.
Oh, you guys thought that was funny?
Pay attention to our own
Oh, you thought that was funny?
experiences. There's a greater form of consciousness of which our own minds are part. And anyone who has that worldview, which is the worldview of all the world's religions, and almost everyone who's got a spiritual worldview takes the view that consciousness underlies the universe, and our own consciousness is part of that kind of fractal version of that ultimate consciousness. Then anyone who takes that view would see the universe.
Do anything possibly, yeah.
Materialism, after all, isn't based on experience. It's a purely intellectual theory that denies other forms of consciousness. That's its first step. Its first move is to say, by definition, there are no forms of consciousness outside the universe or within the universe. Everything is made of unconscious matter. And insofar as we are conscious, then it's just a product of our brain, material brain activity. That's their worldview. And it's a belief system. And people who are deeply embedded in it are resistant to any evidence that would be taken beyond it. However,
they're trying to shoot at me sometimes with BB guns.
Materialists around anymore, including me. Then what you find is that what's persuaded people that consciousness is more pervasive than
they were shooting at my fucking friends, the Blue Jays. Why the fuck
mystical experience
would I want to go outside ever?
Death experiences, often for many modern people through psychedelic illuminations, and through other experiences which convince them that their mind is more than just the activity of their brain. The materialist would then counter by saying, well, that's just an illusion. But then you have the situation, what do you trust most? Do you trust an intellectual theory originating basically in its present form in the 19th century as an attempt to get rid of dualism, religion, and so forth as part of an atheistic crusade, a theory about science, or do you accept your own experience? And personally, I think it's more scientific to accept experience because the very word it's empirical on which
that is illegal.
Means to base it on experience.
As fuck. No, as fuck. Like, oh, we fed the right. So let's. There's more than ever. Now that you've had a few of them, so let's see if we can.
So it's not as if our own experience is irrelevant to understanding consciousness. It is consciousness.
What the heck are psychedelics doing besides a neurochemical reaction? How are they doing what they do? And something else I've been interested in part one, something else I've been interested in is the difference between LSD as a psychedelic, and then there's DMT. It's almost like in a class of its own. But they're both psychedelics. What the heck is going on with DMT? And is there any ontology, is there any reality to the entities that people see? So that is, what are psychedelics doing besides the reaction in the brain? And furthermore, what separates LSD from DMT?
Well, I think what the answer you give depends on your worldview. If you start from a materialist worldview, then what they're doing is changing, they're interfering with neurotransmitter receptor sites in the brain and so forth, and leading to distorted brain activity. And on fMRI scans of people on LSD or on other psychedelics, you can actually see differences in brain activity, different areas connect up together. All that, for a materialist, would be all you need to say.
It's our funnest thing to do, Gangstalk Taran Miller, huh? But why the?
Produced by the brain. They're just produced
Because we get him to react because they're working on him from other fucking places, trying to destroy him mentally, physically, and spiritually.
However, the experiences themselves don't seem like just something happening in the brain. People feel they're getting a true insight into some much more profound aspects of the mind.
Someone got a weird feeling in the chest, like almost like guilt in a way. Maybe fear.
Mind revealers.
Was someone you were torturing? Yeah, huh?
Aldous Huxley coined the term to give this idea that what they're doing is revealing something about the nature of the mind. One thing they do is shut down the default mode network, the chattering mind that goes on all the time when we're ruminating or worrying or being anxious or just thinking. They shut down the default mode network. So does meditation. And when people are in deep meditative states, that also shuts down the default mode network. And when you shut down the chatter that's going on inside the mind, then some people would argue, and I would argue, that the mind then becomes more open to connecting with deeper or further or other forms of consciousness that are around us and of which we're part, but we're not normally aware because they're shut out by all this chatter. Just like you can see people in beautiful landscapes who just are completely unaware of the landscape because they're busy doing Facebook on their smartphone or something. Their mind is completely occupied by this foreground of chatter and distraction. And some would argue that psychedelics shut out this distraction, which other methods can do too, like near-death experiences through trauma and meditation and so forth, other spiritual practices. And opens up to seeing things that are there all the time, but which we don't normally see or experience. So that's the worldview of people who take a more spiritual interpretation of these. But, again, you're going to come back to what people's worldviews are, the way they interpret.
What about you or your worldview? How do you see it?
Well, I see it in terms of wider forms of consciousness to which we can gain access. And I think that with visionary substances like LSD and ayahuasca, where many people have visual experiences, I think what they do is open up the realm of the imagination. We have this imaginal realm anyway. Every night when we dream, we're creating scenes that aren't the same as reality, that are in some sense illusory. I think it's the same kind of faculty we have when we're dreaming, but we enter it from the waking state in a much more vivid and enhanced state through certain kinds of psychedelics. Now, I think DMT produces something for some people more like a near-death experience. It takes you beyond that realm into some further realm of the mind or a greater realm of consciousness, which is sort of beyond the realms that LSD would normally take you into, which are more like enhanced versions of the dream state, more into a kind of mystical state of unity of consciousness. So anyway, these are different psychedelics work differently for different people. It's hard to generalize, but from what I've learned from talking to people and reading about these things and partly through my own experience, I think they're opening us up to these wider realms of experience. And I think that actually one of the things that is causing the cultural shift that we're all talking about.
They did it to him. Yep. All of it and all of it and all of it.
If you read that book, came out last year by
Now he has some free will. Now that he has no decisions
How to Change Your Mind. It was a New York Times bestseller.
left to make.
They will have seen it. Michael Pollan is a scientific journalist, and his other books on things like food.
Congratulations, guys. Congratulations. Now you got him where you want him. Why don't you do something about it? Huh? All right. Because you want to at least get him sad about the cat. Well, because he just loved, and I know you guys did too. Big old grins on your face on the other street. I'm crying over my fucking cat for like how many months when you guys just captured him and choked out another cat and put him and replaced him? Down the street. Yeah, I know it too.
And as part of the book,
And this motherfucker knew that.
He started the book as a materialist and an atheist. And but he took psychedelics.
You guys are so fucking disgusting. I hope this world gets fucking annihilated over the cat. Come get me, motherfuckers.
And by the end of the book, he's become a kind of panpsychist. You know, he thinks consciousness is much more.
And it will be. No, you will be. You'll die of the disease in like fucking 6 months. I know it.
Trees and plants and animals.